Hey everyone, we are live. Welcome to the 4th annual Powerful Dev Conference.
It's amazing to be here. We've got such an amazing round of people ready to give you some content that is going to span low code, pro code, building powerful solutions on Power Platform. I'm really excited. And welcome to all the viewers. We've got over 11,000 people pre-registered.
That's amazing.
It's crazy, right? And also for the hackathon, more about the hackathon later on. I'm Scott Durow, a cloud developer advocate with Microsoft.
And I'm Kendra Springer. I'm one of the principal group product managers for Copilot Studio. And we have an incredible lineup for you today. We have speakers from Microsoft product managers, the community speakers, Microsoft MVPs, and there is such a wide range of content, all helping to build a powerful, secure, intelligent AI Power Apps, pro code, low code, on the Power Platform.
And we'd really like to hear from you as well, viewing. You can engage with us on socials if you use the hashtag PowerfulDevs. We'd love to, if you've got any comments. The speakers actually will be hanging around after their session, so you'll be able to pose questions to them. And you can actually go to aka.ms/powerfuldevs/questions, and you can then put questions in GitHub or indeed in the YouTube chat. Now, we're very lucky to have Robin Rosengrun sitting backstage ready to answer questions and engage with you. Can we show Robin? Hey, Robin.
Hey, everyone.
And we're going to hear more from Robin later on as he's just awkwardly smiling at us there.
He's who's keeping us on track, so he's very important.
Yeah, and so there is also a really good Learn collection that you can check out, which is aka.ms/powerfuldevs/learn. April Dunham has done an amazing job of bringing together lots and lots of relevant content that you can then go and learn. And also then you can use that if you're going to go and engage with us in the hack together.
April's the best.
April is absolutely the best.
She really is, yes. Well, do we want to talk about our first session, our first guest?
We certainly can, yes. We're very, very lucky to have Leon Welicki, who VP and CPO of Power Apps, and he's going to be showing us how you can build secure enterprise level solutions on Power Platform using AI powered. And Leon, there is always so much packed into Leon's sessions, so much great content.
He has some of the best energy. I will never forget one of the Power Platform conferences, I think a couple of years ago. He was doing this amazing demo. And of course, as sometimes happens, the demo gods were not in his favor, and he handled it like a champ. I learned so much from him. It was actually my favorite session of the keynote, so I always enjoy watching him speak and watching him present. So this is going to be a great way to kick off our day.
The demo gods, I mean, you are a pro presenter and demo. I have seen your demos, Kendra. They are amazing.
They were not with me yesterday. The demo gods were not with me yesterday, but let's hope that they are with him today, for sure.
What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you during because Scott Hanselman is amazing. I've seen Scott Hanselman, and if something goes wrong, he literally just reaches down and pulls out another laptop. And then just carries on.
And then just carries on.
It's amazing.
So my favorite was I was presenting with Charles in one of his keynotes, and we had a video, and our whole plan was the video was going to be error-proof, right? And so I'm standing up there, I did my demo, and then a video was supposed to play, and I'm just standing there, right? And I'm like, roll the tape. Where's the video? So that probably was one of my worst, yes.
That awkward moment.
Yes, I did trip on stage in my last keynote when I was in Jeff Teeper's keynote in Stockholm. So that was the other, yeah. I've had a couple, it's fine. Keep it real.
Well, yeah, I mean, tripping on stage, the thing is though, I'm sure you landed perfectly gracefully. And so it was just something that you could carry on, no problem. But yeah, I mean, the thing is when you're doing demos live, I think everyone really does appreciate it more.
They do, yes. And if you just keep it real and human, right? We all understand. We've been there.
So I hope that you are ready for an amazing day of content. You sat back and you're relaxing, ready to hear from our amazing speakers. We are going to be coming back to you. So we're going to be keeping you interested between the sessions. A little bit of idle banter. But over to Leon. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Scott and Kendra. And good morning, everyone. My name is Leon Welicki, and I am the Vice President of Product and Chief Product Officer for Power Apps at Microsoft. And I'm delighted to be here today kicking off this amazing event. And the place where I always like to start is with Microsoft's mission of empowering every person and every organization in the planet to achieve more. Because I personally believe that Power Platform with copilots and agents are one of the best ways to make that mission a reality. And speaking of empowerment, there will be 1 billion new applications in the next 3 years by 2028, according to IDC. And those are a lot of applications. There are 2 key things that might be worth mentioning as we think about the apps of tomorrow that are going to be different than the apps of today. First, every app will be reinvented with AI. And those new apps will do things that before we did not think was possible, or maybe was possible, but not economically viable. And according to IDC, again, by 2026, 40% of the net new applications will be intelligent applications that will incorporate AI to enhance existing experiences in one way or another. And as you're thinking about building those applications, we believe that the Power Platform, combined with copilots and agents, are one of the best ways to support the creation of a big part of that 1 billion applications that you all will need to be building in the next few years. Now, I know that many of you might be thinking, yeah, Power Platform is awesome, but the first thought that comes to mind is non-developers, technical users trying to solve problems on their own. But in fact, in Power Platform, we welcome everyone. We have tools for everyone to participate and benefit, from non-developers to IT admins, to professional developers, to everyone that has a problem and needs to use or create a software solution for that problem. And with Copilot and with the new tools, we have a really good spectrum to help to go from no code to pro code. And we will see some of it in the demos today that we will see in a few minutes. So when it comes to no code, you can use Copilots and your own words to create complex software solutions. But if that's not enough and you need more control, you can go to low code and use those drag and drop, what you see is what you get experiences and our own language, PowerFX, which is open source, to define how your solutions look and the behavior in them. And of course, if you need more control, you can go and you can write your own code. You can use GitHub Copilot there to help you write that code as well. And you can use Azure to deploy that code and run it in your solutions. So no matter where you are in the spectrum, we have a solution and a tool that can help you accomplish your goals. And at this point, with all this said, it's pretty obvious that Copilot and agents have transformed how we build software and the expectations of what that software that we build does. And part of the transformation from Power Apps perspective, actually, is what we call intelligent applications. And to understand what intelligent applications are, there are many things that we could say, but I'm going to choose 2 key ideas that I want to convey today. First, every intelligent application has a brain behind it. You see like the logo of the app with a brain there. And I know that this sounds very generic and abstract, but in fact, it's super concrete. That brain is a Copilot Studio instance with a set of agents that are going to be supporting the application. So all the intelligence of the application is in Copilot Studio in the form of sets of agents that you can observe, understand, and also adjust to meet the needs of your organization with the tools that you already know and love. The second notion is how you interact with the application. So in the past, in the apps of the past, multiple humans would work together in the application and collaborate to solve problems, which still is the case. A couple of years ago, we introduced the Copilot, your personal assistant that is always there to help you with the tasks that you need. And with intelligent applications, we will bring sets of agents that we will help anyone participating in the life cycle of an application, be it creating an app, using an app, or managing an app, such that everyone that is participating becomes the manager of sets of agents that are collaborating to help you achieve your goals. So those 2 notions, we have a brain in the form of a Copilot in Copilot Studio with a set of agents, and also everyone that participates becomes the manager of sets of agents. And it is fair to say that intelligent applications are the combination of humans and agents to achieve common goals. For example, when you build an application, you will have a set of agents that help you define scenarios, model data, create a solution architect, implement the solution that you, as the maker, are going to be orchestrating and controlling to achieve your goal faster and more productively. When you're using an application, the users of your app will have agents that will help them do the everyday tasks like entering data, navigating through data, getting summaries. But also you will be able to add any agent that you create with Copilot Studio to augment what the app can do. And the users will be able to oversee and train that agent. And as you manage applications, there will be multiple agents available with recommendations, security, observability, etc., such that you can get all the help to be on top of what's going on in your app and have it secure, manageable, and governable. And before we jump into our demo section, one thing that I want to call out is that all our solutions are built with enterprise readiness from the ground up. And a good reminder at this point is our AI enterprise safeguards that we are very proud of. And I want to share them again with you. I'm sure that you saw them multiple times, but it's always good to go through them. So the first one, your data is your data. So the data never leaves the boundaries of your organization. We do not use your data to train foundational models. Your data and AI models are protected every step of the way. Every security control, data loss prevention policy, or guardrail that you establish on your data, it's honored throughout the entire Copilot journey. And also we have our Copilot copyright commitment, so you can create these intelligent solutions with full peace of mind. And at this point, I think we are ready to move to the next section of our session together. And I want to say first that Power Apps loves developers. We cater to everyone, but some of the best solutions that I've personally seen created have been created when developers participate in the cycle of creating those solutions. And the way in which I want to show that love is I want to manifest it through 5 demos that would show how to build intelligent applications ranging from no code, professional code, and low code. So let's get to it, and I hope that, as Kendra and Scott were saying, that the demo gets out of my favor. From now on, we will spend all the time in the product. So let's get started. And for every demo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some ideas that are held by, that I heard several times. We are going to dispel those ideas and show how do we make them a reality. So let's start with the first. So I heard multiple folks thinking that the AI tools in Power Apps or Power Platform are super cool, super productive, they look super nice, but that they are for non-developers because they give you a lot of productivity at the expense of following the right development practices. But that's not the case. So what I'm going to show you now is how to build an enterprise-ready intelligent solution with Power Apps using our all-new Plan Designer that is in public preview. So let's get to our first demo. And for our first demo, first, as you can see in the Power Apps, the first thing that you see in our Maker Studio is the invitation to describe a problem that you want to solve. So it's not creating an application, it's describing a problem, and our set of agents and the Plan Designer are going to help you find the ideal solution for that problem. And the problem that we want to solve is we want to help the PMs in our team. So basically the idea is that there are multiple features that we want to share in different conferences and different events. So we want to create an application where we can see what features the team is working and keep all our stakeholders informed. Very simple. And like most of applications and solutions, the way in which they are created, it started with me and another developer getting in a room. I got in a room with Marcel Ferreira, which probably many of you know, and it's going to be delivering a fantastic session in this event that I would recommend everyone to go see. And we did 2 things. First, we drew in a whiteboard what type of data structure do we want, some ideas on what data do we want to have in this application. And then we had a conversation which I asked Marcel to summarize in an email, and I'm going to read to you. The software development teams need to manage a list of projects, each with a disclosure event and supporting tracking regular status for each project. Admins will use an application to manage the list of projects and updates. The admin will create the projects and assign owners, and the owner will use another app to update the status of the projects. And the stakeholders need to receive weekly emails with the latest updates for each project. Pretty cool, so this is what we'll do. I will get this definition as is without any change, and I'm going to bring it to the plan designer. And the other thing that I'm going to do is that image of the whiteboard that we have, I'm going to bring it too. And with that, what the plan designer is going to do is going to engage the first agent. That is what we call the scenarios agent. And what it will do is try to understand every evidence that I gave, the business problem, the image that I gave, and anything that it knows about me, and it will recommend a set of personas that will be participating in a software solution to this problem. Notice that we are not talking about technology yet. This is who needs to participate. And it gave me a project admin with a definition of who they are, a project owner and stakeholder, so it looks very reasonable. So far, so good. For every one of them, it defined different use case. So all the things that they need to do, for example, the admin needs to create new projects, assign project owners, fill in project details. So this is very accurate. And of course, this is not set in stone. I could get into a conversation with the agent to change it, but because I think this is pretty good, I'm going to accept it and move on to the next stage. And the next thing that this will do is engage another agent, that is our data modeling agent. That is like having an expert in modeling data for your solution. So with everything that it has so far, it's going to go ahead and create a set of data entities, put them in an entity relationship model, and bring them to me so we can see if they solve the problem that I have at hand. And right now it's working. It's trying to define those entities for us. And it just did it. Check it out. I have my tables. I can see them in an entity relationship diagram. That is how most enterprise solutions are defined. You start looking at your data. Copilot did it for me very quickly. But not only. It defines a set of entities and the relationships and put them on a diagram. It also populated these entities with sample data. That, as you know, when you create an app, this is one of the most tedious things to do and super time consuming. But with Copilot, in a few seconds, we got all our entities and with data, so we can start creating our solution right away. So this looks good. So I'm going to go ahead and accept it. And this will engage the next agent. So now that we know what problem are we solving, who are the personas, like the data model, it will engage the solution architect agent, which at this time is going to recommend different software artifacts to solve this problem. So it's recommending me a model app for the project management, a project status canvas app, and a weekly project update flow. So it's exactly what I asked for. And at this point, I could have a discussion, a conversation with this solution architect, but I think it looks pretty good. The next step would be moving to implementing each one of these apps that the plan designer would do for me as well. So pretty good. I could use my words and go from a problem definition to a full-fledged software solution. So the first question is, this is awesome, but if I'm a developer, how would that work for me? So let me show you a little bit what happened behind the scenes as well. So the first thing to mention is that our solution, the plan designer, is what it's called solution aware. So I set up like a solution that the plan designer would work for, and every single artifact that we created was created in the context of a solution. So we have our applications, the plan itself, which I can go back at any time, the tables, etc. So far, so good. And solutions are very important because that's the way in which you do application like management cycle and many other goodnesses that you have in Power Platform. So the next thing to mention is, now that we are in a solution, we have this solution connected to Git, to a Git repo. And what I can do is any changes that I make, I can directly deploy to the repo. Let me show you that here is the repo that we have. So I could directly deploy it, but also I can pull changes that anyone else did. So we have a solution that is connected to Git. So far, so good. The next question is, this is my development environment. But we don't run production apps from development. Probably we move first to test. Then when the test passes, we go to when we are satisfied with that, we move to production. So in this case, what we did is we set up a pipeline for this solution where basically I could automate the deployment of my solution at my favorite cadence, or I can do it manually like I'm going to do here. And one super cool thing, remember that we have the plan designer, everything to a solution that is connected to Git and that we will deploy between environments with a pipeline, but also, and very importantly, as we do the deployment, Copilot will automatically, using AI, create deployment nodes for everything that is in the solution. So many times when you're trying to make a deployment and someone has to approve it or revise it, or even yourself go back to that and trying to remember, what did I do? No more. with Copilot, we will automatically analyze everything that is in that solution that you're deploying and give you detailed deployment notes that you can change and you can edit, so you always know what's going on in your solution. And let's give it one more second. It's creating the notes, and we have them here. Not surprisingly, it describes what the app does and what the different components that we will deploy are going to be doing. And as I said, I can change them at any time I want. So let's say that we deploy our solution. What's next? The next thing is using it. So we were the maker right now. We use the plan designer to describe a problem, use all these agents to help us create a solution. Then that solution that we created was connected to Git. We deployed with pipelines. But what's next is using it. So the first question when we are going to use it, when we are going to roll it out to a lot of users is, if there's a lot of AI, how do I control the AI that I'm rolling out in my organization? And what we have added to our admin center is what we call the Copilot Hub. That is a one-stop shop for everything Copilot in Power Platform. And not only you can see how Copilot is used across your organization and you have multiple metrics, but you could go and you could turn on and off every single feature from a single place. So in this case, I'm going to look for my environment, and I'm going to look at the AI features. I'm interested in having form field assistance, which is already turned on, and the AI and the natural language in grids and search, which is also on. But you see, I have a single place where I can see the status of enablement of those features and control it all together. So now that we did that, let's go and see what an application would look like. And here we have like a model app, but this is not any model app. This is an intelligent model app. And all those intelligent features were added automatically as we created them, because they are part of like our intelligent applications that we mentioned before. So the first thing that we will do in our model app is we will add a new project that we want to track. And notice that it's a very reasonable form. It's asking feature, name, value. Every field here is reasonable, but there are a lot of fields. And of course, like many of you, I'm sure you have, I have a spec, a one-pager spec that has all this information. So the way to do it typically is you read this document, and basically you copy and paste or extract values from the document to your form, which is super time consuming. But with intelligent apps, you can do much better. I can go ahead and upload the document using my my data entry agent. So what the data entry agent will do is read the document, extract the values, and put them in my form automatically, saving minutes and minutes. You see, I have a bunch of dates here that I want to add. So what I'm going to do is I have them here in a deck. So I'm going to copy. Oops, not this. Sorry about that. I'm going to copy from my deck, take a screenshot, go back to the agent, paste, and that's all it takes. The data entry agent recognizes that there are dates in that image, and it's going to add them automatically into my form. So as a user, in a few seconds, I could do what it would have taken multiple minutes. As I'm navigating through my data, notice that also there is a bar that is inviting us to search using our own words. So I'm going to go ahead and use it. And I'm going to ask, show me the features that are at risk or blocked. And what the data exploration will do is understand my intent, translate it in a set of filters, and filter the list that I'm looking at right now. Of course, the conversation that I can have with the agent is multi-turn. I could ask multiple follow-up questions, and what the agent will continue doing is narrowing and narrowing down my data, but I don't need to learn how to use extraneous filters or anything. I just use my own words to describe what I want to see. And one interesting scenario that happens when you're working with data is that you're either looking for a record to take an action on, or you're trying to get an insight. So in this case, I have a set of records. I'm trying to understand that the features that are at risk or blocked in two of the teams in my organization. And this gives me a good picture. But I could ask the data exploration agent to give me a good visualization for this data. And it will go ahead and looking at the data that I have in place, it will suggest what's the best way to visualize it. And even I could ask why did it decide that. And if I don't like this way of visualizing it, of course, I can change it to anything that I see that would explain me better the situation that I have in front of me. So going back to our session, One thing to mention before I do a recap of what we saw, for the data entry agent, the one that we gave them the documents and entered all the data, we did a usability study with 22 subjects. We asked them to fill up a form. 29% could do it faster, even discovering the feature, but 95% expressed strong preference over this way of working, over the old way, the new applications, the intelligent apps, over the old apps. So what we did just saw, or what did you just see, sorry. We saw the plan designer that is in public preview and you can try it out today. We saw the Git integration that is also in public preview. We use pipelines to deploy our solution, and we use the pipeline deployment notes that are generally available. Then we went to the Copilot Hub to enable our AI features, and then when we use the application, we use the data entry agent for rapidly entering data into the app, and the data exploration agent to explore the data in the app. So let's get to our next demo then. We just saw how using our words we could create a full enterprise-ready software solution. The next question is, this is awesome, but I hear a lot about Copilot Studio, and I'm seeing that Power Apps and Copilot Studio are two separate things. But that's not the case. In fact, every single intelligent app feature is built on top of Copilot Studio. So I'm going to show you how to bring the power of Copilot Studio into your applications today. So let's get to our next demo. In this case, what I have is another model-driven application. And in every one of these apps, in addition to the intelligent features that I've shown, you have a Copilot sidecar that is always present. This Copilot sidecar is actually powered by Copilot Studio. And the way in which you can customize it is super simple. Here we are editing the model app. I come here and click Configuring Copilot Studio. And just by clicking that, it will bring the agent behind the scenes in Copilot Studio that you can go ahead, and at this point, you are going to customize it like anything else that you do in Copilot Studio. So all those things that you learn about how to make awesome agents or great Q&A or whatever it is that you learn in Copilot Studio, you can bring it to your applications. And again, as you could see, this solution in particular is giving me the dates of the AI tour in the United States. So what we added is a source of knowledge like the AI tour information. You can add your own topics. You can do whatever you would do with a Copilot Studio set of agents, you can do here and bring it to your app. So let's take a look at how it works. First, the app offers a set of prompts, which you can also customize in Copilot Studio. So you can customize what are you going to show to your users to get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask if there are any events in Atlanta. And notice that how Copilot Studio is giving me like that answer in the form of an adaptive card. So all the goodness that you have there, you can bring here easily. If I would go to the event in Atlanta, for example, I could ask, what is the weather in Atlanta? Or I could ask, what's the weather like? For example, let's see, what's the weather forecast? And notice that the answer that Copilot Studio will provide is the weather in Atlanta. I didn't tell it where I wanted to see the weather, but because it knows the context in which it is embedded, which is the AI tour in Atlanta, it gave me the weather for Atlanta. And of course, there's multiple customizations that you can do with Copilot into Power Apps. One thing that I'm very glad to announce today is that we are adding a public preview for a set of Copilot APIs, such that if you create PCF controls in your app, you will be able to have richer interactions between the Copilot and your experiences beyond what I'm showing right now. So, as I was saying, if you have an application and you have a Copilot and agents in Copilot Studio, it's super easy to bring them together. This works both for model-driven applications, but also for Canvas apps. And all the goodness that you know and love already in Copilot Studio, you can bring it into the world of applications. Going back to the deck, what did we see? We saw Copilot Studio that is generally available. It's important to notice that you are going to customize the Copilot with the things that you know and love already about Copilot Studio. Of course, you will have a few integration points that are Power Apps specifics, because Power Apps will need to know how to go get that data. But again, it's the tools that you already know. And when it comes to an app, the same thing, the application tools that you already know and love. we show how you could configure your Copilot in your application in a model-driven app. And also, I'd like to announce today that we are adding PCF Copilot APIs. We have a private preview that if you want to sign up, here is a QR code on screen that you can take a picture of. Or if not, go to aka.ms/PA-agent/API/preview. And we will share, probably the thing that we will do is we will share this out after the session so you can have them handy. But try it out. Third one, so far we were looking at the no code. So basically all the solutions that we were creating, we created them without creating any code. But how about when you want to write code? A lot of folks think that Power Apps is only for point-and-click users, but you can bring your own code, or you cannot use all the goodness of GitHub Copilot, for example. GitHub Copilot is pretty awesome, but how do I benefit from it when I'm creating Power Apps or solutions in Power Platform? And in fact, what I want to show you right now is how can you bring your own code into your applications using GitHub Copilot. So let's get to our next demo. And in this case, here we have like a Power Apps solution. Let me play it. Notice that this application is a regular Canvas app using one of our most common templates, the master details. One thing to notice that is different, though, is this small widget here. That is a control that you can swipe through a set of images. This element that you see here is a PCF control. In fact, for the ones that are interested in learning how to go to the details of creating that control, Scott Durow has a fantastic workshop and really great material that can help you do it at your own pace to try it out. And even you could try what I'm going to show you in a couple of minutes as well. But going back to our application, this is the control. So let's go and take a look at the code behind the control. There's nothing special here, like a plain React UI component. The change that I like to make to this component is I would like to do it such that when somebody clicks on an image, we want to show a confetti animation. And that's super cool, but I'm not sure how to do it directly. So what I'm going to do is ask GitHub Copilot to help me with that. So here, I'm going to ask, when the image is changed, in the slider, show a confetti animation. And just like that, GitHub Copilot is going to take my request, make all the necessary changes in my control. So let's give it a few seconds for it to make the changes. And again, while we are waiting, this is a good time to pray to the demo gods to make sure that they are on my favor and this is going to work. So far, we are doing pretty good. So let's keep it up. And you see, it's working. There's some red, but I'm hoping that very soon it will turn to white, which seems that it's trending well. We got it. So it added an event and a library, which I'm going to accept. And that's all I need to do. Now, the next question is, I make a change in the control. How do I test it? One of the ways of testing it is you can build it and you can redeploy it. But that's a lot of work, particularly for a control that I'm just changing right now. So from the Visual Studio Code terminal or your command line, you can run, let me start it over actually to show you. You could create a test, you could set up a test harness such that you can test the control locally. So what we are going to do is, we are starting it right now in VS Code. It's going to start in a second, and what we will see is how that control changed. But it's cool to mention that we have a full inner loop here where basically I can test the control without having to deploy it, without waiting. It's pretty immediate. So I'm going to add a set of images, I'm going to apply, and now let's see. It's the time of the proof. Let's click and see if the confetti comes out. And it did not yet. So let me try again. Oh, and you know, it was my fault. Actually, this is a really good thing. It was my fault because I did not save the changes. But that's not a problem. Because remember, I mentioned that we have this test RNS that is showing the previous version of the component. If I save it right now, what this will do is it will refresh what I'm seeing in that test environment, and without having to deploy it, I can test that it does what I ask it for. So let's see. And when I click it, we have the confetti indeed. So what we just saw is we created a PCF control, so we could bring our own code into the Power Platform. It's a regular React control, so you could extend the platform or the apps in any way you see fit. There's no limit to what you can do. We saw like the Power Platform command line interface, and we saw some integrations in Visual Studio Code. And also we use GitHub Copilot, all together resulting in creating a component and being able to evolve it. And of course, I could deploy it very easily as well. So far what we saw is low code, pro code. Let's see a little, we saw no code and pro code. Let's take a look at ways in which we can use low code to augment what we can do. And again, when we are using these low code solutions, as a developer, you have a huge advantage because all those concepts that you know and love to build solutions come into play. The thing that you have is higher level of abstractions that you can use to create those solutions. So one thing that I hear is that it's awesome we use Plan Designer and all those features, but when I want to create a custom AI-enabled app with Power Apps, and I want to reuse components, it gets really hard. Going from idea to an application, doing all the things that I just mentioned, takes quite a bit. And I want to show you that that's not the case. In fact, I want to show you how can I rapidly create an intelligent business application in just a few minutes. And for this, what I'm going to show you is an application that follows a process that we call the 5 whys. So first, let me describe the process. So the process of the 5 whys is one that when you have a problem, basically you describe a problem and you ask why 5 times. And after you kind of get to the last why, you try to define a root cause. The main idea is to try to understand why something happened. And the inspiration for me to create this app is I was sitting on a meeting where one of the teams were presenting multiple instances of 5 why analysis in PowerPoint with a very nice format. So as I was sitting and looking, I thought it would be awesome if we could have an app for this. And it would be even more awesome if I could get AI to help me ask the why questions. So let me show you how it works. I really like playing guitar in my free time. So I'm going to ask the first why. One problem that I have is that I have an out-of-tune guitar. And actually the manifestation is that my guitar gets out of tune after 5 minutes of intense playing. So I'm going to get the first why, and here AI is going to, with an AI prompt, it's going to look at what I provided and it's going to give me the first why. And the first why is, why does the guitar gets out of tune after 5 minutes of intense playing? So I'm going to give the first response. I think it's because I did not take it for a setup in more than a year. So with this, I'm going to pass it up again to my AI prompt. And with all the data that it has so far, it will say, hey, why has the guitar not been taken for setup? And I'm going to give another response. Because of a combination of lack of time, high cost to perform a setup, actually each one is $100, and I get blocked thinking that I should also take my other guitars. I have a lot of them, so then I don't take any. And again, given this solution, I'm going to get the next why question. That is, why do I like time and find the cost to be high? So you get the idea. It's going to be asking me this. So how do I build something like this? Super, super easy. In fact, I built this solution that you are seeing in probably less than 2 hours. The first stop are our AI prompts. So with AI prompts, you have a bunch of prompts that are pre-baked that you can use, or you can create your own. So what I did is I created a 5 whys prompt, where basically I explained what I wanted, that I'm running the 5 why process. And when you create your custom prompts, you can define the parameters that come into the prompt. So you can have like some form of contract that this prompt is going to be expecting, and I'm describing how I want it to behave, like a regular AI prompt. Nothing that you are not doing every day to day as part of your workflow, even at work or in your personal life. And I could test it here, but you get the idea. I'm just creating a prompt with a set of parameters. The next step is bring the prompt to my application. How do I use it? Super, super simple. I come to my connectors, and I can add any AI model that I have to my app. In this case, I'm going to look for 5 whys, select it, and that's all it takes. Now my app can use that prompt directly. The next question is, how do I use it? Super simple. This custom connector is expressed, the prompts are like a PowerFX function. So it's as easy as saying 5 whys, .predict. And I have all the parameters with intelligence where I can provide and I can bind to my application. So see how easy it was. I went to the AI prompt, define a prompt like I would do for anything else in my everyday life. This prompt is actually much better because it has some form of contract. Then I went to my application, brought the prompt into my app as a connector, and now I can invoke it anywhere I want with PowerFX. So far, so good. But you saw that I have 5 whys, 5 components that show the whys. That's a lot of work to add each one of them. So what I did in this case, I asked for help. And I asked a really good developer that I know, Marcel, which probably many of you know. And he shared with me a YAML snippet for a component. As you know, in Power Apps, you can at any time see the code behind any component or any screen in the form of YAML. And you can copy that code, you can paste it, you can share it. So in this case, Marcel got a YAML snippet that he's sharing with me. And what I will do now is I'm going to add it to my application. And it's as easy as coming here, saying paste, and pasting the code. And now I have my Y component here. I can paste it again. So you get the idea. I can paste all these components, do the bindings to my connector, and I will be done. I will have something that will look more or less like this. And it's the app that we ran a few minutes ago. So what happened in this case is I identified a place where an app would be a great fit and AI could help us accelerate the process, and I could go from idea to implementation in just a couple of hours by using tools that provide me a very high level of abstraction, creating a prompt with a contract that got encapsulated in a connector that I could invoke through PowerFX in my solution, and then reusing components that some colleagues had that I could easily add in my app and accelerate creating that experience. So what we just saw is as I mentioned, AI prompts that are generally available, connectors, PowerFX, and YAML in Studio. Everything that you just saw right now, and actually in all the demos so far, is available for you to try right now. So I'm not doing anything that you cannot do at home or you cannot do in your applications. So let's go to our last demo for the day. And this is one that I hear a lot. You can't create beautiful looking applications with Power Apps. But in fact, I don't believe that's the case, and I know that that's not the case. You can create office-grade applications using Power Apps, apps that look so awesome that I can't wait to show them to you. So let me show you the first one of them. So what you're seeing here is a Power App. And the reason why it looks so close to Office, and it looks so nice, it's because it uses a combination of our modern controls and the Creator Kit. All of them collectively, what they do is encapsulate the Fluent library and the Fluent templates such that you can bring them easily to your applications. And an interesting thing, sometimes, like the question is, if this is so great, why don't you use it? In fact, we use it very extensively. So this is a part of our templates library, but very recently we launched our PowerCat tools, and this is actually a Power App. It's a model app with custom pages, so it combines the power of model and canvas, and it looks beautiful. And it looks beautiful because it uses the components and the templates that I mentioned a minute ago. So this is a tool that you can download right now and try it. In fact, it has amazing functionality that would help you in your day-to-day use of Power Platform. But again, the first thing to mention is that it's a beautiful app created with Power Apps. Now, let me show you the actual app behind the scenes, which again is an app that you can download and use at your own pace. So as you can see, a model app with custom pages, just like any app that you would create. And even if we want to see what a custom one of these pages look like, I'm going to open it in Canvas Studio. And notice that what you will see is something that looks like an office-grade application, but in fact, is a set of modern controls all combined together to create this beautiful experience. So again, try this out. The way to create beautiful applications is using a combination of modern controls and the creator kit. Not only we have set of controls, but we have fantastic templates that you can reuse. So I would invite everyone to try that out and create beautiful, office-grade, outstanding-looking Power Apps. And again, just recapping, like, what did we see? Because we've been doing that all along for every demo. Modern controls, about half of them are generally available. A few others are in public preview, on their way to generally available in the next few weeks or months. Creator Kit, that is available and generally available for everyone. And the PowerCat tools, which it's a fantastic set of tools that you can use built using all these controls, templates, such that you can use it first for being more productive in your day-to-day, but also as an example of a great-looking application that can be built with Power Platform. So we saw a lot. And the best part of it is that that's not all. Everything that you just saw, all these great applications where we use AI and we can build them very quickly. If we want, we can add code to them so we can control what they do. If not, we can operate at the low-code layer to be super productive and super quick creating those apps. It's fantastic. But what makes it even more awesome is that all of this runs on a fully managed platform. And what does that mean? We have managed security, we have managed governance, and we have managed operations. So you can run it at enterprise scale with all the enterprise guarantee that you would expect from an enterprise-grade platform. And in case that you were wondering, I love Power Platform, and I would love to use all the things, but would I be alone if I do? I mean, are others using it? We are super proud to say that the Power Platform is the #1 adopted low-code platform. It's the most used low-code platform in the industry. 97% of Fortune 500 companies use Power Platform. And we have, our official number, 47 million monthly active users. Like, think about that number. It's more than the population of many of the countries in the world, using every month the Power Platform to solve real and very concrete business problems. So if you think that all that you saw is awesome and you want to use it, you're going to be part of this fantastic group that is already having a lot of benefit out of the Power Platform today. And in fact, this is the Power Platform in general. But how about our AI features, all the AI goodness that we just saw? Nearly 600,000 organizations today have used AI power capabilities in the Power Platform. So not only the platform is the #1 most adopted low-code platform, but also our AI capabilities are being used widely in the industry. And I would invite every one of you that are watching here to try them out in your own environments. So what we saw today is we saw how with the Power Platform, we can, if you are a developer creating solutions, whether you want to use no code, describe that solution with your own words. Describe that solution in terms of high-level abstractions like low code, drag and drop, power effects, etc. Or write your own code. In all cases, with Power Platform, we have fantastic solutions for you to create intelligent applications to serve your customers. And we have a fantastic week ahead, fantastic event ahead, super action-packed. I don't expect you to read all of this. In fact, all of this information is on the Powerful Devs website. But this is just a summary of the awesomeness that is packed in this week. Fantastic event put by the team. So with that, I just wanted to finish by saying huge thanks to everyone. Invite everyone to try everything that you saw today in this session. All these features are ready for you to use. Try them out. Let us know what you think. And when you build something awesome, please do share it with us. We always love to hear what customers like you are doing and learn from you. So thank you very much for watching this keynote, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much, Leon. That was just amazing. So much packed into that short amount of space. And I love how you were saying that this is all built on a managed platform and it is enterprise grade. And that's the theme for our hack as well, about building enterprise scalable, secure solutions being AI powered.
And the thing that I thought was really awesome coming out of that session is that you really highlighted that we have tools for everyone, right? So you can build the way that you're comfortable building, where you're comfortable building, but better yet, you can engage with your team, with your organization, with who has people of all different levels of technical proficiencies, whether you're low code or pro code. And I thought that that was just, you know, I hope it resonates with folks out there, right?
Confetti, right?
Yeah,
well. I mean,
the confetti was amazing.
Right?
I do love, again, Leon, you're an amazing presenter. I love how in real time, you know, the confetti wasn't there. You took us back. You showed us how you debugged and how easy it was to fix. And so I think just props to you. Another great job. We did have a couple of questions for you, though. And I think the first question is a bit more of a licensing question, which is probably the question us as product leaders always get. What kind of license would you need to use all of that?
So for the maker experiences, you will be able to use without any special license. For the end user capabilities, you will need for many of them like premium licenses, of course, and some will require Copilot Studio credits.
Awesome.
But for maker, no requirements. For end users, premium, and then some Copilot Studio credits in some cases.
Okay.
And I loved how you were showing both like TypeScript there alongside PowerFX, and you were showing how it could be source controlled. And also what I loved as well is Plan Designer. Actually, you've shown how you deal with emails from Marcel, so everyone knows now how you manage all of those emails you get from Marcel. But I love that it's solution aware as well, so you can now add it into a solution. Not necessarily the solution you deploy, but certainly a solution thing, and then keep that in source control. So did I hear you right that you announced a new API there in model-driven apps?
In fact, a new API for PCF. And when you create your PCF controls, those PCF controls can be connected to the Copilot sidecar such that you can have richer interactions. Basically, you can send messages between the app and the Copilot sidecar.
Wow.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. One other thing I don't want to let go before we really highlight it is the point that you mentioned about that your data is your data, right? Because I know I hear this on a daily basis when I'm working with customers, their apprehension, right? How is their data secured? And so I love that you highlighted that we never use that data to train the model. Their data always stays in the boundaries of their tenant. And I think that that was just a really great call out. So thank you so much for being here. I do want to encourage all of you watching to please engage with us, send us shout outs, send us questions. You can do this by using the hashtag #PowerfulDevs. And with that, I think we need to move to our next presenter.
We do actually have a quick shout out for Golsa from New Zealand. That's dedication. I think it's 5 a.m. in New Zealand. So thank you for tuning in.
Thank you for being awake with us.
And remember, you can go to aka.ms/powerfulDevs/questions if you want to ask questions as well. So yeah, who have we got next?
So we have Lauren Mills, who is very near and dear to my heart because she is a principal software engineer on the Copilot Studio team, and I have worked with her for a very long time. She is a wonderful human, an amazing engineer, and honestly, we would not be where we are today with Copilot Studio without her. So before I tee up her session, I do just have a couple of tidbits to help you understand Lauren as a person. So one of her favorite things about her job is actually getting to advocate for our customers' experiences. And that shines through in the work that she does. And I can definitely attest to being in working sessions with her where she is relentless in advocating for our customers, for our users. And another quick tidbit, her guilty pleasure is her love for candy. So specifically nerd gummy clusters. And she loves them so much, she dressed up as one for Halloween. So I hope you enjoy her session around maximizing the value of generative AI in Copilot Studio. And let's turn it over to Lauren.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Maximizing the Value of Generative AI in Copilot Studio. I'm Lauren Mills. I'm a principal software engineer on the Copilot Studio team. I've been working in conversational AI at Microsoft for the past 8 years and a little over 3 years in Copilot Studio. I've seen many iterations of our conversational AI technology, and I'm very excited about the direction that we're going and how generative AI has really elevated the agent building experience to not only be a rich experience for your customers, but also a pleasure to work with and author. Today, I'm going to talk through some of our generative AI features. I'm going to focus on demos of how these features work, but also how you can customize them with additional instructions and descriptions. We're starting with knowledge, then we will go to topic authoring with natural language, and then we will end with generative orchestration. And this order indicates kind of the ease with which you can add these features into your Copilot, knowledge being the easiest to start with. So with that, let's jump into a demo of the knowledge experience. All right, so let's start with knowledge. For the purpose of this demo, I'm going to be using a retail sort of scenario. So everything here will revolve around orders, returns, different things like that. So I'm going to start off with something simple. I'm going to add just a website. In this case, I'm using the Microsoft Store website. And we're just going to add it with the default settings and then test it out. Great, okay. So let's go over to our test panel. I've added some buttons here to make it easy to test, and we're going to look for the return policy. Okay, so I got a nice printout with details from the site. Let's go see a little bit more about how this works. In the classic mode of Copilot Studio, we add a conversational boosting topic to every new agent. And this topic uses the Create Generative Answers node to query your knowledge sources and then respond. There are a few different settings that you can configure here to control the behavior. Important ones are content moderation level, so you can set this at a global level in the settings, or you can set this at a node level. For content moderation, low means you will get more results, but your accuracy will be lower. And then high means you may get fewer results, but your accuracy will be higher. And medium is in the middle. You can also add custom instructions here around how the result and the response is created. In this case, I'm fairly happy with what it's created, but I could add things around tone or anything like that. You could add those custom instructions here. But this was a simple knowledge source. I want to show how you can integrate knowledge with Dataverse. So I have a few different Dataverse tables set up, one for products and one for stores. So I'm going to add those here and show how we can use knowledge to query the data in these tables and answer users' questions. I actually need to add both tables. So we'll go do that. Okay, so I have two selected. Okay, and we can see both tables are here, and we have the knowledge description. From my earlier testing, I found that this description is not sufficient to let the LLM know how these two tables are related. So I have an additional instruction I'm going to add from earlier on in my testing that just outlines how the two tables are related. There may be a better way to do this, but I am fairly new to Dataverse and working with tables. So for now, this has worked for me, and so that's what I'm going to show you. So I've just told it what column in the product table tells it which store it belongs to and what that means in the context of this conversation. I'm going to add this knowledge source. Okay, so we've added our knowledge source, and now let's test it out. We're going to ask what stores have this particular product available. And we can see that product B is available for purchase at store B, and it's located in Chicago. So this is an example of how we have used instructions to query the data that we have in Dataverse and join those different tables to create an interesting experience for your customers. Now I want to show natural language to topic authoring. For anybody who's used Copilot Studio for any amount of time, you know that topics are the core building block of an agent. And we introduced this feature a little while ago now to create new topics from a description. And what this will do is it takes your description and it creates a topic using our nodes, which can really help jumpstart your topic authoring process. But there are some limitations, and I'm going to discuss them in a second. So I'm adding this topic called Get Order Details. We're going to ask for an order number. I'm mentioning getting results from an API. And then finally, I want to send an adaptive card with these particular pieces of information. So we have our topic here, and you get a nice experience here that describes what you asked for, what was created, and then some different examples for iterating. I'm not going to use this right now. I really want to highlight some of the limitations of this. So yes, it did give me a jumpstart with trigger phrases and a question node and a message node. But if you can see, I actually have a number of errors here, and that's because it wasn't able to make the API call that I need. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to call the connector, a custom connector that I've created, to make this topic work end to end. So I've added my connector, I'm going to wire up my variables, and then finally I'm going to update my adaptive card with the correct variables. So it did its best, the LLM did its best to try to figure out what the names of these variables should be. But because it wasn't able to make the API call, it did not have the correct variable names available. So this is a great tool to use if you have a lot of topics, you're working on adding new topics, but you're not quite ready to take the deep dive into fully AI-powered experiences. It's a great start. Another positive is if you're just getting used to AI, it's author-facing and not user-facing. So if someone uses this in their Copilot, this doesn't mean that anything that their user sends will be sent to AI or anything like that. So this is a great way to get started. So I'm going to save this topic, test it out. Okay, ask me for my information. And it's going to show me a card here. Okay, great. Now I want to show you one level more deep in generative AI, which is using connector actions with generative slot filling. So if I go and I add an action and I reference my same get order details custom connector, you'll see that I have a slightly different authoring experience here. I have a name and I have a description. It says description for the agent to know when to use this action. In this case, we're actually going to redirect to this action directly from a topic, and it will not be called by an LLM directly. But this instruction is still important. I'm going to add a bit of detail here around how I want this action to respond. So when this connector runs and it looks up an order, I want it to respond with, I found your order, and a summary of those order details. I'm going to leave authentication the same, check the inputs. For the sake of the demo, I'm actually going to set this order number to a fixed number, just to save us a little bit of time so I can show you more things. But you can configure inputs even further. You can configure them with descriptions and instructions on how to fill them. I'll show that a little bit more further on. So we do want the agent to use this action. We don't want to ask the user before running it, but we do want to respond, and we want to respond with the AI-generated message. So the instructions that I added here in the description will influence how this action generates its response. Okay, so let's go back to our topic. And now you'll see that I'm actually able to replace all of the things that were added, the question that we asked, the call to the connector, and the response with this single action. So I'm going to say add an action, and I'm going to point to the plugin action that I've added. And we can try this out again and make sure that it works. And because we've hard-coded an order number, it's going to go directly to the response. You can see that it is using the instructions that I told it of how to respond, and it's printing out the order details. So this is how you can use AI slot filling in your topics without using our generative orchestrator, which will be what I discuss next. So let's talk about generative orchestration. Generative orchestration, rather than being driven by trigger phrases, is driven by descriptions. So let's start by turning on generative orchestration from the overview page. Okay, and we're going to go back and we're going to turn this topic off because it's actually not necessary anymore. So I find my get order details topic, I'm going to turn it off. And what we should see is when I restart, the action that we've already added should work just the same as that topic that we just had. You can see my hard-coded order number, and you can see the same sort of response. So the way that this works is by switching to generative orchestration. Now we're using an LLM, what we call our runtime, which looks at all of the tools that you have available in your agent. So tools meaning topics, actions, knowledge. And based on their descriptions, it will determine the right tool or tools to meet the user's ask. The main benefit over trigger phrase driven orchestration is it's more flexible. It can more easily identify a user's intent with less information upfront. And also it can create a plan with multiple tools based on a single intent, which is an improvement from trigger phrase based where you have one intent and one topic or action, etc. So let's try to add a second action. So once my user gets their order, I'm going to give them the option to have it sent to them as an email. Okay, so I'm going to customize this one a lot more than the last one I added because I want it to be pretty specific. I don't just want it to send any email. I want it to send the user's last response. So I'm going to change the name and the description accordingly. Okay, so I want to send a summary of the last response to the provided email address. And I'm also going to customize these inputs a little bit, like I mentioned before. So for the subject of this email, I don't want the user to have to specify. I actually want the LLM to generate a subject based on what we are, based on what we're doing. So I have here, create a short title based on the body and include the current date. You can see that I'm referencing another one of the input properties as well as just the current date, and it's going to be able to do this pretty well. And then for the body, all I want to do is summarize the last message. So let's find that. So the previous response to the user. Okay, and then I do want it to ask before it performs this action, because, you know, sending emails, you know, maybe it's a little bit protected. You want to confirm before you do it. So let's confirm the recipient and make sure that that's going to look okay. All right, and then I do want it to respond, and I just want to say I sent the email. Let's add this action. So now I should be able to say that I want to send this last message to me in an email, and you can see here in our activity map the different inputs being filled. It knows my email address because I'm logged in. It has generated a relevant subject based on my instructions, and it has also pulled the previous message and set that as the body. So I can say yes. Great, and I should be able to see this email pop up in my inbox. And so that is an example of having multiple tools and how they can work together. But now, maybe I don't want the user to have to ask to send an email. Maybe I always want to give them the opportunity to send an email anytime they get their order details. So whenever you want two tools to work together, it's a good opportunity to add some details to your system instructions. System instructions, when it comes to orchestration, I like to view them as a way to control how tools are used together, but you can also give your agent an identity, certain tone instructions, or different output instructions. So I'm going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to first tell it that anytime it calls the get order details tool, I'm actually going to take this part out, to call the email last response tool right after. In the instructions, you can reference tools by their name, and the planner will know how to do that. Another thing I noticed is in this output here, I have sort of a, you know, it's not the best formatted date. It's a little technical, so maybe I want to format this date better. And you know, when you're coding, you might typically have to do some formatting, add some different you know, strings for how to format your date, right? And give it which pattern you want to use. But when you're using the LLM instructions, you can actually be a little bit more flexible. So I'm going to tell it that anytime it's responding to the user, to format any dates in the standard US date and time formats. All right, so let's try this out and see how these tools work together. Okay. So we click on order details. I should automatically be prompted to send this to myself in an email, and I am, because the system instructions know that anytime it calls the get order details, it should also call the email last response tool. And you can also see that my dates here have the correct formatting based on the instructions that I've added as well. Okay, so I've shown you how to add different actions, update the descriptions and instructions, and also update your system instructions to control how those actions are called. The last thing I want to show you in generative orchestration for now is the activity page. The activity page allows you to debug all of these different conversations, both in the test chat, but also once your bot is published. You can see the different plans that were created based on the user's query, and you can investigate failures or incorrect responses or incorrect tool selections and use this information to update your descriptions to refine your behavior. And with that, that is the end of the generative orchestration section and also the end of the demo. I hope that I've been able to show you some of the different generative AI features in Copilot Studio and how you can customize them beyond the out-of-the-box experience with descriptions, instructions, etc. So that concludes our demo of generative orchestration and our demo of the generative AI features in Copilot Studio all up. Hopefully I've shown you the power of using generative AI features in Copilot Studio and also how you can customize their behavior using your instructions, descriptions, and various settings. Now that you've seen the features in action, here's some more resources that you can investigate to learn more. I've linked all of the details for the features that I showed in this presentation. I'd also like to call out specifically tips for authoring descriptions. And I've also added a few links for additional features you might be interested in if you're interested in AI in Copilot Studio, including our responsible AI documentation, Copilot Studio Agent Builder in Microsoft Copilot for Copilot integration, as well as AI Builder integration for more advanced prompt authoring directly in Copilot Studio. And with that, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I look forward to seeing what you build.
Thank you so much, Lauren. That was such a great session. What did you think about it?
It was amazing. I mean, in Leon's session, we saw the Power Apps brain.
Yes.
And Lauren did such a great job of demoing all those amazing features of Copilot Studio. We have Robin Rosengrun here with us, which we're going to talk to you in a little bit in a minute. But before that, Kendra, what's your favorite feature of Copilot Studio?
I think my favorite feature is our generative orchestrator. And that's both a little bit selfishly and then just because of what it can do for our customers. So little known fact, generative orchestration actually started out as a brainchild between myself, Salem Basha, Gary Pretty, and we spent months trying to figure out how can we enable LLMs to really piece together the pieces or parts or building blocks of your agents so that you don't have to manually author every single topic, every single conversation. And so it was an amazing time in my career just to have that opportunity to like dig in and to solve this problem, but then seeing where it has gone and seeing how customers like Holland America have rolled out these incredible agents with generative orchestration. And so it's more intelligent, more intuitive, more fluid, better able to handle unexpected questions from our users. And it just improves the experience all around. So that is by far my favorite feature.
That's cool. I always ask unexpected questions. I think that's. I love that history as well. When you've been involved with something and you see how it's developed. So here's a difficult one then. So what's your least favorite feature?
Oh, getting into dicey territory. You know, actually, it's not necessarily a feature, but I think it's more of a concept. So I would love if we could remove this separation between declarative agents and custom agents, right? And in the embedded agent builder, you build declarative, and then in Copilot Studio, you can build custom, because I think it just creates a ton of confusion for our users. And I would love if we could achieve parity across the board, parity across capabilities, knowledge that they can have, actions that they can leverage, where they can be published. And I know that making that more seamless is definitely a goal of Copilot Studio, but also a goal that I personally have for our users, because I spend at least half of every single day explaining to customers the difference. So that would be mine.
No, that's so cool. That's so cool. Thanks for that. So, Robin, welcome. Thanks for all the help you've been giving us backstage. And you were an MVP, Microsoft MVP, and then you recently joined Microsoft as a technical specialist.
Yes.
And you actually were involved in the hack, the last Powerful Devs hack. So do you have any tips that you can give anybody?
Yeah, I wanted to give like a quick shout out for everyone who's watching right now, and tell everyone else, tell your colleagues, tell your friends about the hack. Please do register for that. So because I participated last year in the hack. Of course, now over the last summer I joined Microsoft. I'm not allowed to participate anymore. And this hackathon really gave me the opportunity to look into new things. I've built a small app called Bedtime Stories for my 3-year-old son, which would make up bedtime stories with the help of GenAI. Of course, that application had not too much business value in itself, but it helped me dive into new topics and really get into the bottom of GenAI and how to bring that to Canvas apps especially. And that's, I think, what the hack is all about, like picking something you want to improve on, or something new. For example, in the chat, I asked a question if someone wants to build a PCF who never built a PCF for the hack, and there was one idea popping up. So go directly into that direction, learn it, probably for a fun project, but then learn the business value in that and bring that to your next applications that you build in a business context as well.
That's awesome. And since you're not participating this year, what will you be doing?
I actually have the honors to be a judge, and I'm really thrilled to do that, to see it from the other side and see so many great solutions. And as my role as judge, I want to quickly give you the rules of the hackathon.
Okay, please do.
So first of all, of course, you need to register. The link is all over. You've seen it. It's aka.ms/powerfuldevs/hack. And there will be the detailed rules in there, but a quick overview right now. You can hack as an individual or with a team of up to 6 members. And then you will have, starting from now, 2 weeks to build your solution until the 28th of February. By then you have to submit a maximum 8-minute long video showcasing your solution. And we will have 8 categories like best in application, best in automation, or you go for best overall and best agent. We're gonna have that as well.
I believe
of course.
I'm judging that one.
Oh,
I'm pretty excited. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I'm surrounded by judges.
You're surrounded by judges.
All this insider information that you're getting. If you're watching today and you're in the hack, you're in the right place.
You are. We're about to give you an open book test, right? And give you some, I don't know, words of wisdom. Like, what are you looking for? How will you be considering these projects?
Yeah, so we will have different things we will look into, which is innovation. And by innovation, I mean, find clever ways to do something a little bit different. Other thing could be like find a great use case no one has thought about. We also have solution quality, and Leon just gave great examples here for best practices surrounding your applications. For example, with Canvas apps, like use the modern controls, use containers, and it's easier than ever to build like modern UIs, but that's also for all the other solution areas. Use the best practice you learn about today from the experts. And the last one is also real world impact. And I've said, yeah, you can build a fun project, but if you do that, please tell us judges what would be the real world impact if you take your building blocks you created for the hackathon and bring it for your business application. So probably easier to do a fun project, but if you have something more business related in mind, of course, you can do that as well. Let's give you a quick negative example here. Probably the most sophisticated Canvas app I've ever seen is there was some guy who was building a 3D racing game in a Canvas app. Yeah? It's the most impressive thing I've seen done in Canvas apps, but there probably wouldn't be any business value.
What a crazy thing to do. I mean,
crazy thing, crazy guy.
Who would do that, Kendra? Who would do that?
I don't know, but I feel like, am I standing right next to him?
So, and if you manage to win your category, there's $550 in cash prizes. So please do go register, hack for the next 2 weeks. Listen to more great sessions, so not only today, also during the next 2 weeks, and have fun hacking and learn something new.
So a quick reminder, where do people go to register?
It's aka.ms/powerfuldevs/hack.
Before we let you go, 2 questions for you. So to encourage folks to sign up, to join this effort, what outside of, all the great experience and the cash prizes, right? Is there anything that you gained as far as relationships or more awareness about what's available? Like, what are some of the warm and fuzzies that you really benefited from as being a part of the hackathon?
There were so many people in the chat I know personally from conferences or from just like Diana or Scott. When I started building out PCFs and I needed a little bit help here and there, I reached out to these people, and it's like the open community. I got help from them, and that's what's all about in the hack as well. It's not only doing this for yourself, there's also a GitHub set up. You can ask questions there relating the hack or probably also your project, and you will definitely get answers from the community.
I think that's one of the most special things about the Power
I agree,
Platform community.
100%.
Everyone has just got time to help each other.
Yes.
And everyone will just, jump on a call.
Yep.
I've been so many times where it's like, oh yes, let me go and help you with that. And they just jump on a call and give me a hand. So it's awesome.
Yeah. And one advice that I would say is, don't let your fear of, well, my idea is not good enough, or, well, I'm not a developer, so I can't join this hack, or, does anyone even want to hear what I have to say? Could I get the help that I need? Try to remove those barriers. Join, see what's possible, talk to the community, reach out to folks for help and for support. And I think the people that get over that fear and just jump in, we see some really incredible achievements made. So
a gear shift now.
Yes.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you so
head back
much,
to the
Robin.
chat.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. And we're going to shift gears. So the next session from Magnus Sorensen is on using managed identities in plugins, and it's called No More Secrets. Maybe I can ask you, think about a secret that you might want to share with us after this session. So
Okay.
stick
I'll
around.
start
But
thinking now.
enjoy the session. Over to you, Magnus.
Hello, everyone. I hope you've had a great time so far at Powerful Devs. My name is Magnus Sorensen. It's Magnus in English, Magnus in Danish, and Manus in Surani Kurdish. So if you ever catch me, just call me something close. I'm going to talk to you today about managed identities in plugins and show you that we no longer need the client secrets whenever we do stuff with Dataverse. It's super cool. So first of all, let me talk about why we even need this talk, because Microsoft have some great docs, and a bunch of my MVP friends and colleagues have tried this out, and it seems to me that this is more or less what the docs are. I mean, they show you what you need to build, but not how. So this is why I want to give this talk and take you slowly through the different parts and unpack everything. So let's give you guys some motivation on why we need this. So before we had managed identities in plugins, so basically just a couple of months ago, this reality is what we have. We had whenever we needed to contact Dataverse or Azure from the web, we needed client ID and secret. This is still not going away. Just wanted to make sure that everybody understood what we're trying to fix here. Is that whenever we are connecting to Dataverse or to Azure or something, we have this application registration and we have this secret that we need to put in. So this will not change. From the web, we can't do any magic stuff. But for a long time, we've had this direction sorted. We could contact Dataverse from Azure using a managed identity, and the way we could do this was to have a managed identity here in Azure. We could take the client ID over there, and then we could put it in whenever we tried to create an a program user in Dataverse, and then we would have a user in Dataverse that was tied to that managed identity. So that would allow us to then connect to Dataverse using that. And the way you would do this is you pop in the default Azure credentials with your client ID, with the scope, and then everything would just magically work with the service client. Since you can provide this token provider function that just takes a URL, and then you're good. But a couple of months ago, we still needed secrets whenever we tried to call Azure from Dataverse. So whenever we wanted to fetch stuff from a key vault or contact an Azure function or whatever we wanted to do in Azure, and that was still this approach here. So the only reason that we really want to have these managed identities is that if someone gets a hold of your secret, then they have the same privilege as you do. They can do whatever you can do, and that's quite less insecure than not having them at all. So previously you might have taken several of these approaches whenever you try to store a secret. You could do it in an environment variable. You could do it in the secure configuration for a plugin. You could create a custom configuration entity and store it in there, or you could just hard code it inside your code. Just for information, I did this thing for a long time. But overall, all of these are insecure. All of these are something that is stored inside of the database. Anyone with system admin can easily retrieve these. The other approach that existed for some time was that we could have these key vault environment variables, but sadly they were not usable in plugins. So along comes a new solution. So after we have these managed identities, we get this new error here and the way that you use them inside of your code base is this bottom line here. On the execute method, you have a new service that you can get inside your plugin, a managed identity service. And if you look at the first line on the second picture, then you can see that you can acquire a token for a specific scope. So in the same way that we do in Azure, where we try to acquire a token for a scope, we can now do inside of our plugins. So this was the rest of the OWL approach, right? I just showed you the end result. So let's try and unpack this. And these are the steps that I will go through to make sure that you understand what it is we're doing, why we're doing it. I am an academic, so I steal everything that I can get my hands on, but I give credit. so these are the 5 blocks that I have, well, 4 blocks and 1 GitHub repo that I've stolen stuff from for this presentation. And I highly recommend that you go read them because they each have their own finer points. And then if you want a project that has the samples that I use today, you can go into XM Bedrock, a new project that we've set up showing how to connect Dataverse and Azure in a great way. Right, so let's go through the first step, generating a certificate. So the reason that we generate these certificates is because we have to make sure our code base is from us. So there are 2 different types of certificates. You can have a self-signed certificate. These are something you just create willy-nilly. You can create them using PowerShell. They are just as safe as any other certificate as long as someone doesn't get a hold of your private key. So store them securely. However, they are unverifiable by others. So if you have ever seen an application like this, then that application has been using a self-signed certificate. So thankfully, our plugins are not seen by any end users. So the verification of the certificate is a system side or backend side. So no user will ever see this. So that's why self-signed can be a possible solution. The other type of certificate is a trusted one. So there are a few trusted companies that handle certificates in the world. You can buy a certificate from one of those. It costs around $300 per year. If you want to save some money, you can also get approved by Microsoft in their Azure Trusted Signing program. That costs around $120 per year. And then you have your certificate in Azure, but you need to provide a lot of stuff. Your lease contract for your offices and stuff like that to really prove that you are who you are. But the good thing is that these trusted certificates are verifiable by others. So consider these 2 different options, whether you're for yourself or for your customers, that if they have a need for these trusted certificates, you can see like Microsoft does. They have a certificate from DigiCert, and then they have their own Azure stuff on top, and then they have signed Microsoft.com here. So those are the 2 types of certificates. I have been using those self-signed certificates because they are super easy to generate and super easy to use. You just call this type of command. As you can see on the first line, you can have any length of validity on these certificates that you want. There's no limit. You can set it to 100 years. Now, whatever Dataverse does on their side to make sure that they have some kind of verification on top is up to them. So if they decide that they don't want the certificates that are long-lived at some point, then they can do that. But just from the certificate side, there's no limitation. Then you provide it with some type of subject. Usually you say which company you're from and some kind of namespace for it. And then you give some kind of URL. But because this is self-signed, none of this has to be anything real. It's just something that is shown when we look at the certificate. We have to make sure that it is a code signing certificate, and we have a digital signature. The cert store location is just where it is stored on your computer. And then you can give it some kind of friendly name. And then you might want to export this so we can actually use it. So the export format of these certificates is a PFX. So it's a password protected certificate file. I don't actually know what PFX stands for, but we want to have it as a file so we can then later use it in another tool that can make sure we can say that our code comes from us. But here you can see that we still in PowerShell convert a password to a secure string and then export the PFX certificate. So all of these are built-in functions into PowerShell. And then you end up with this type of file. So that's how you generate a certificate. So let's go to the next step, that is ensuring that our code comes from us by signing our DLL. So hopefully, and most likely today, you are already signing your DLL, but perhaps most of you don't even know it. So if you have this set, or you do it manually for that matter, you already have a public and private key that is a strong name key that you are signing your code with to ensure that it comes from you. But strong name keys aren't as verifiable or as unique, and you definitely don't have a trusted source for a strong name key. So that is why certificates are needed, even though we already sign using these strong name keys. You also still need them, even though we sign up with a certificate. So the verification on Dataverse side to have a signed assembly with a strong name key is still in effect. So there are different philosophies regarding how you sign, but all of them use the same tool, basically. It's a tool you can get quite easily, but it's called signtool.exe. And if you have a Visual Studio installer, you can click this part of it, where you have .NET desktop development. If you don't want to do that, you just want specifically that component, then go into individual components and type in click, then you get the click once publishing. Just make sure you have that. And then you will have this tool somewhere like this. It can be in several places depending on different versions of Visual Studio, but you will definitely have it somewhere. And there are the two different approaches are that you can script your way through it by pointing to a specific path for the sign tool. This can then be used during either local execution or in a build pipeline. So you can do it like this, where you can see we have both the plugin path, so the DLL, and we also have the certificate path, where that was the one that we created before. And then where they differ is then this sign tool path that you can bring your own path to where you want to sign it. I'll go through what the different other arguments are later. But the other approach is that you put your sign tool executable into your path environment, and then you can put stuff like this inside your post build, where you just call sign tool as a command, and then to explain the different parts of what we're doing here. The /p argument is the password that we provided to our certificate. Then we have /f is the path to our certificate. TR is the URL service that we are using to timestamp a certificate. The reason that we do this is that we have a trusted place that has verified that our certificate is true, and then some services allow a certificate to be valid even though it has expired because it has been verified at some point. The other two are then the different algorithms used for the certificate, and then for the font printing that is done by timestamp.digicert.com here. Right, and then you give the path to the DLL at the end. It is also possible to use the XM Toolbox. There exists a tool for that where you can manually sign it. But I would advise against it since it is not very ALM friendly. You can't put it inside your build pipeline that you're calling XM Toolbox, as far as I know. If you can, then go ahead. But yeah, it's easier to just script your way out of it or put it in a post-build step. It's also possible to sign in plugin packages. Instead of using sign tool directly, you just use the .NET NuGet sign command. So you point it to your NuGet package, and then you give the arguments that you see below. So it's the same idea. Yeah. Then let's go to the next part. So now we have signed our DLL. We have a DLL that is proven to be ours. So let's do some stuff up in Azure. So you first start off by either having an application registration already, but at least you need one. And then we go into to this app registration, and you can click certificates and secrets. If time permits, at the end of this presentation, I will show it live as well. But then you have the certificates tab and the client secrets tab, and then finally we are on this federated credentials tab. And this is what allows this app registration to be used by Dataverse or vice versa, that they are connected. So let me just show you the end result that you need to put inside of this federated credentials, and then I will break each of them up. So when you go in there, you select other issuer, and then you get all of these input fields. But let's break down what they actually mean. These three parts. The other parts are just naming and description, and then this that you explicitly want to put in the subject. So first, the issuer. This is a standard URL that you have to put in, but it's made up of your environment ID. And these environments will be deleted later, so don't bother going in there. But as you can see, you remove the dashes, and then the last two characters have a dot between them. So that is what you put in there in that issuer string, and everyone forgets to remove the dashes on the first try. So don't worry. For what you put into the subject, a lot of it is static. You put in the component plugin assembly. The thumbprint is something we have on our certificate, and then we again put in the environment ID. There's also a different approach. So this is the approach for a self-signed certificate. You explicitly need to say that this is the thumbprint of this certificate. But if you have a trusted certificate, you can point it to that issuer. And what this allows you to do is refresh your certificate without redeploying your plugin. So if I generate a new certificate, sign my DLL, in my self-signed example, I would need to go in and update this thumbprint up here. So that is also why Microsoft is recommending this for production scenarios, since you can, if your certificate is leaked, you can just redo it, and then you don't need to update these federated identity credentials afterwards. In my own personal opinion, a self-signed certificate is sufficient for most, also in production. It is safe as long as no one can get a hold of your private key. But yeah, you have to be prepared that if your self-signed certificate expires, you will have to make a new one, sign your DLL again, redeploy to production, and then update this federated identity credential. So deploying suddenly becomes a little bit more cumbersome in the event that your certificate has been leaked or that it has expired. But a trusted certificate is truly useful if one, you can afford it, or two, if you have need for it in several places. And especially if you're an ISV, consider this, because then your you are more certain that all of this code that you're deploying to customers comes from you. Right. And then the last part is this audience URL. By default, it is in a Pascal case. You see these uppercase letters. But for production instances of Dataverse, it has to be full lowercase. So just press edit and make it all lowercase. Then it works. Right. So now we have something up in Azure that points to our environment that connects our certificate. So what this means is we can now do the stuff that we need inside of Dataverse. And for this, we need to create a record in the table, in the managed identity table. So in order to get this part in your code to work, you need to create a record that looks like this inside the managed identity table. So you need the application ID from the app registration you just created earlier. The managed identity ID is just generated. That's just the ID of the record. Credential source should be put to 2, subject scope to 1, and then you need the tenant of your Azure. And once you have that, you need to connect this record to your plugin assembly. So there is a lookup on the plugin assembly record where you can point it to a specific managed identity. So that also means that a single plugin assembly can only be connected to one. You can't really pick. That might change down the line. Who knows? There are several ways to create these records. One way is the pack CLI. There is great support for PowerFX. You don't need any more fancy tools than that. On the left, you can create a new record. On the right, you can connect it to your plugin assembly. It's quite easy, quite simple. There are probably more easy or simpler ways. One way that I like is just using .NET. But however you want to, just get a record inside of your Dataverse environment that fills the description as I said before. And then there's something that caught me by surprise, at least, is that now that you have access to all of these different things in Azure, I mean, previously I just fetched something from a key vault. Sometimes I even made the app rig have some kind of elevated privileges directly. So whenever I created with client ID and secret, I just had access. But now that I just have a token, you actually need more roles. So if you are trying to push messages to a storage queue, you need something like storage queue contributor. Or if you need to access a key vault secret, you need to be a key vault secret user. So you set these up on your application registration. And if not, then you will just get some error that you don't have access. Now you can either assign them manually, or you can set them up using a bicep for something like this. Each of these different roles have a GUID that is the same for any place in the world. And then you just point it to your enterprise application for your app registration, and then it just works. Right. And now let's talk a bit about the ALM side of this, because there are a couple of issues that you need to approach in some way. The first issue is that managed solutions are, managed identity records are solution aware. And that means that if you look inside of the export of your solution, you will see your plugin assembly points to that specific managed identity record. That also implies, because you put in the application ID inside of that record, that you would have the same application registrations everywhere you deploy it. I would not recommend that, because that would mean that anyone who's working on your dev environment has access to your production. So we need to solve this somehow. And there are several solutions. I will show you 3, and then you can probably think of more. The first solution is the Microsoft approach. You can build multiple solutions or publish multiple solution artifacts in your build step, one for each environment. So you could have your a different version of each of your plugin assemblies with a different managed identity record in each, and that will be fine. Then you just deploy the managed solution that you need to. So that is simply having a build step that publishes multiple artifacts. It is more complicated than if you're just doing one, but that is a super safe approach. Another solution is that you modify the solution XML. So the path to that managed identity and what ID it is just stored inside of the solution XML. So you could just export and modify it, and then make sure before you import that the managed identity record actually exists there. So that's one way of doing it. Another dumber way, and that's the one that I went with, is that you delete the managed identity record before you export the solution. Now, this will break your dev environment while you're exporting, because no one can test stuff in there, but it is a super dumb and easy way. So in the first image, I delete the managed identity record, then I export my solution, then I add it back. And then I just have to make sure that, what that result is that I have a solution without any idea that it should be connected to a managed identity. And then when I import after that, I can just connect my plugin assembly to the managed identity and create an unmanaged layer. That's also an approach. Then there is another issue, and that is when you first deploy. So a managed identity record can only be connected to a plugin assembly that is signed with a certificate. Remember that the thumbprint is only in the federated identity credentials up in Azure. So the records in Dataverse have no idea what the valid certificate is, but it knows whether a plugin, DLL, or package is signed with any certificate, and it will not be connected without that. So that means that you have to do a one deploy all the way from development all the way to production with a signed plugin assembly before you create a managed identity record in your development environment. So before you begin, just create one deploy all the way through where you have signed it. How ISVs will solve that, I don't really know. You will have to first create a version, hope that people install that, and then afterwards you can plug in your managed identity record. Perhaps this gets fixed at some point. And hey, Microsoft moves fast, maybe it already has. Another thing that you should consider is that now we have an opportunity for granular control. So previously we didn't want to store many different ways to authenticate to Azure inside of our Dataverse environment because it was unsafe. But now we don't have these client secrets anymore. So now you have the opportunity to, instead of what you see in the picture here, that you just have one managed identity record for all of your plugins, you can specify that some of them should have access to Key Vault, some of them should have access to storage account, and so on, right? This will be a more complex project setup, but if you are in an organization that would like to go down that journey and have super fine-tuned control of what Dataverse has access to in Azure, then this is a super valid solution. Just have multiple plugin projects that very clearly define what they can contact inside of Azure. Cool. The final resources here are again, if you want the samples and how you can see the code, see some scripts and so on, you can go into XM Bedrock. I highly recommend reading all these blogs over here. But before I let you go, let me just try and show you how easy it is to do this. So over here I have set up this DOM environment. If we have this environment ID, I can copy and then try and generate. If I take this over here, like a true kitchen chef, you can see here I give it, I call my script here that you saw in the different steps inside of the PowerPoint. give it a name, Powerful Devs, a more friendly name. I put in some random password, point it to my environment ID. I point it to this application registration you see here. You can't see it because there's an extension that blocks it. But again, I'm going to delete all this stuff afterwards, so don't bother. And when I generate this, I will get a new certificate. And then this script that I have in XM Bedrock will help you try to what you need to put in. So let's try and go here into certificates and secrets, federated credentials, and then other issuer. And then it will help you here. You need to copy this. And again, because that you can write stuff wrong. I mean, when I first set this up, I spent so much time figuring out what I mistyped. But using this approach, you can just copy what you need. Powerful devs, powerful devs. And then again, at the end, you need to put in, edit this, make it lowercase, then add this. And that's it. Now, if you make that managed identity record in your environment over here, then you can contact using this app registration. So going back into the slides, my time is up. So thank you for lending me 30 minutes, and I hope you have fun the rest of the day.
Thank you, Magnus. That's an amazing session. It's always been a challenge storing secrets in Dataverse. I mean, I think back all the way to the beginning of using plugins. And so, yeah, it was great to see that. And this is just an example of how the platform is really being enterprise grade now.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can check out the sample code that Magnus was showing on aka.ms/powerfuldevs/XRM Bedrock. And actually, I do have a secret that Magnus told me. Yeah, his guilty pleasure is watching chick flicks. I think I'm allowed to say it, but anyway,
yeah.
I've said it now. Do you have any secrets you want to share with us, Kendra? So many to pick from, right?
So
I mean,
many.
The session was called No More Secrets. So
it was. I should have been teed up for this. A funny secret is, and this is coming to mind because you yourself have an accent. I am horrible at accents, right? But I always try to do them, but they're just not.
Come on then, come on, do me then, do me.
Cheerio.
Okay. Cheerio, Governor.
Cheerio, Governor.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, I feel like I'm back in Britain.
Yep.
Could be in London, yeah. Oh dear. But yeah, so thanks everyone for continuing to watch. We've got so many people from around the globe tuning in. And do remember that you can, if you want to use the hashtag #PowerfulDevs on LinkedIn, Blue Sky, do post, let us know what your thoughts are, what you've liked so far, and you might even get a little shout out if behind the scenes Robin feeds it to us.
Come on, Robin. Feed us those shout outs. But yes, we are super excited to talk about our next session, which is a super important one, and it's all about how to get your code together. And Marcel, Ferreira and Appy are going to be taking us through this. Marcel is a program manager at Microsoft, and Appy is one of our Microsoft MVPs. And you work a lot with Marcel. Right?
Yes, I was actually speaking in Prague with Marcel a couple of weeks back. I had the great pleasure. It's always great to do a double act with Marcel and showed some amazing things with YAML and Canvas, and showing how the platform now is really being able to adopt all the best practices of software engineering, be it using pro code or low code. So you are in for a real treat. And if you do have any questions that you want to pose for any of our speakers, after the session that Marcel is just going to give us, then he'll be staying around for a little bit. So you can go to aka.powerfuldevs/questions, and you can hang out there, ask for any advice, and Robin may be able to answer, or indeed Marcel would be able to. Now, I've just seen that Robin's telling us that Daniel Laskowitz is actually sharing a secret.
Oh, okay. So Daniel's guilty pleasure is singing karaoke.
I've seen it.
I've
seen it firsthand.
I too have seen it, actually. Yes. What is Daniel's go-to song? Can he quickly message in for us?
Well, do let us know what your go-to song is. Maybe share a playlist, perhaps a Spotify. We need a
Spotify
powerful devs
playlist.
playlist.
Yes,
I
we
think
do.
for Spotify. Is that something we can do? But yeah. So, but in all seriousness, the topic of showing how we can source code control our low code and alongside our pro code and the new native Git integration, which is in preview, you're in for a real treat. So over to you, Marcel.
Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today. Yes, my name is Marcel Ferreira. I'm a senior product manager in Power Apps Studio team, and I look after pro developers and code-first experiences when creating Power Apps. And I have here with me today my friend Appy. Want to introduce yourself?
There we go. Hi, Appy. I work a lot with the Power Platform, and we've been doing a lot with Fusion development lately. So I was discussing with Marcel what we could do for this awesome session.
Yes, fantastic. So yes, you are in the session, get your code together. So let's talk about code in a low-code platform, right? And I always like to start saying that Power Platform is for everyone, including professional developers. It's an incredible tool, and you can create amazing applications with less code to maintain, which is always a good thing. Today, we will show two things. We will show the native Git integration, which is the new feature in public preview now, where you can see and control your code for your low-code components. And you also will see what is the source code for a Canvas app. We always know there's a source code underneath. You don't really need to understand the source code to work with Power Apps, but if you do, you can get interested in things. So let's dive deep a little bit, and let's get started, shall we? Okay, let's start defining source code. What is source code? Here is a definition that I like. A source code is an abstraction that describes my application in a non-ambiguous way. And usually we write code for humans to understand. That's why we write codes. We have different levels of abstractions, and people like different abstractions as well. Some people prefer objects, some people prefer functions, and that's all fine, as long as you can understand the application. But in low-code context, what is source code? We want to empower everyone to create applications, so you don't really need to see code to create applications. But in the context of low-code, keep in mind, a solution is your source code. Every time you create a component, every time you create an object, you are creating something that you can deploy from environment A to B. If you put that in a solution, that will make really simple for you, and it will make easy to make an enterprise-ready application, right? So solution is your source code. And source code is important exactly because of that. And there are different levels of maturity. Some people, they start to work like in only one environment, they will create everything. Very quickly, they will realize, I need another environment where I'm not touching all the time. And then they start to manually move the code. That's a manual ALM. Very soon, they will find that even though it works, it's very easy to do mistakes. That's when they decide to use tools and create the processes, put guardrails in place, and use all the knowledge of developers, right? Developers, professional developers like us, we don't only code, we solve problems. That we do, and we have good practices, such as CI/CD. All these things we can benefit as well, and that's in the level of ALM 2.0. That's when pro developers create and set up this environment for citizen developers to be able to create enterprise-ready applications. Even though it works, can be expensive to set up all of that, lots of time. So our goal in Power Platform and all the features that you see more and more is to enable a native ALM. So you can create enterprise-ready applications from day one with not even thinking about it. We are teaching the good practices for low-code developers so they can do healthy software, good software, right? So let's go and see that in practice. We need a scenario, we need an app to work. As I mentioned, we will work more with the Canvas app, but let's start with the plan. If you watch Leon's session before, he talked about the Plan Designer. That's a new feature which is public preview, which is an amazing Copilot first experiences for you to create applications, really comprehensive application. The scenario that we will see today it is we will create a custom application for managing real estate listings, client interactions, and property details. I also attached a ERD diagram and the Plan Designer using intelligent agents created for me my user roles, all my scenarios, all my data, and everything else. Okay? We are not diving deep in the Plan Designer today. What I want to point out it is Plan Designer will create for you a solution if you don't have, or you can put all your assets within a solution so you have an ALM ready application from day one. This is super, super important. Now that we have a solution, we are ready to start to use the Git native integration. Okay? Git native integration allow me to connect my environment or my solution to an Azure DevOps project. This is the first step, and this is what you are seeing in the video here. In the public preview, you can set up your environment to one repo, and that's what I'm doing here. Okay? You will connect in seconds, no tool needed, and we are taking this opportunity to do some improvements in the solution. Solution today, natively, it uses XML files. In the Git integration, we are updating that to use YAML. And the reasons for that is more source code friendly, less verbose. We don't have noisy diffs there as well, and is less overwhelming for makers. They don't need to look the code, but if they want to, YAML is easier for them to read. And also, we are showing the YAML source code, which is a combination of YAML and PowerFX. We use that in Canvas, but we use that in other components as well. We will dive deep more in a minute on that, but now that we have my environment connected to my Azure DevOps project, I need to do my initial commit. We will bind our solution to one Azure DevOps project, so I will show you a video about how to do that, okay? Here we have our solution. Let me just be sure the video is playing. Yes. So here we have our solution. That's the real estate application. I will open just to show you that even the plan itself, I created this with Plan Designer, right? But the plan itself is also an object in my solution, so I can move across different environments if I want to. Here I have my app, my Canvas app, which we work today, and I have more assets as well. But here I will connect with source code. This is the experience for the first connection. I will select a branch. I could create a new branch. I'm using a Power Dev branch here that I already created. And I will select a folder. And what this will do under the hood, it will look all my components, all my objects, and make them ready to commit. Once it's done, the first scan, this will take a couple of minutes. I am able to commit, and this is the experience for you to commit the code. As you can see, you can do everything here from Maker Portal. You don't even need to see code if you don't want to. That allows makers, citizen developers, to use source control without not even look to source. And we all know as developers what are the benefits of the source code, right? Okay, my solution is now in my repository. We will see the repository in a minute. But I want to deep dive more on the Canvas app. Do we have a source code for Canvas app? If you are working with solution today, the native solution, you will know if you add a Canvas app in a solution, when you export, you will have a binary file. Binaries are not good to source control. There's no abstraction there, right? So how do you source control a Canvas app? Until today, there is no way you can do that in a supported way. You should not use this in production. But we have an experimental tool where you can unpack a Canvas app to an understandable YAML that you can source control, okay? So what is a Canvas app? A Canvas app is a collection of assets. These assets, they are basically JSON files and a bunch of other files. They have not been designed to be source control. So they work well as a serialization format, but they are not stable across save and load cycles. So they are not good to source control. That's why we did this experiment, which worked very well, and we build upon that. But the message here is, please don't use this in production. If you are using Pack CLI or Power Platform CLI, and if you are using Pack Solution command, don't use the PCA parameter. You can use that to understand the application, but avoid to put that in the pipeline. You don't want to break your pipeline in production. There is a way of doing that in the future. The way for you to source control your Canvas app is to use the native Git integration. With the native Git integration, what we are doing is we are opening the box. We are being fully transparent. We don't have MS app anymore. What you have in the solution is a folder with all the assets that we have for Canvas app. You have controls, you have references and resources. We don't support you editing those, but they are there so you can see everything. We are adding a new folder, SRC. That's our source code. So you will have one pa.yaml file for your Canvas app, and you will have one pa.yaml file for each screen of your Canvas app. And if you have Canvas component, you will also have files for these components. But because of that, we have different formats. So I just want to show this before I jump in the demo so we see in my machine how it works. Keep in mind, if you are using the experimental format, you will get a fx.yaml file. That's how you know you're using PackCLI. Don't use that. Use pa.yaml files with the Git native integration. Okay, there are more details in the documentation. You need to know these formats exist. But let's see in practice. Let's see in my machine how it works. Okay, I will share here my desktop. So I have an application ready for us to dive deep. This is my solution. Here is connected to Git already. And it's a simple solution that I created with the Plan Designer. Here I have a list of properties. The property has details, and I have pictures for these properties. Let's use this application to understand the YAML and the evolution that we did across different formats. So I will use one control here, which is the search input. Let's see the code of this control. This is what a YAML looks like. Okay? We always have on the left the name of the control. This name is unique. And we use one property called control. This will identify what type of control it is. Here we can see this is a classic text input. Very important. This is used to instantiate. We don't accept any logic here. This is an arbitrary value. So don't put PowerFX here. It will not work. Once you define the control in the properties, these are the properties that you have in your Power Apps Studio. You have full control over here. This accepts PowerFX and all the logic that you want to add in your app. Let's see more controls here in the context, all of them together. I will select this control. I will view code. This is a container, right? So container, it is special. So the same. The name on the left identifies the control. This is a unique name, so the name of this control is search container. To identify what is the control type, we have the property control as we talked before, but we have an extra keyword here, which is variant. Variant can change what is the default value of the properties that you have for that control. It might add and change the behavior as well. Not all controls have variants, but some of them do. And is the same as the control. You don't add PowerFX properties here. It's very important for you to understand that. Okay, now that we understand that, let's go and dive deep a little bit more on the application itself. In this application, we have the list of properties and we have pictures, but we don't have a way to add a new picture, right? And because we can see the code now, we are also adding more experiences in Power Apps Studio. So you can copy controls and you can paste controls, but not only that. You can actually create templates for your screens. This is what I did here. So I did this for several apps. I created a new form for me to upload pictures or files. And I have that on my repo, and I have here open with my VS Code. So this is my pa.yaml file that I got from my repo that I'm using with Git integration. There is a disclaimer here. We are in public preview. At this point is read only. We will get to edit, but at this point is read only. Important for you to know that. And there is a link for more documentation here with more information on the format. And notice that we add another level here which describes what it is. So this is screens. It's basically one screen which is called add image. And I have all the logic for my screen here. Now it's time to talk about another improvement that we did. in the control, we added a version of the control. This is what you have here at. This defines what is the version of the control that you see here in the code. Okay? Controls, they can have different versions. It's important to say that this version is for source control only. You cannot decide what version of the control you will run in Studio or in runtime. This is just for us to know what properties do we have, and then we can deserialize the control correctly. So let's do that. I will use this screen here, and this is a PA.yaml file. I will just select the whole screen, and then I will copy. I'm just doing Control-C, and I will go back to Power Apps Studio. I will show you that I have only one screen. And what I will do is I will go and paste the code. And then I have a new screen. So I'm using that as a template, and I just added a screen here in seconds. This allows me, as I mentioned, to do scaffolding, to create very good standards so you can reuse your screens. So let me just remove this comment here so we can see the app is fully functional. If I click the plus, then I have my new screen here. Fantastic. We are almost done in the app, but something came in. I received a message from a user saying, hey, my app is not working, it changed by itself. We know that doesn't happen, but we have source control so we can investigate what happened, right? The user is saying the filter is not working anymore, and he's giving me a text here to describe what he wants the filter to do. I will just, first I will focus on fixing the problem, then I will find later on when the problem happened. The user claims the filter is not working, so I will test. I will try to type here, and I can see indeed is not working. So let's fix that. Let's fix that. So imagine I'm not too familiar to Power Effects, or I'm not too familiar to Canvas. I can use Code View to help me to understand. So I know this control is called search input, but I'm not sure where the filtering is being done. So I can use View Code here to search that. So let's go ahead and search input. Perfect. Here I just found the definition of the control. I can see, yes, that's a text input, and I have some properties, but there is no logic here. And if I go to the next, I found where it's being used. It's being used by records gallery in the items. That's how they filter this. Perfect. I'm learning Power FX. Let's go and change that. So that's the records gallery. That's the items property. I want to fix this filter, right? So let's ask help for Copilot. I'm not too familiar to Power FX, let's say. So I'm deleting the filter, and I will ask Copilot to help me. And I will just paste what the user asked me. So the user wants to filter based on search input by name, address, description, and also wants to sort the results by price. Copilot is suggesting me here PowerFX expression. I will just accept, and I will check if it works. Let's see. I will just type again by the name, and yes, it is indeed working. I want to see if it's sorted by price, and yes, it is. Perfect. That's how you, with the code knowledge and also with Copilot help, you can start to create Canvas applications pretty quickly. Now that we fixed the issue, let's investigate a little bit. Let's see our repository. So here I am in my solution. That's how I get to my repository. I have a link here. I already have open. So let's see how the repository looks like. So this is my solution, Contoso Real Estate. I have all the objects that my solution has. Let me show you quickly the solution XML, which is now a YAML. If you're familiar with the solution, this is what the former solution XML looks like as a YAML. Here you have the version of the solution. But let's go back to the Canvas app and investigate what happened with that Canvas app. Here you would have your MS app. We are opening the box, you don't have an MS app anymore. You can see everything which is underneath. And here we have the new folder SRC. This is the folder that you want the source control. This is the source code for your application. Let's have a look on the history of the screen called listings. That's where the issue happened. If I go to my history, I can see when the app has created, when they updated the header, when the image is added, and here I see some magic mystery code. If I open the code, I will get just what happened. It's just one clear diff. I can see the user updated the filter, and that's when the issue was introduced. That helps me to control my source code. I can be more confident to move across different environments, review, and everything else, right? So let's go back to the presentation. We are about to see a cool thing. Quick summary about the demo. We saw the code view. You can see everything what is happening under the hood for your app. You can source control, you can track changes, and you can use code snippets to scaffold and reuse. And there is a whole gallery of the community that helps you to create controls, copy and paste. But again, code clarity is important. And I know Appy likes a lot code, just as me. Appy, wanna help us to understand a little bit better code?
Yes, I definitely want to do that. So the first thing when working with code is that you will see that you'll probably start thinking about naming things. And we all know the quote, or at least if you're a developer, you probably know the code that naming things is hard. And naming things is probably one of the harder things in doing code. And the thing with naming things is it will help you speak the same dialect, so to say. So if you're writing code, you want to make sure that everyone uses the same construct when they build stuff. And obviously you can use the out-of-the-box stuff that you get with Power Apps, but maybe you want to change up a little bit. And the important thing about naming is, why do you want to name things? Well, first of all, you want to make sure that this is consistent. They all have the same naming convention, that every control you create is clear, that it makes sense. And why? Well, to help you with maintainability. If other developers or other makers are involved in your project and you all use the same naming, it will help. You'll know what other people are meaning. Second, you paste it in a really, really awesome screen, but maybe that uses a different naming convention. So you want to make sure that what you're building with your team or with your friends is interchangeable. And it helps if you use the same naming convention for that. And it will help in accessibility. It becomes easier to understand what's being shown on the screen. And if you do things with creating new screens, you might want to focus on specific names for your screen so that screen readers can pick it up. So let's say naming things is important. Now we put in a sample. If you used variable 1, variable 2, if you use combo box 1 and 2, it becomes really hard to understand what actually is happening. So if you would have a filter where you would say, I'm going to filter combo box 1 on a specific variable, it's really hard to make sense of what's happening. And you saw Copilot already doing some better suggestion. Maybe use a variable that describes what's actually in the variable, or maybe describe what the search box is for, or the combo box is being used for. So this is an important thing. If you're building your solution, if you're building out your app, you'll need to think about naming conventions. And obviously, Copilot will help you with that, but there are things you can do yourself as well. And that's where the Git integration really, really shines. So let's have a look at my demo machine, and let's have a look. You already showed the solution structure. So I can go to my own repo. I created a branch called pipeline where I built a pipeline, and you see that I have the same structure. So I have that Contoso real estate solution. Everything is in there. I didn't do anything special there, no smoke and mirrors. But what I did is I added two things. First of all, I added an Azure pipeline. And in that pipeline, I run a script. So there's not too much special in the pipeline. The only thing that will happen is this pipeline will try to run this specific script and will tell me, okay, let's have a look at the Contoso real estate solution. And in that script, there is a bunch of logic, and we'll have a look at that in a second. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to say, I'm going to run my Power Platform pipeline. So I'm going to say run pipeline. I can say I want to run it against my feature branch. And as soon as I click on run, you will see that it will queue the job. It will pick up that specific pipeline. It will pick up the script, and it will start doing the stuff that I identified in the script. And what we did in the script is, if I go there, we created a scoring script. And let me make it a little bit bigger. What we do is we do a bunch of things in the script. The first thing is we'll install PowerShell YAML. We'll need to process YAML. As you've shown us, there's a lot of YAML. And YAML is something that as a human I can read, but a system probably needs a little bit help. So we gave it a PowerShell YAML model, which allows us to create objects based off the YAML. Then what we do is, if we go through it, we're going to filter out all the Canvas apps that we have in this specific solution. So we look for any file called canvasapp.yaml, which contains all the YAML that we need. And then what we can do is we can go through all those elements and all the stuff that is in there. So here you see I have a read app element function that will look at what we pass in, and it will go through and see whether there are child elements, and for each child element we'll go through it. And what we'll do is we'll create a temporary list of things that we can actually go through. So what we then can do is we can say, well, I want to look through all the Canvas apps that I have. I want to list all the Canvas apps that I found, and then I want to go through all the YAML files that are related to a specific app. And what you can then do is you can say, well, the first thing I want to check is whether there is a onStart function created. If we do anything in the onStart, I want to throw a warning that we should use named formulas. You showed me that named formulas are the new best practice, so I figured let's add that. The second thing I can do is I can then go back to this recursive function where we go through and we have a look all the elements, and then for each element we'll have a look whether it adheres to the naming convention that we're defining. So what we do is we have a JSON file, and that JSON file contains all the different objects. So let me show you. I've got my naming conventions here, and we defined what that naming convention is. So we say if the control is a 3D object or the control is an error audio button, we said this is the naming that it should start with. And I can go through my logic. You'll see here that at the end, what we'll do is we'll list out anything that's not adhering to our naming convention and throw a warning for it. And we can say we write it out in our script, or we can throw an actual, as you can see, we do that if it's a pipeline, we can throw a warning. So what happens if you now run this pipeline, you see that the pipeline has successfully executed. Everything looks good, no errors, but we did get 80 warnings explaining to us that the control upload image, which is of type image, should start with EMG according to our naming convention. So now what we can do is we can enforce a naming convention and let everyone know that whenever they do something, you need to adhere to the naming convention that we decided on. So we all speak the same dialect. And I think that's where you have some cool stuff to show up next.
That's really cool, Api. Thank you very much. And yes, I want to highlight that, exactly that. Code is for other humans to understand, so get your code together. Write a good code, which is good to understand, get some agreement on conventions, and yes, I love code. So with code we have options, and we have lots of options with Power Platform, right? What should I use? Native Git, CLI or Power Platform pipelines, Azure DevOps, what to use when? So yes, there is no one size fits all. You have options. This table might help you to decide what to use. Important to say, the native Git integration is now in public preview. At this point, we support low-code components. If you are creating code-first components using TypeScript or C#, PackCLI is the way to go. But moving forward, you will see more and more components supported in the native integration. And regarding CI/CD is the same. You have options to create your pipelines. Power Platform pipelines is a fantastic way for you to get started. It's a fantastic way to give the power of CI/CD for citizen developers. You can start really quickly and soon. But if you want to extend with code, if you want to really use more professional tools, you have options. So use this table to help you. And also we have an awesome session after that talking about ALM, so stay tuned. Yes, all the example that we show here is part of the Contoso real estate sample. This is a fantastic repository that I have to give credit to Scott Durow. We extend an example from our Azure friends, and we use Power Platform to extend that full stack application where we can innovate, and you have full access to the code. Here are the links. You have more content in the session as well. So thank you very much for being here with us. Get your code together and share your code snippet.
Thank you so much, Marcel and Appy. That was a fantastic session. An absolute Bohemian Rhapsody and a real kind of magic. And those demos, fantastic under pressure. So we have a couple of questions actually in the chat.
The first one is there a plan to allow unbind or change a source control connection in a Dataverse environment?
Good question. Yes, there are plans. So just put everybody on the same page today. Once you connect your environment to the repo, you cannot change because you are in public preview. Very soon we will allow you to change.
Awesome.
And there's another question actually. Frederick would like to see source code control for model-driven apps as well as Canvas.
That's an interesting question. I will not have time to dive deep on that, but please share more because you can see the code for model-driven app. We might have different definitions of the abstraction, but yes, that's a very interesting ask.
I guess when you add it into Git source control, then you kind of see the source control. So, but yeah, if you want to see more information and some of the code from that demo, if you go to aka.ms/powerdev, there's a repo there that will give you all the information.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Marcel, for your time. And we've appreciated having both of you here today for this great session. I think we are going to switch gears here over to Mike Bassani, who is one of our partner GPMs here at Microsoft. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Yes, and before we get into the real stuff, while you're here to talk to us about today, we have been asking a lot of folks about their guilty pleasure. So, what would you say your guilty pleasure is?
My guilty pleasure. Okay. Well, I'm Canadian, born and raised. And so
I can tell from the shirt you're wearing.
Yeah, I'm very on brand today. I'm very on brand. Between my Dataverse logo, my AI builder, my connectors, my Canadian flannel. And so I like sampling international spirits from all over the world. I do a little bit of research on the side for those. Canada's famous for its rye, American bourbons. You got Japanese whiskeys, obviously scotches. I think you got a favorite whiskey or a favorite Polish spirit?
Hungarian Palinka, yeah. I love that. You call it research.
That's research.
I love that. I mean, that's the kind of research that I could get into.
It makes you feel better, you know, when you're doing research. And then sometimes when you feel after your research, you don't feel so good about the research, but that's all part of the process.
You're helping. You're giving back to
That's right.
Yeah. Very impactful. Awesome. And one other question for you again before we get into it. So we have gone through a ton of change, right, since generative AI was introduced over the last couple of years. And so I would just love to hear from you. Like, what are you most proud of your team for achieving and navigating this incredible transformation?
Well, I think you said it right with the team. This has really been an organization-wide effort. To get to this point. If I look at what we were doing in Dataverse and how we were positioning some of our technology, 18, 24 months, and how we've responded to the call to action around what it means to work across Microsoft on behalf of our customers and business process, it's really been fantastic to see the mindset of our organization. And I think specifically the team, we've got folks in India, we've got folks in Ireland, we've got folks in Paris, we've got folks in North America, all working towards how do we create better continuity and tooling into M365 with Foundry, inside all of our Power Apps and our Power Platform ecosystem. Like, it's just been an amazing shift in terms of really being focused on, what is Dataverse and how do we make Dataverse more performant, to how do we enable business processes across the Microsoft stack. And I think kudos to the team and being willing to adapt on the fly and showing flexibility in kind of market demands. So it's been fun.
Yeah, and kudos to teamwork. The
Heck yeah.
collaboration it has taken across Charles's organization with Power Platform and into the modern workspace. So yeah, great answer there.
It's been fun.
Awesome. Well, earlier we saw a session that Lauren Mills from the Copilot Studio team gave around what you can achieve with agents in Copilot Studio. And so I think we would love to hear a little bit more from you about how you can take things further with tools like prompts, models, connectors, that can really help our agents do more.
Yeah, happy to do so. And I think this idea of AI tooling continues to evolve, both in the needs of our kind of customer base, our developer community, as well as how they work across different parts of the Power Platform. What we used to have for connectors in flows may not be unto itself sufficient in a world of Gen AI when you're pulling in GUIDs and other pieces. You also have tooling that says we need to have RAG over top of data that's sitting in different places. And the expectation of having customers to copy data from one place to another already, if it's in Azure and ADLS, is not an answer that they are excited about. So we need to find ways to build our tooling to enable folks to leave their data at rest in some cases, or in its current spot, so that it can enable some of these large language model processes and business processes. And you touched on a few things that we've really invested deeply in. The connector infrastructure is one, right? We've got over 1,400 connectors now. It's definitely market leading in terms of the exposure to different systems, and the fact that it's on Git for our developer community to take advantage of and continue to kind of evolve and share is one of our differentiators in this space. And I think it's a testament to this community that we got to this number.
Yeah, 100%.
And without this community continuing to be involved in making our connector infrastructure be LLM friendly, we need to defend that moat organizationally. And so that's something we're continuing to invest in and make sure that connector infrastructure operates as effectively as it did in Power Apps and Power Automate inside of Copilot Studio for our agents, right? The second piece around this is prompts. And prompts are becoming, I think, one of the most loved components in our developer community.
Absolutely.
And there's actually a slide I wanted to share as well that talks a little bit about what that looks like in kind of the prompt builder experience, which we recently brought into Copilot Studio, because I think it does show the direction that we're going on that. So if we pull that up here, you see the interface of Prompt Builder. And for those who are not maybe familiar with Prompt Builder, you can see it inside of Power Automate or Power Apps inside of the AI Hub. Or if you go into Copilot Studio and inside of your agent, you click on Actions, you can click Create New Prompt. And in all three, it has a very familiar UI, and that's by design. We want to keep some continuity, even though there's differences between Copilot Studio and Power Apps and Power Automate. We want to have continuity of a prompt and what it looks like to engineer a prompt. But the idea of prompt as instructions, I think perhaps does a bit of a disservice to the functionality that exists in Prompt Builder. And so I wanted to kind of step through some pieces that we've added to the Prompt Builder that I think have helped it gain some of this viral adoption in being a really powerful function object. And so the first piece is that kind of top left text box that you see there, where you can basically define with text a business process, and you can actually add Dataverse data directly into your prompt. So you have that input parameter where you can go and put individual input objects. And now we've added Dataverse grounding. In the future, you can expect that there'll be additional functionality like PowerFX, or even adding these connectors directly into the body of a prompt. So super exciting stuff, right?
So exciting.
If you've got that control already in your Power App and you've got that PowerFX, Control C, Control V directly into your prompt builder, like really powerful stuff. The ability to kind of use that for adaptive card building and other things, really exciting. The second piece inside of there is that lower level, you can see I've added that second comment in the response. And so once you click text, you have the ability to inline test your prompt. And most of us know when we're building agents or building apps, you're doing your dev loop, you're always iterating and testing, iterating and testing. And so we wanted to build that test pane directly inside the prompt itself, so that as you're modifying inputs and parameters, you can go ahead and see what the output looks like. And you can see here in this output, it's, you've got some structured JSON as well in code, which was a big piece of giving some determinism to the prompts, right? When we're dealing with large language models, sometimes you hit text and you're crossing your fingers in the hopes that what comes out the other side is what you expect. Having that ability to have a structured output in JSON really allows you to take control over what that output will be inside of your agent. And so for those of you that are looking for a little bit tighter levers over top of what's being shown inside of your agent, it's a great way to kind of put your hands a little bit more back on the wheel if you're not ready for that fully self-driving automated prompt.
That's definitely, if you would have asked me what my favorite feature, it would have been prompts. And in fact, in the Contoso real estate solution that Marcel was showing earlier, we use a prompt in there and output JSON as well to interact with it inside the flow. So awesome. Yeah, it's such an amazing feature. So definitely check that out if you've not seen it. Thank you so much, Mike. That was really, really great. We do actually have a social shout out actually from Kai Walsh that says, so far it's super informative. So there we go. And I can guarantee you, Kai, that it's going to continue being super informative. We've got some excellent content coming up, so still do stay with us.
Yes.
And so who's next?
Well, on February 18th.
Right, yes.
February 18th, there is a Powerful Devs Hack Kickoff for AI prompts and tools. So I wanted to give that shout out as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Mike, for being with us. Always a pleasure and always informative. But we do have to pivot to our next session. So we have Feline Parein, who is one of our Microsoft MVPs, and she is going to be talking about the different flavors of ALM, which is right for you and which is right for your organization. A great session, super excited. So with that, take it away.
Hello, I'm Feline Parein. I am a Power Platform lead at Capgemini Belgium, and I will tell you something about ALM. So welcome to the Powerful Devs Conference. In this session, I will talk about the different flavors of ALM in the Power Platform and discuss which tool is best for you when using ALM. So let's first start off with what ALM actually is. Then let's look at some basic concepts within the Power Platform and then dive into the different tools that are available within the Power Platform and which one you should use when. So what is ALM? If we look at the definition of ALM, then you can find something like this on the internet, stating that application lifecycle management is an integrated system of people, tools, and processes that supervise a software application from its initial planning and development through the testing and maintenance and into decommissioning and retirement. So what does it say? Well, it tells us that there are people involved, tools involved, processes involved, and that it covers the full life cycle of application. So the moment that you start thinking about an application, the moment that you have an ID, that's basically when your ALM starts, all the way until you develop it, you build it, you test it, you bring it live, but also at the moment that you decide that the application is no longer needed. So there are a few key areas. So first of all, governance might be an area. You are going to do things like requirement management. If you have an ID for an application, you need to know the requirements. You need some change management because, of course, you want people to use the application. You need to consider security and so on. Another area is your development area. You're going to design your application, you're going to build it, and then you're going to test it. And then, of course, you also have your maintenance phase where you're going to deploy it to different environments so that different groups of people can test it, for example. Then you can deploy it to production environments where you then share it with all the users that need access to it. So you also need to take into account your release management. If we now move to the Power Platform, let's first discuss some basic concepts that you need to understand. So first of all, you need to understand solutions because solutions are really the mechanism to make sure that we can implement ALM. They are basically the mechanism that allows us to distribute components, and components can be anything from applications like Canvas apps or model-driven apps to Power Automate flows, chatbots, plugins, and so on. So all the things that you can create within the Power Platform. You also need a Dataverse, which is not only the database, for example, for your application, but it will also store all the artifacts, and it will even store in product deployments things like pipelines in Power Platform. They also need source control because you need a source of truth. You need a way to know what the latest version is of your application. You need to store it so that you can also revert back to it, that it's kind of your backup basically, and it can also help you collaborate on the different components that you create. And then lastly, you will need a continuous integration and continuous delivery system, such as Azure DevOps, that will allow you to automate build, test, and deployment actions. So if we want to do ALM right, we also need different environments. And for that, we need an environment strategy. Basically, you need at least 3 different environments. And since this is kind of a team-based session, I've also tried to visualize these environments like planets. So the first thing that you need is a development environment. This is the place where you're going to build your application. This can, for example, be our lovely Earth. We know our lovely Earth, and this is a place where we are going to, for example, build our rockets. So this is where we build our applications, our flows, our charts, and everything that we want to make available. Then you will need a test environment. A place where you can experiment on certain things. It can be, for example, the moon. We've already been to the moon, so we kind of know it there. And here we will test out the application. We will share it with a set of users that are also going to test how the application reacts and whether it really corresponds with the requirements. And then the final step, our final destination can, for example, be Mars, our production environment, where we will make our application available to all the users that need to use that application. We also talked about solutions, that it's important or an important fundamental for ALM. Well, you can also think about which strategy that you want to implement for your solution. So as mentioned before, your solution contains components, and these components can be, for example, Power Apps, which can be your core application, but you can also include Power Automate flows that will help you in that application, that will do some automation, for example, in the backend. Apart from these components, you can also have some more supporting components like environment variables and connection references, which are really going to help us when we're going to deploy our solution to different environments. So, for example, or most likely, your application will have data, and that data will be different depending on the different environments that you're working on. To make sure that you can seamlessly deploy your application to these different environments, you don't have to open up your application and switch the connection to your Dataverse tables or your SharePoint lists. You can use environment variables and then change the value of the reference that you're basically using when you deploy it to your different environments, so that it's linked to the right table at the moment that you're looking in your application on the test environment. Same goes for connection references. They're also environment specific. So with the connection reference on top of your connection, you can switch your connection or change the value of your connection depending on which environment that you're deploying to. These are very simple components, so you can decide to put all these different components into one solution, which is also the best practice. It's the easiest way. But if you have more complex situations, you might decide to split up your different components into different solutions. So for example, you might split up the first part, the Power App and the Power Automate flows, in a separate Power Apps solution or your core application solution, and then have a different solution for your environment specific things. This might be helpful if you, for example, use those environment variables and connection references within different applications and you want to change them separately from your application. Do take into account that by splitting this up into different solutions, you also create dependencies between those solutions. So in this case, your environment solution needs to be deployed before you can deploy your Power App solution. So it creates some extra complexity. So do take that into account when you build out your solution strategy. If we bring it all together now, our environment solution and our our environment strategy and our solution strategy, then we can build out our deployment flow. So in this case, we have our Power Platform solution that we have built on our development environment. It can be the rocket that we have built. Then we're going to create an artifact. In our case, it will be exporting the solution, which contains all the components. That's what we call securing a build. And then we're going to deploy that artifact and release it to different environments. You can choose to release it to a separate development environment where you're going to maybe do some merges or some extra tests. Or if you have a strategy where you first export your solution as unmanaged, put it into an intermediate dev environment, and then export it from there as a managed solution, that could be a possibility as well. Or you can also directly release it to test. And then finally, we want to release it and we want to make it available on production. So this is the main flow that we will follow when we're going to do our deployments. If we now look at the different tools that we have available, then the first tool that we're going to talk about is pipelines in Power Platform. If you look at the documentation, then it tells you this. So pipelines in Power Platform aims to democratize application lifecycle management for Power Platform and Dynamics 365 customers by bringing ALM automation and continuous integration and continuous delivery capabilities into the service in a manner that's more approachable for all makers, admins, and developers. So it really tries to democratize the ALM system, and it's targeted towards makers, admins, and developers. So for the admins, what it tries to do, it gives you an application to centrally govern and manage these pipelines by using the deployment pipeline configuration app. For the makers, it becomes easier for them to run pipelines from within the solution. So from within the platform that they're already used to, that they're already working on, they can just stay there, press a button, and release their application or their solution to different environments. And for developers, there's a way to extend these pipelines. So let's now have a look. So here I have the deployment pipeline configuration open. So this is where the admin can govern and manage the different pipelines. They have an overview with pipeline dashboards where they have where they can see which pipelines were successful, failed, and so on. And within the setup, they can set up the different environments. So here I have set up a dev environment, a production environment, and a test environment. And I can create a new environment. I can give it a name, I can give it an owner, and then I can select which type of environment this is. So you have two types. You have your development environment. This is the place that you're going to export from. So this is the place where you are actively developing on, where you're actively building the application. And then the other option is the target environment. These are all the other environments that you're going to deploy the application to. Now, do take into account that your target environments need to be enabled as a managed environment. You can give it a meaningful description, and then you can save it, and then you can use these different environments within a pipeline. So if I open up a showcase pipeline that I've already set up, then I have some pipeline details here. So I give it a name that's useful, a name that's meaningful to me. I give it a description, and then I have some possibilities. So I can enable AI deployment notes. In this case, AI is going to help me to write deployment notes, so I don't have to do it myself. And then I can also allow to redeploy older versions. So if I want to revert back or something, then I can enable or disable it here by stating whether or not I can go back or redeploy old versions. Then here I have my deployment environments that are linked. So in this case, I have already linked my dev environment. I also have the possibility to, from here, either create a new development environment or add an existing development environment. And then I have the different stages. So these are the different environments from my deployment process that we have seen in the slides. And here I have a stage, for example, the to-test stage. If I open this up, then I have here on top my pipeline details. Here I have the name of the stage. the owner, some description, the deployment pipeline that it's connected to, and then with the previous deployment stage, I can build out that process that we have seen. So I can say, okay, this stage needs to happen only after the previous stage has run. So in the example, I want to go from dev to test and then to production. So in this case, there's no previous deployment stage, but the stage to production has the previous deployment stage of to test. I can link it to a target deployment. So in this case, a deployment environment. So in this case, it's going to deploy to test, but I can also deploy it to prod. I can search here for the different environments that I have available. And then there are some checkboxes that I can check. If I want to have a pre-export step that's required or a pre-deployment step. So if we want to deploy something, we will export the solution, and I can make sure that there needs to happen something before I do the export, or something happens before I do the deployment onto a different environment. So this is how you set up the stages, and then by building out these different stages. So if I open the to production, I have here as my previous deployment step the to test. I can link these different environments to each other and build out my deployment process. Now, if we look at the pipelines from a perspective of a maker, how will a maker work with this? Well, here I am in my solution. So this is the overview of my solution. It's a very simple solution. I have only one component, but I have this rocket icon, which shows me that I can use pipelines. And here I can then select one of the pipelines that's, for example, configured. And here I have these different stages that I can deploy to. So in this case, I can deploy my application from dev to test by selecting deploy here. I can then say, okay, I want to do it right now, or I want to schedule it for later. I can just do it right now. And then that AI feature is going to, in the backend, create deployment notes so I don't have to write them out myself. If I have environment variables, it will also request me to enter the GUID of the environment variables to use in the target environment. So here you have the deployment nodes, and then when everything is ready, I can say deploy, and the solution will then be deployed and later on will be available on test or on production. If I want to extend these pipelines, I can do so by creating Power Automate flows. So with the Dataverse trigger on the category Power Platform Pipelines, I have multiple actions where I can trigger on. In this case, I have chosen, for example, the on deployment requested. And this is a very simple example where I just start an approval flow. I request my admin to approve it. And then based on the condition, I will send something back. For example, if it's successful, I will send status 20 back. If it's failed, I will send status 30 back so that the pipeline knows whether it was successful and it can proceed. So as you can see, it's towards makers because it's very easy. They just stay within the solution. Admins, they can govern the pipelines very easily in one application. And if you want to do more exotic stuff, then you can extend it by creating Power Automate flows integrated with GitHub Actions and so on. But this is not the only tool that's available to us. We also have, for example, Azure DevOps, which is more targeted towards developers. So this is a specific tool that that's really there for more DevOps related things. Now, if I want to use it in a Power Platform context, then I can use the Power Platform build tools. And as described in the documentation, with these Power Platform build tools, which include common build and deployment tasks related to apps built on Power Platform, Microsoft Power Platform, they can be automated. So these tasks can include things like synchronizing solution metadata, generating build artifacts, deploying downstream environments, provisioning or deprovisioning environments, performing static analysis, and so on. So as you see, there's much more available than just the deployment phase. So it's much more than just building an artifact and releasing it. I can do more from the ALM perspective, like setting up environments when I need them and doing some automated testing, for example, within Azure DevOps. I could have also chosen GitHub Actions. That's also a possibility, but for this example, I've chosen Azure DevOps. And as you can see, these build tools can be divided into different categories, going from the initialization phase, for example, where you provision environments, where you deploy dependencies that might be needed. You pack source control, a source code, if you have a code on your repository, for example. You have your build, where you can run some automated testing, run the solution checker, export your solution, and so on. And then you have more release-specific actions like packing solutions, running integration testing, importing your solutions then and making them available on different environments. So let's also have a look at how Azure DevOps looks. So here I have Azure DevOps available or open. As you can see, it's immediately a different platform, a different tool. So a steeper learning curve to learn it for the person that's responsible for the DevOps. Azure DevOps can do much more than only deployment. You have boards available, test plans, and so on. But if we now focus on what we did within the pipelines in Power Platform, how that will translate to your Azure DevOps, then you can build out build pipelines and release pipelines. You have the possibility to use YAML, or you have the possibility to use the classic editor. I've chosen the classic editor because it's a bit more visual. And here I have a build pipeline. So you can really split up the deployment into building the artifact and then releasing the artifact separately. Here, this icon shows me that I'm using the build tools. And if I want to add a new task and I search for Power Platform, then you can see all the build tools actions that are available, going from importing solutions to backing up environments and so on. So a lot that's available for you. If I then look at a very, very simple build pipeline, then I start out by using the tool installer to make sure that my agent can use these Power Platform tasks. Then I have the export solution, just as I would do manually. I have the solution on my dev environment. I want to export it. I would then have a zip file. So here, if you look at the parameters that you need to enter for the export solution, you need a way to authenticate. The best practice is to use the service principal with a client secret. And I have multiple service connections for my different environments. I need to point it to the solution that I want to export. So in this case, I will use the reporting solution. I can also add a parameter here if I want to make it more dynamic. I can, with this checkbox, choose to export it as unmanaged or as managed. And then I can, if I have this zip file available, unpack that solution and push it, for example, to my repository. So with the unpack action, I can point it to the target folder. I can say how or which type of solution I want to unpack. Do I want to unpack both the managed and unmanaged, or do I want to unpack it as managed or unmanaged? And then I can publish the artifacts, put it in a drop so that I can use it later on, or with this command line script, I make the unpacked solution. I push it to my repository here on Azure DevOps. If I then look at the release pipeline, I have the full pipeline with my artifact, which is kind of the input of my release pipeline. It can be an artifact that I've created in build pipeline earlier. It can be the repository. So in this case, I'm linking it to the repository because I have unpacked my solution and pushed it to a repository. Here I have my different stages, just as we had with the pipelines in Power Platform, the 2 tests and the 2 production. And if I then go into one of these stages, I have a couple of tasks. So once again, I start with the tool installer. And then what I will do is I will pack my solution. So what I have on my repository, here I link it to where it's stored on my repository. I will pack it again into a zip file. I will tell it which solution output file I have, whether I want to pack it as managed, unmanaged, or both. And then I will import this solution into one of my environments. In this case, it will be my test environment. Here I also have the possibility to add a deployment settings file, and this is the file where you will give the values for the environment variables and the connection references. So as you can see, there's much more available within Azure DevOps. I now showed you the Power Platform build tools, but you can use scripts if you want to. You can do much more pro code related stuff, basically everything that's possible within Azure DevOps. You can automate testing, for example, so a lot that's available for you within Azure DevOps. But those are not the only two possibilities. I also have the ALM accelerator. So what about that? Well, it looks something like this. So what is the ALM accelerator? Well, behind the scenes, it also uses Azure DevOps pipelines, but there's a nice application built on top of it so that our makers can also stay within the Power Platform and interact with this application. So here they have an overview of the different solutions. They can commit their solution, they can deploy their solution, and so on. And behind the scenes, Azure DevOps pipeline will do the work. Also for the admin part, there's also a nice application built for them. So the setup, it's a bit harder because you still have to understand these Azure DevOps pipelines. Certainly if you want to make some adjustments and you want to personalize it or customize it. But once it's set up, you also have this nice application where you can do the management of your Azure DevOps, where you can see the different projects that you have, the different pipelines or repositories where you can create and manage your service connections. So it's a really nice tool that you can then later on use when you have done the hard work, the setup. So if we want to compare all of them, we can put them on a line going from simple tools more towards makers, maybe even more citizen dev, more out-of-the-box solutions, all the way until hard, complex, customized applications, maybe including a bit more Fusion Dev or Pro Dev. So on the simple side, we have the pipelines in Power Platform, which is really for very simple pipelines, easy for makers, ideally for citizen development. On the other side, on the hard side, we have Azure DevOps, where the sky is the limit. We can customize it any way we want. We can add scripts, we can add whatever we want to build out the deployment that we need, if we include Pro Dev components, for example. And then somewhere in between, we have the ALM accelerator, which uses the power of Azure DevOps, but try to make it as simple or as easy as possible by creating or by giving you that application within the Power Platform to work with the underlying Azure DevOps pipelines. So as a conclusion, if there are three things that you need to remember from this session, then it's first of all that ALM is a system for people to work together from the ID of an application until the retirement of it. So ALM covers everything from the ID that from the moment that you have an ID for an application all the way until you no longer need the application. You have pipelines in Power Platform, which really tries to democratize the deployment and makes it available for makers, tries to make it easy for admins as well, tries to contain it all into the Power Platform that you already are familiar with, that you're already using. And then you have Azure DevOps, which gives you the full flexibility where you can automate whatever you want. You can automate development, you can automate testing, you can automate deployment, and then know that you have also a solution that's kind of in between them. So I also have some resources. So if you want to dive a little bit more into the possibilities, then you can check out the resources. And with that, I want to thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Feline. That was an amazing session. Rockets to Mars. Yeah, it does sometimes feel like getting things into production is like getting a rocket on Mars. And the booster rockets were environment variables and connection references. I love that analogy.
I love it. Yep.
So have you recently deployed anything into production?
I mean, we are deploying things to production weekly, it feels like. So, I mean, honestly, every time you release a feature to production, it feels like you're releasing a rocket to Mars, right? You know, thinking about reliability, scalability. Are you introducing any sort of regressions? How is this going to impact performance? With our generative AI features, do we have enough GPUs and capacity, right? So, you know, having all of the tools available to us that we leverage internally, available to engineers within the Power Platform, right, I think is really valuable. And so I love the improvements that are being made to the pipelines themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the next time I'm importing a solution, I'm going to just remind myself of like what you have to do to get something into production of all those things. But yeah, I love those improvements that are being made, the investments in CI/CD and ALM, just getting all of those software engineering disciplines, because I think sometimes ALM does get forgotten about in the past with Power Platform, with like low code solutions, but actually what we're seeing is making it a lot easier to do all of those best practices. And you've got choices, as Feline was just showing, you know, between you could use ADO, Azure DevOps, or GitHub, or the pipelines, you know, so many different options. And testing. I mean, we've got a grant. Archibald's going to do a great session.
I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's probably one of the biggest requested sessions, actually, talking about how to test on Power Platform. So yeah.
Have you used any of these advancements recently?
Well, actually, yeah. Recently, we had that session from Marcel, and I did a session in Prague, and actually with the Powerful Devs website, which is built on Power Pages, I actually got Marcel to publish a change live in our session. He wasn't expecting it.
Wow.
Right. Yes, exactly. That look was exactly the same look that Marcel gave me.
Deer in the headlights. Like, what?
Exactly. But I mean, that's the thing about CI/CD is that confidence that you can have to just press the button.
Yep.
Maybe not on a Friday afternoon, but
yes. Maybe on a Monday.
and Marcel actually told me just after the session that his guilty pleasure is annoying his neighbors playing Brian May on songs on his guitar. So, you know, hence my Queen references.
They were very well done. Very well done. Well, Scott, so who do we have next?
Well, yeah, we're going to take a shift now into building cross-platform desktop apps with Dataverse and .NET MAUI. I'm really looking forward to this one. And Carl Cookson is going to be telling us all about that. He's an MVP. Really looking forward to seeing some code, lots of code, I think, in this one. So over to you, Carl.
Hi, welcome. Thanks for attending the talk today. This is my conversation, discussion, and presentation with you on building cross-platform desktop apps with Dataverse and .NET MAUI. I'm Carl Cookson. I work as the head of professional services at a Dynamics and Power Platform consultancy called Power 365 in the UK. I'm a Microsoft MVP in business applications for the last 4 years. The agenda for today, just three very simple steps. What is .NET MAUI? Why we should be using .NET MAUI and against the Power Platform, because I know you're all here for a Power Platform conference, and showing you a different tool set might be a bit strange, but yeah, understanding when you would want to use .NET MAUI and the use case behind it. And then I'll go into a demo about how we can get the access to Dataverse, to the Power Platform, via the .NET MAUI and build these very powerful, very bespoke applications for your users and your businesses. So, first off, what is .NET MAUI? MAUI stands for Multi-Platform Application User Interface. This is a .NET C# code base that is a single project, single code base. By that, what I mean is that the interactions, the framework that Microsoft provides allows one single project to create 4 different and 5 with Tizen different versions applications from the WinUI, which is that logo on the left of the screen there, Mac OS, iOS, and Android. So you can have one base application, which you can then create apps in those Play stores, those environments ready for your users to use. And what separates MAUI apart from the others is actually using the default controls. The Mac OS version is using the Mac OS default controls, and it does this by using the .NET for Mac OS tool base and creates that. And the same when it goes to Android. So your users are getting an interface which looks like a native app, which is very difficult, not impossible. I'm sure Schot and other fantastic people that do Power Platforming day in, day out can create these apps, but it's a slightly different variation on that. And how does it do that? Well, firstly, it takes your app code and it translates it via this abstraction layer. If you're going into WinUI 3, which is the Windows as we know it now, Windows 11, it goes directly into that port. Others, it translates it into the .NET for Android, iOS, and Mac Catalyst runtimes and core components, and binding those controls to that layer, and basically converts your code into something that will understand and into that pure .NET 4 layer. It's then associating that with the .NET runtimes and libraries and creating versions of that across Android, iOS, etc. Now, and that's what we're showing with the pattern from 1 to 3 in this diagram. For the pattern 2, it doesn't stop you because you have got access to .NET for Android. So if there is something specific that is not available in .NET MAUI, you can get to it. You can get to those core .NET runtimes for Android, for iOS, etc. So you can leverage those new and exciting features that are coming out for those platforms. And this is the slight variance in what we're seeing here is that Microsoft are building that abstraction layer off the base. So if the base changes, we have to allow Microsoft time to create that abstraction layer and put that on top of that layer as well, as you can see it. But why would you use it though? Because we're all here as Power Platform people, Power Apps people. It really is, the reason is when you reach the limits of Power Apps. Power Apps is great in a lot of scenarios, but it has its limits, and those can be something that are a negative for you if you're building these complex applications, complexity being a key there. If you're building something that needs a lot of logic, it needs to use the applications on the phone or needs to look exactly and feel like a common app, that's where you want to start thinking about .NET MAUI. But it's also a design decision. There's no conversion path from a Power App to any further application path. So it's a design decision you're making with your customers, with your client base or your company as you're building these apps out. If your requirements meet those sort of things along the line, because there's nothing worse than having a slow, unperformant app that you tried your best to resolve and have to, after six or 8 months, switch to .NET MAUI or any other environment. So think about the limitations and do that architectural design to understand why you're choosing Power Apps as your solution and why not choose a different solution to meet those needs. It's also, if you've got an existing code base, .NET MAUI has been brought out from the Xamarin code base. So if you've got those schools already, then it's an easy switch over. So it might be that you've got a dev team that allows you to do that. Like I keep saying, allowing your native field app is a must if that's what your users are expecting. They're expecting an app that looks like an iOS app. They're expecting it in the Play Store, etc., and it needs to look exactly and feel exactly like that app. Then this is where you might want to consider it. Another feature that is applicable is if you don't need a Power Platform license, don't shoot me, but sometimes you want to create an app that is exposed to external users and going via an API call. So you don't need a domain user at that point. And you're creating apps that are combining Dataverse data with other things and therefore you're doing the control and that registration as an external user. But you can create an app around that using an API call to either an API managed environment and doing it that way, or using a client secret so that you don't have to manage that user. Some examples of, and these are all taken from the .NET conference that happened in November. So, and one of the links that I've sent through, and I'll share it to you at the end, is the videos of where Microsoft was showing off some of the great apps that organizations have made for their users. And this is just showing off the power of the .NET MAUI suite. So this is an investment app that Fidelity have done, very complex, very technical in detail, and lots of things going on. The idea of remaking this into a Power App would be, you would struggle, and therefore it's something that we want to switch over to a different framework. This is a Mac OS and a Windows app, and it looks the same across both. So that was very important to Fidelity. FinLocker, creating mobile application, and it does have a look and feel that you could probably do within a Power App, but this is an external app. So this is for their customers to go through a step about getting a mortgage, getting a financial advice from them. So they're building this up into something that eventually feeds their CRM and their lead generation system, but obviously is not tied down to that, and we're not creating that information, but it's creating that app around it as we go. Civica, so they've built this leave question and then built out a whole HR profile against it and created it as an app. But that app they've spread across both their Android and their iOS estate and their internal desktop estate. GE Digital, again, something that you could probably be familiar with when we're getting into the Power App space. But there's a lot of complexity there, lots of menus, lots of structure, and it looks like a normal desktop application. There's something that they've done there to do that. And finally, we've got the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, forgive me. They wanted an app that helped their patients to be able to understand where they're going, what they're doing. So they're using the device quite significantly by taking photos and overlaying data onto them, taking the video feed and using the GPS coordinators and overloading that. Something that is probably not possible. I'm probably saying probably because somebody will prove me wrong. In the Power App Suite. And again, it's externals, but it's still using the data that's in their CRM systems and is available to everything they do. So I'm going to swap over now, and it's really demo time. So what I'm going to do is show you the app that I created as a way forward. And what this is doing is logging into Dataverse, and you can probably see a very familiar prompt here. This is showing you that sign in. So this is doing that authentication. I'm just going to click it because I've already authenticated. And once that's authenticated, I'm getting a list of information from a Dataverse environment. If you've used a sample application around reserving technology within Dataverse, this is feeding off that data. So I've got an application here, very much accessible, very much aligned to your view mode. I can even do the dark mode. And this is building up on controls that are standard and look and feel that is standard. If I click into a reservation here, we're using the standard controls for selecting dates. This is the standard control that Microsoft provides within WinUI, so something that people are used to doing. And the same with the selection, it's allowing those things to happen. And if I hit save here, you can also see that we get, oh no, it'll be on the wrong screen now, a notification. So using the notifications within Windows to tell you that something has occurred, which is updating that record that you've got there. Okay, so that's a very simple application, something that very much looks like you could do it within a Power App. But this is where we start to get in between. So what I'm going to do now is stop this application and start up, and it takes a while, so we'll move on. The Android version. So if you're using .NET MAUI on a Windows environment like I am, you can do emulators for Android to show it for you on there. Be wary that if you've got a laptop like I have for work that is one of the new ones with the Snapdragon processors, it doesn't work. So just know your limitations. And while that's building and loading, I'm just going to show you what I'm doing in the code. This is the MAUI program. So the MAUI program, the first thing it runs is this C# file, which is going to create the information that's going on and doing for you. The C# program is loading a load of services and pages into its environment. And one of those pages that we're going to load when we do this register services down here is this MAUI app builder. It is this Dataverse service. And what I'm doing here is creating a new Dataverse service and calling the get token function. So when you're connecting to any Power Platform environment, you can do it via the HTTP Web API, which is what I'm doing in here, because I'm mimicking the logic I did for a work project. Or you can use the Power Platform .NET framework that allows you to do the same. Very, very similar in approach. You need to get an authentication, and then once you're calling those APIs, you're passing that as a token, the token being a string that you get once it's been authorized. So when we did the initial load of the Windows app, it prompted me in my browser. That's it getting understanding, is it allowed to connect? I'm going in as that user, which is great for if you're doing something that's an extension of your Dataverse and is a customer an internal facing organizational application. So if I go into the get token method, we then go into this login as an async method, and this is effectively doing a look into the cache originally, which is this get accounts async call, which is effectively saying, do I already know about the user and his access to the environment that I'm accessing to get hold of? And this is effectively, any browser does a better job than you can do about caching credentials. The same in the phone, it's caching those credentials for you. And if I don't have to do anything, if I already know about what that connection is, all it's going to do is decide to use that. If that doesn't work here in this getting the token silently, and if it fails, then we need to then go back the other way and start thinking about how do we get it interactively. So silently it says, well, I've already got one, I've got that cached, it's not past its best before date effectively, it's still valid, I'll try and see if I can use that token, and it does that, and it goes to the endpoint and acquires that token from Microsoft on their API endpoint. If I need to go through the interactive route, which is that pop-up on Windows, and it's the same in Android, it will pop a browser up and expect you to log in like you normally would within the Power Platform and Dynamics, with your password, your two-factor authentication, etc. It will do that interactively, which is this call here. Now you can see that we've got a bit of platform-specific code here. So if it's the Android version, it's expecting a different parameter, and it's expecting a different parameter about this current activity. So we're passing that in. We're also executing with that method asynchronously and expecting something back. Again, if it's Android, we have to wait for the platform activity to happen before we return the result. And the result, if we're okay to authenticate, will include that token. So if I go back to my Dataverse service, into my get token there, we then get this access token, which we can see as the variable we need to pass every time. We can then configure the headers within this Dataverse service with all this information that we need, with the bearer as the access taken. We basically define what we want back here. We always want JSON back, because when we're calling that API, that's what we're expecting. And then we're good to go, really. What I'm doing extra to this is defining a list of products. So when we did that selection of what they wanted to return, that's a list of products that doesn't change at all within the lifetime of the application. So we go and get that at the beginning of the lifetime of the application and show me that list so that I can display it as a list. So if I go and look at this call here, we've got initialized products call, which is then calling our favorite fetch XML. So if you've not used fetch XML in the Dataverse environment, this is a way of creating queries and creating logic to do filters and decide what queries you want to do for your application. And this is really key if you want to reduce the amount of data that's returned, and really quite useful. And that applies not only to when you're doing code like this, but into other things like when you're in your calls in Power Automate, etc. In flow calls, you can use the fetch XML to limit exactly what you want to see, do lots of inner joins, and get a data set that you're interested in. For me, it's quite simple at the moment. It's just going to get me a list of products. And then because I'm getting JSON back, because of the property I've just said, what I need to do after I've received that data is deserialize that object, and deserialize that object into something that I want to know about. So I have a class called products, and each product will have a series of properties of all the things that I care about in my product information. So the product images I care about. Okay, so what we've done, we've got a list of products, we've proved that our service is connected, and we're done. So if I go back to the program manager now, we add that service as a Dataverse service, as a singleton, where we're only going to need one of those. We only ever need one Dataverse service connection. Ideally, you might have more, I guess, but in your application, but effectively that's the one that we want to know about, and we're only adding one of those rather than creating it every time, which is the add transient there. And we're turning that back to the app builder. What the app builder does at that point, it goes and gets the main page that is defined within the main page XML, XAML back of the view page, and this is where we're doing some checking. So once we've initialized the information and we've navigated to that page, we do a check token, and this is just a clause really to not show you anything until that token is available. Because we're working in an asynchronous mode, the idea of going to get that data and bring it back is all well and good. But what if that's not ready? What if we haven't got that information? So this is me just basically waiting in this check token method for the method if the check token is there, we're all good to go, and it will just effectively stay on that loading screen until we've done that approval, until we've got that token, as in we've authenticated either silently or unsilently. And then what we're doing with these methods now is pushing to the navigation a new reservation list view. So if I look at the reservation list view, and maybe a bit of a segue now and back to our presentation, we've got to understand MVVM, which is what it's called. MVVM, standing for Model View Model, is a community toolkit effectively generated method of allowing an abstraction from the model, the data, the bit in the middle, which is doing your business logic, and in view, and in our case, that's the page. So as you can see from this, we've got a view model in the middle, which is effectively doing the hard work, but we're abstracting that from the view. So the idea is that you could have multiple versions of that page using the same view model because it wants to see the same logic, but that view, the page could be very different. So you could have a totally different page for Android as you would do Windows if you needed that separation of functionality. But your view model would stay the same. There'd still be a save button which would call the same logic within that view model. So on the page, you have data bindings that are going back to that view model to allow you to do that. And that view model, once that data binding property changes, will send a notification over to the page to change the display of that. And that's why you've got that, there's no need in this logic to go and refresh that value in that that page to display it. It just keeps it refreshed because you've set these things up. The view model updates the model, and in this case, it's just those. The model tends to be class definitions, and we are effectively using that to then go and update Dataverse or things like that. And again, once you've done that, you could send a notification back to refresh that data. So they are all in sync, and you're keeping a class version of that. So if you're updating a value within that class, it would synchronize through to update the view model, which would update the view. But there is that separation. And while we're here in the presentation, there's lots of other helpers that are in this. There's a .NET MAUI community toolkit, which I'm using to do a lot of the reusable elements, including animations, behavior. So there's no need to rewrite the wheel. These guys have already done all the hard work and are better developers than I. So make use of that. And it really is coming on strong, that community toolkit, in terms of what's available. And that is supported across the board. So they have done helpers from all the platforms. And that's open source. It's available on GitHub. Contributions are coming from everywhere. There is a couple of custodians of that, which will build up that logic. And on like that, we just found the community toolkit MVVM, which is more generic. There is lots of different ways of creating apps using that MVVM methodology that's used in other ways of creating apps and other logic. So that's a standard one that's creating that pattern. That's where I'm going to start using that observable behavior so that I don't need to do any work. We're going to go to this reservation list view. So what that is a view, a page, which is in XAML, cross-platform application markup language. I can't remember what the X stands for. It's gone off the top of my head. And this is where you're establishing your base. This is where you're establishing your page lookout and feel. You can see from this, we have got definitions of a grid, definitions of the columns in that grid, which define the information that's displayed in the reservation list view as we were going down. It's telling me what heights they are, whether it's as much height as it can, or a minimum height or a set height, and the same with the columns. And as we go down this, we can see that we're populating in a specific column, in a specific row, information. So this is spanning both rows that I set up. So this is the little image of the reserver, the person that's going to take the thing away. And we're basically setting that up. So it's very much, it is XAML, so it is XML, information that is in a formatted way, in a structure. Very much if you looked at the underlying properties of a Power App page, it's all there in get that information and set it up. If we looked at that, there is a hot, I'm in the Android version, so I can't do the hot binding. So you could work with this as you're going on the fly. So any changes you make are reflected in the Windows application, which is great for building these things out. It's not quite as intuitive as the Power Apps developer experience, but it's very close. It's very good. And you're seeing an awful lot of things that are effectively giving you that level of detail and that level of complexity that you don't get in a Power Platform. And if you can see at the top here as well, we've got these swipe recognizers and a refresh view in here. So there's a refresh here and a swipe. So something that is not in the Windows application, but is there for and is available in other applications. So context, because we're in, it's not applicable in Windows, it doesn't work. But if we've now got the refresh, we can do that within the mobile application. Let me just get my notes just to remind myself. So once we've got this page and we've established where its view model is, which is established, and I can't find it now, established at the top, we can then start to look at what we're doing with the view model itself. If I go to the view model, you can see that we've got an established of a service, and it's connected to that Dataverse service that we established. And once we load this view model in, we do a refresh collection. The refresh collection call is, again, shout out to Mark Carrington here for his SQL for your CDS, because I'm a SQL man. I'm quite old school. I understand it a lot more than I do fetch XML. So I use that quite frequently to try and get a query out that I understand. And he's got a tool that will generate that fetch XML for you in the XML toolbox. So this code here is effectively going to get the information that I need to show that reservations list. First of all, there is a filter here to showing only the active reservations. So if anything that gets returned, I don't show it. And we've also got a linked entity, which means that I'm going off to the product table to go and get the product name and the product ID, and making sure that we've got the information we need to display that product in the listing. So very much saying, these are the only bits I want. I'm not going to get any more back. And we do the same as we did before. We go and get that information. We're using the data service, which has got that authentication, so we don't have to do that again. And then we go and get that information and return it and deserialize that logic. We clear a collection, and then we basically add for everything that's returned. We get an individual item and add it to that collection. Now that collection is up here at the top, and you'll see that these observable properties. So this means this is where coming from the MVVM Community Toolkit MVVM, and this means what it's done, the toolkit has done, is wrapped around a whole bunch of code to allow this to be observable. It's basically got a property there that it knows about, and as you update it, it's calling the backend things that need to be called to do that change. This is very much a wrapper around these logics that I don't know enough about to be, and you could code it on yourself. Don't get me wrong, you can do these things yourself, but that toolkit is getting it provided for you, and it's doing it for you. So there's very much a key process to that. And the same with this is an observable collection. So that basically says that I've got a collection, a list that I know will change, and every time it changes, you need to tell the front end. And this is what's happening here. And then finally, this is another one that I'll show you in a minute what it's doing. But that's basically when it's refreshing, you'll see it's another property that we're just logging onto. And because we, within the refresh code, we call that false. Okay, so we've set that up. We've refreshed our collection. We've got a collection that's populated. And we can go back to the XAML, and we can then see how that's XAML. We've now got this collection view, which is binded to the reservations column. So everything that we've set up, as it's added, it will get added to this collection and get rendered as appropriate. And then each of the items, like we've just gone through, will then get this information through. Another thing here to notice is that what I was saying about this tap gesture. So this tap gesture here is only for mobile applications, but it works as a click in effect on a Windows application, and you're passing a command, and this command is effectively going back to that view model, and and doing whatever the code behind that view model does. And if you see that here, the tap command, because we're using this relay command tag and using the MVVM toolkit, that will create the public version of that, which has got the tap command, the suffix of command onto that property. And all we're doing here is doing the navigating to the detail view that we saw right at the beginning of this presentation. Okay, so let me show you, going back to our Android emulator, well, going back and showing you the Android app. As you can see here, we've got the same application, the same information. We're logged in already, so we know what we're doing. But because I'm in Android, I can do a few different things. I can do the swipe gestures, so I can return that straight away. And it'll run the code, and I'll get this little notification here, and I'm done. I can then click it. I can do the collected straight away. The same logic applies. It'll go and update it and update it the collected state. So very much things that people are expecting now within mobile applications and expecting to be able to do. We've got a pull down to refresh. So exactly the same logic. You're refreshing that list by something that they're just people just expect these things to be there. If I click into the reservation itself, you can see we're into the same form. Slightly different here because the Android's got a limitation about images within the status, the checkbox columns. So it's slightly different format, and you have to work around some of these intricacies. But we're using the Android default interfaces for dates, we're using the Android default interfaces for selections. So very much what people are expecting to see. Okay, and if we hit save there, we go back, and then again we get that prompt. We get a notification that something's happened. If I go into that detail view here, once we've navigated to it, we've got a different XAML here, so it's a different XAML file, which has a different view and a different view model. The XAML has a different layout, and here you can see that I'm using these SyncFusion free controls that are available, community-based controls that are doing things that are standard and trying to get a standard across a lot of these MAUI apps. But we're putting these dates in, we've got the return by into a grid, we're doing selection of the products, and we're all good to go. And this is binding to properties within the view model. This is a reservation that's got a start date. There is a reservation start. We're doing the binding at the top, and if we go to that view model itself, you can see that's what we're doing here. So if we go and have a look at the save command, which is something that we'd be interested in as pushing data back to Dataverse, we create a new sample reservation. Sample reservation is the table name, because it's coming out of that sample app. It's slightly different than the one that gets retrieved when we load, because we don't have that expansion. We don't need to know about all of those things. So all I'm doing here is copying and pasting the information from one to the other. I then serialize that object to a JSON object, which means I can pass it into my Dataverse service. And what I'm doing is patching that table with the reservation ID, so I know what that is. I don't get a duplicate record because I'm passing that in, and that JSON. So in that patch async method function, we get very much a simple call to the HTTP client, send async information. With that information, that security that we've already done, that token that we've already used, and we get to a point where we're sending it. And if we get back a success, then we return, or not, we throw an exception. So very much standard use of the HTTP client here, rather than anything else. And then very simply, once that's done, we make a toast, which is using the community toolkit like it's so there to show you that little pop-up, that little bit of information that's showing you exactly what's happened and giving you that feedback that something's happened. So yeah, very simply, we've now got an app that we can start using across 2 different devices like I've got here. We could deploy to Mac OS and iOS if I had those devices to hand. You can't do the debugging on your PC. You have to use a device. But you can see how we can build up these applications that are very much the way that people are expecting to use applications. They look like and feel like a custom application, but we're using the same code set, and that's the beauty of .NET MAUI. So really, for me, this is now a calls to action. These should be links we'll make available within the chat. But give it a go is the first one. Build your first app. There's a whole learning series around building apps on Microsoft Learn, and the link will be in the show notes. Just go through the steps by steps. It's got a great, with the .NET 9 that came out recently, it's got a great new template that starts off with a lot of these. It includes the Sync Fusion components. It sets you up ready to go with your navigation, with all the bits that you need, and really is very useful. And there's a series on YouTube that backs that up, .NET MAUI for Beginners, which will take you through step by step by step. The next one is there's a GitHub link here, which is awesome.NET MAUI. That's a great resource for anything and everything you need to know about .NET MAUI, how it's doing, what's happening what's the next latest and greatest thing. Really is a great resource of beginner to professional for people who want to build apps like this. I've already mentioned about those apps that I showed you earlier right at the beginning. But the .NET Conference 2024, which was in November, that series of videos around what's coming and what the latest and greatest, they showed off some of these applications, and there's some great discussion around what's coming in. They have really gone a long way of bringing this to the forefront now in their cross-application development frameworks. And then learning how to interact with Dataverse. So using the .NET Core SDK in the Learn will allow you to do that. So using that over than just the direct web API, there's also the web API that's available. And both those are something that it depends on your choice. Like I said earlier, the reason why I'm using the .web API, because the original makeup of this app was using a custom API that we built based in Azure with the API management, but we were combining data sets from 3 or 4 different sources to get that API into that mobile application. And with that, I think I'm done. But thank you very much for your time today. Thanks for listening and watching. Make sure you see the rest of the sessions and get involved in that hack together. Looking forward to seeing your solutions on that hack. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Carl, for that session. It's amazing to see how you can really push those boundaries. If you can't get far enough what you need with a PCF in Power Apps, you can then go and build that whole custom app with the Dataverse backend.
Absolutely. And we actually have a question coming in, unrelated, but still very important. So Lagos Tech is having a watch party at the office, and they want to know what hair color brand you are sporting these days.
The hair color brand is in like what brand of dye that I use, or what Microsoft brand? I think
I'm going to go with Microsoft brand. Microsoft brand.
Okay, yeah, well, that's a good one. It could be like Excel, it could be Fabric, it could be, well, the Power Platform logo, right, is green. But yeah, Dataverse is probably closest to my heart, so I have to say Dataverse. And Donna Sarkar is definitely, she's referred to me as a cabbage before, as cabbage green for the Dataverse green.
I like that.
Yeah.
If they wanted to know the hair color brand, you can text your
just
stylist later, and then we'll follow up with you.
I can link you up with my hairdresser for
I
sure.
see some Copilot Studio green in there,
You're right, actually.
I'm gonna go with the ombre.
It's an ombre, Kendra.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay,
but it does work out quite well. It does link in because Carl Cookson, as you've just seen with that session, actually, I think Carl probably is responsible for my hair because he was talking to Matt Snecker about the color cloud conference.
I love that.
And that's where I first got it colored green. We raised like 10,000 euros,
which is
charity.
amazing.
It was Carl's suggestion originally, and I somehow agreed to it.
Props to Carl. Now you can never dye your hair back again.
Well, exactly. It seems to be stuck. And but Robin as well. Robin did his hair. Was a rather fetching. There you are. Surprised.
We got to hear all about Robin's pink hair on his first day at Microsoft after this event. So, yes.
I loved the video that Robin sent me of when he first revealed his hair color to his kids. That was just that was the best. And Carl did his hair as well. Obviously, he suggested it. He couldn't get out of it. So.
Yes. Well, real quick before we get into our next session, I wanted to give two announcements. So based on the great idea for a Spotify playlist, the amazing April in the background has set up a Powerful Devs playlist. So you can go and check it out now. It's at aka.ms/powerfuldevs/Spotify playlist. And then one other thing before we get into our next session, please ask any of your questions in YouTube or GitHub by going to aka.ms/powerfuldevs questions/powerfuldevs or #powerfuldevs. I apologize.
Thanks, Kendra. Yeah, so into our next session then. The next session is called Extending Your Copilot with Connectors. And we're going to have the privilege of MK Bajwa is joining us live from Vancouver. And here in the studio, we have Nathan Helgren. I've known both of them for a long time. Fantastic. And I just love the topic of using connectors in Copilot, being able to talk to external services with JSON using natural language. It's just amazing. So over to you, Nathan and MK.
Thank you so much, and happy to be here. Happy to be here at the Powerful Devs Conference, and today, as mentioned, MK and I will be talking about how to extend your copilots with connectors with Microsoft 365. And we have our content information up here, so if you follow those QR codes, you'll have the ability to reach out to us, get some more questions answered, ask any other follow-ups you'd like to have. A few things I want to talk about for a moment is the agenda we'll be covering. We'll be talking about what are extensions and why do you want to extend a Copilot. Then we're going to talk about using connectors as a means of extension. So connectors are within the Power Platform a way for you to use APIs coupled with authentication that allows you to connect to external data sources. Then we're going to talk about how to use REST APIs directly rather than a connector, and talk a little bit about certification. So I'd like to turn over to MK now to go over the first section here, which is talking about extensions.
Thank you so much, Nathan and Scott. Hi, everyone. I'm MK Bajwa. I'm Senior Product Manager at Microsoft. I'm joining here today from Vancouver, so very excited to be here to share with you what we are doing in extensibility. So today I'll be talking about extensibility, and as we get into it, let's get started. Just hold on a second. The next slide is coming right up. Nathan, can you move the slide for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you so much, Nathan. So as we talk about extensibility, one of the most important things are agents. And today, Copilot has become such an important part of our daily routine. It is hard to imagine it was just introduced overall just a couple of years ago only. I use it all the time to rephrase my email, even for personal things like, okay, tell me fun things to do in Vancouver, but it is much more to it. There's much more to it. You can actually use these copilots for your enterprise data, for your apps, your flows, and whatnot. It has no limit. It takes you much more forward to it. And when we talk about it, there are two important pillars to it. The first one being the actions and other one being knowledge. Action is the one that we'll talk today a lot more in detail as well. But firstly, like, what are these two components altogether? Action is the one where you can actually tell that agent to do a very specific specific tasks for you. You can define what are the things that you want this agent to do. It can be getting some information. It can be updating some information. It can be also creating altogether. There's no limit to it because there's a huge ecosystem of actions out there. Secondly is knowledge. Knowledge is in your enterprise, you have so many tables, Dataverse tables and whatnot, and also you have so many files. You want this agent to get that information from those knowledge sources rather than you looking at multiple data sources, multiple tables altogether to fetch a specific information. Now all these things are just a chat away and you can talk to an agent and you can go forward from there. Now we will go into the demo phase because from what I am sharing, I would love to also show you how to play them in action. So let me switch my screen and let's go over here. So now in order to create any kind of an agent, the place you'll go to is Copilot Studio. Copilot Studio is your place to create anything related to the related to agents. I'll come over here on the create section. And you see over here, the very top part of it calls about like, okay, can I create a new agent? I can click over here. It gives me a natural language experience where I can talk about it, tell what I want this agent to actually do and create it. And if I click on create, it will start creating it for me. I skipped the configuration, but in real sense, we'll not do that. But this is just to tell you how simple the process is. And over here, I have an agent already created so that, you know, you don't see me typing for a long time, but it has a lot of information to get you started. So firstly, like first step that you'll get started on will be your name, the name that you want to give this agent. What is this agent expected to do? So you will have a very short description about what is it expected to do so that the Copilot understands what are your expectations from this particular agent. Next, you see over here, you get an option to add a knowledge source. It opens up multiple things. You have an option to add a public website. You have an option to use SharePoint. You have an option to also use Dataverse. All these data sources just get connected and you can just go forward and use your knowledge. Now, the action stuff that we were just talking about, simply you can come over here, add any kind of an action. There's a search bar on top of over here where I can search anything that I expect to add, and you'll see that as soon as I type Salesforce, there's so many actions that came to it. Many times you would want that this agent is only to read information. I don't want it to update or delete anything. It's only for read stuff. You can choose only the read actions. If you want that there should be also an opportunity to edit or create in this agent, you can select that. So the options are there for you in order to choose from, specific to what is your business logic for which you want this thing to work out. Over here, I already have an action added on Salesforce, for which we'll see a demo in a couple of seconds. But let me go over other things as well. You also have things like starter prompts. For example, you have created an agent, and now it's distributed to 100 people across your organization. They understand what it is intended to do, but many a time they struggle to figure out the first thing that they should go ahead and try it out. So this is your clue to add any of your starter prompt over here, like in this case, get accounts, so that you give them a clue about what is your intention over here with this particular agent. This helps them in getting started, getting a hint of like what is this agent expected to do. And then lastly, like the publish altogether. We have created this agent already, and this is just couple of clicks. There's no code needed in order for you to get started on. So yes, let's get into the testing experience altogether, because why will nobody would want to publish without once verifying what has been configured. So now this action that I added is get action records from Salesforce. So let's say get accounts. So the session gets started. This is an activity map that will come onto your screen to tell you what's happening behind the scene. It tells that it has called get account record per Salesforce. This is just to make sure that you know that how is Copilot working behind the scene, just in case you have so many other things added in your Copilot, like knowledge, actions. It tells you what is the one that Copilot chose. Over here, as you can see over here, with a single prompt, I have a lot of information. I have name, I have website information, I have phone number, I have the address. So rather than now going into the Salesforce, going to the 5 accounts one by one, getting this information, which might have taken me maybe 10 minutes, and collecting it for my email, now I just wrote a prompt. I can copy paste and just go get to a manager telling that, okay, these are the 5 accounts, this is the information, and go forward. This will help you save time, and trust me, we all know that there's so much value to time. There's so much to do in a day. So this makes this entire experience much more simpler and much more easier. So now I'll go back to, now let's go back to the slide itself so that we can talk a little more about things to do. Nathan, can you help me with the slide?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you should see the slide now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So now coming to the next part of it, which is knowledge, which is like, okay, this is an experience that is giving you a lot of stuff like you have a Copilot that is filled with wonderful information from world knowledge, artificial intelligence, and natural language. But now you are in an enterprise and you want to use that goodness in form of your enterprise data. So using your actions as well as knowledge, you can do everything in real time and in a much simpler format. Next part to it is Copilot Studio. What Copilot Studio allows you to do, this is a platform that we saw just a couple of seconds ago that can give you an experience to author, test, deploy, and manage. Authoring experience, we just saw, it's so simple. It's such a lot more easier for you to go over and go forward, because there's no code involved. You just do a couple of clicks and you just go forward from there. Second part of it is testing. You did not have to do anything extra to do testing. There's a Copilot right on side of yours where you can just type in the queries that you intended this Copilot agent to work for, and it will start going forward from there. The next part of it is deployment, which is your publish. Whenever you are ready and you feel like your agent is ready, you can just go ahead and deploy this one by using the publish. If you are doing it and testing it for yourself, you can publish it just to you and just go forward with it. But in case you are doing it for somebody, for an entire organization, in those cases, it goes to your administrator for governance so that they can make sure it complies with the policies in your organization, and then you can go forward with it. They approve or disapprove, or they open it up to specific groups that they feel like are the ones that they should be using this particular agent. So there's definitely a governance and security part to it as well. Because it's in AI and Copilot experience, we want to make sure that it adheres with the governance rules of your organization. Lastly, manage. In most cases, if I have created an agent, it's not that after I feel like I've got some user feedback and there's, okay, get is good, I also want to do update and lot more. It's not that you can't add it later. You can just go back to your Copilot Studio, edit it again, add that particular action that somebody requested and publish it. And it would go through the entire process and your agent will be ready for you to use. Now moving on to the next slide. What is connector action? Where does connector action come into place? We have an amazing experience of 1,300 plus connectors. They range from our first-party connectors to our third-party connectors like Salesforce and ServiceNow and a lot more. So you are not just limited to a couple of them. You are actually have a huge ecosystem that you can work with based on the need of your organization. And as we saw in our demo, that it works really well, of course, for your first-party Microsoft-related connectors, and it also works very well with other connectors like Salesforce and much more. Now, coming to the next screen. This is an experience which is very low code. As you saw, when I was working on it, there was no code needed. I was just typing in, I was just making selections, and things were getting added. So it's very much simpler for somebody who doesn't want to code much. But a very important thing is authentication is in play, because we are talking about enterprise data. So security is very much important. It's important that people get an access based on the roles only, because that's absolutely very important. So what happens whenever you're adding any kind of an action, it will ask you to add your username and password so that you only get access based on your role. As a maker, you will also have to authenticate, and you don't have to worry if it is shared with 200 people, will I be exposing my access to everyone? No, because at the runtime as well, the user also have to authenticate. So if in your organization there are 200 people and all of them have different roles and permissions, they will be able to work with them accordingly. And lastly, the low code. So it's not only limited to the 1300 amazing ecosystem we have, but it also has custom connectors. For the ones who are not familiar with custom connectors, other than these connectors, you can also create a connector of your own using experiences that are already available on Power Apps, Power Automate, and multiple locations. You can create these connectors, you can use them as a regular connector within your organization and add them as an action and take it forward from there. All those experiences are also very low code, so you should be able to get started very, very easily. And now I'll hand over to Nathan, who is with you right in the room to talk about REST API action.
Thank you, MK. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to talk now about how you can use REST API actions to extend your Copilot. So as MK had mentioned, you can use connectors to improve your Copilot's capabilities to utilize functionality, and those connectors are pre-built and they're available from Microsoft, or you can build your custom connectors. But what if you don't have a connector, or you don't have the urge to build a custom connector? You can actually use your APIs directly without having to have a connector ready, if that's going to meet your needs as well. And so I'm going to switch over to my demo now, which is going to walk us through the process of using an API, if we wanted to use that, to be able to add actions into our Copilot. And just waiting for the cutover. Oh wait, you know what? I think I have to exit my presentation. There we are. All right, so here I am inside of Copilot Studio, just as MK was, and I'm inside of an agent that's already been created. And just like MK did, I'm going to click Add Action to add a new action. Now from here, in the actions, I'm getting a whole bunch of different actions listed. It's going to be a mix of all of the actions available to me. If I want to add a new action based off of an API, though, I'm not going to search on it, because that's not going to be available. What I want to do is tell it I want to add a new action, and then I tell it I want to use a REST API. And when I do that, it's going to bring me up this page that allows me to actually upload my REST API. So I can either drag and drop, or I can click here and it will open up one of the standard Windows dialog boxes. And here I have a number of files associated to this API specifically. So this is a ticket management system, and I have this Swagger that I'm going to use, which is basically my entire Swagger API set that I want to be able to use for this particular transaction. So by selecting it and clicking Open, it will load it into the system. And so now here I can see all the details of my API and decide, oh, is this the right one I want to use? This is definitely what I want to use. So from here, I can click Next, and it will allow me to go through the configuration process. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have to add a name for this. So I'm just going to call this New TMS. No, I don't like that. I'm going to call this Nathan TMS, so it's easier to find for me. Now, once you give it a name, the other thing you have to be aware of when you're adding any sort of action on a Copilot is the description. So the description is how the LLM and Copilot are going to identify which action to pick. And so it's going to be really important to use something useful here. So it's a simple service to manage tickets. We could also put in here create, locate, and display tickets. By putting this in, this gives additional text that's going to be utilized as a trigger to be able to say, oh, I want to create a ticket, I want to find this particular action. Or I need to display my tickets, it will find this as well. Once I enter that information and click next, it will take this information and create the shell of my action that I'm about to create. And it's going to take me to the next screen. You'll notice here that at the bottom there is a list for solutions. The system is going to allow you to put this into a Power Platform solution as you build it. So those of you familiar with the solution infrastructure, you can select any one of your solutions that exists, but if not, it will put it into a specific custom solution that matches the action you're creating so that it's created into a package that's easily manageable. Oh, there was an error saved my action. Just in case, I'm going to add a new addition to my action name. So it does not like it if you try to use an action that has the same name. So that's most likely what happened here. So we'll try again with my updated name, and this should work now this time. So once you provide this information and it loads, the next thing it's going to do is take me to a screen to select my authentication. So we've got a couple different authentication models here. Like if I picked Auth 2.0, it's going to ask me all of these authentication questions. So my ID, my secret, my URLs. So I would have to provide all that information. In this example, I'm picking none because this is a no auth API, but as you see, you will have to provide security information as necessary based off of the types you have. And right now there are the 3 types available, and in the future there may be additional. By clicking next after selecting none, it's going to take me into the next page, which lets me pick which one of the actions on this REST API I want to be able to enable. The important thing about selecting these actions is you're able to configure what you want to be used by your organization. So if you just click everything and add all of them, people have the ability to get, create, delete, and update. Well, what if I don't want anybody in my organization to delete a ticket? Well, what I can do is as I configure this REST API, I can just not select it. And if I don't select it, you can't use it. I'm going to pick get tickets for right now. And here again, it's asking me for a description and an action name. So I'm just going to leave it as it is in this case. But I can click through the number of additional screens. So then it's going to show me my inputs and outputs. These are the different input fields I can use. These are the different outputs I'll get back. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of skip to the last page here because there are a couple other screens that, like conversation starters and such, that don't currently apply to actions and agents. So they will be available shortly, but at the moment, agents don't use those features, so I won't really dwell on them. So once I get to the end here, you'll see I've created a new action for get tickets. Now what I want to do is I want to back up and I want to add one more action. So I want to do create as well. So I can show you that not only can you get data, but you can create data. And I'm just going to click through these screens. These are all identical screens to the last ones. No reason for us to talk more about them. Once the system completes adding these into the list of actions, it'll bring me up to the page that shows me which actions are available. And when that happens, I'll be able to finalize the process by publishing it. So here's the list of these are the 2 actions. So notice these are the only 2 actions that will be available to me. I won't be able to update or delete. I click next and it's going to publish it. And by publishing it, it makes it available to the system to add into an agent. So it'll take just a few seconds and it will let me know when it's finished. And as that completes, it's going to add that into the library at this time. And the library is a list of all the available actions and connections and agents that can be used in order to access data through the Copilot. So now that we're finished, I can switch back over here. I'll just go ahead and save and close. Now, what I want to do, let's see if it pops up right away here. Nathan TMS, new, right here. So you see right away, I created it, and here it is. So from here, now I want to first go ahead and add the get ticket. So let me find the get ticket for Nathan TMS new. So I want to be able to get my tickets. And then after that, I'll add create. And then we'll go ahead and test it just like MK did. All right, so now we're good here. I'll add. Now here's where you configure it. So you'll go ahead and be able to get the ability for you to configure the tickets and how it works and the inputs and outputs. Here I'm just going to add it as is, but you do have the configuration option on each individual action level. And then after it adds this, I'll just quickly click through those same screens for create. And then I'll show you the process in action. So we built these actively right now, and as we built these, we're creating that infrastructure that's going to be used, but in a moment when we go to test it, you'll see that it's going to ask me for my security information as well when I attempt to use it. So now I just want to go find my create really quickly, because I want to show you that it will create a ticket as well. And once we add this action, we can go ahead and do the testing demo that we saw earlier. So as you can see, this is the amount of time it took me to just add in these APIs for use. They're now ready to use. I can go ahead and use them immediately. So if I go here to my actions, one thing I want to just do is make sure that we're not using in this other data that we looked at before. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off these other ones that I had added in on previous examples. So I'm not using those anymore. I'm only using my brand new ones. And as soon as these are off, I can ask it to get tickets. And this is using that same test panel that MK mentioned and the same activity map. And we'll see that it's going back into this TDS system now and getting my tickets. And this is going to ask me to connect. And it's asking me to connect because it has security-based authentication on it. So it needs to make sure we have a connection. So even though we had set this up before, I have to make a connection for it to be able to access the data. And once we create that connection, we can use it. And that's how we make sure that everybody's authenticated and accessing the correct data they have permissions to see and view. All right, so now that that's done, I can come back here and retry that request that I made. And you can see over here, it did a get tickets. There's 3 items. Over here on this side, it showed me 3 items. Now, if I want to create one, I can use the create ticket command. And I know I need to provide a title. So I'll put get storage info, and my description is verify storage consumption details. Those are the only 2 required fields to create this, and if I hit enter, now it's going to go attempt to create a ticket. So not only can I go and get data from the source and I can view it, but you can see here that's putting these inputs into these fields and passing it forward, and it tells us we created it. And if I get tickets now, you'll see that it created the ticket for me. So not only can a Copilot be used to gather and look at data and display it in different ways that you would like to show it, but you now can actually take actions and add things. You can create, you can edit, you can update, you can delete. So it's, there we go. There's the new ticket that I created right here. So right through the testing experience, I put it in and created it. I'm going to jump back to the PowerPoint presentation now and go through a couple slides. So the REST API actions that we mentioned, we are utilizing these REST API actions or OpenAI APIs that can be built and that require you to configure them, and they do have read and write capabilities. And once you have those available to you, I want to talk a little bit about certification these last few moments. Certification allows you to take any of these custom connectors that you've created or these APIs and submit them for use to a wider audience. When you build these, they're built for your organization on your tenant, and you can use them. But if you want to add these into a way that you can make that available to the entire infrastructure of Power Platform, you can certify these. And by certifying them, it makes them available to everybody on the list of connectors, so they can find them in that list of 1,300 connectors, select them and download them and use them. So it's a great way to get your product out there and make that available for people to see it. Or if you see a product that you don't have this information for and you're building it over and over, you might want to consider submitting it for certification with Microsoft. We'll verify that it's working appropriately, and then that can be made available to the entire world, and people can have access to the functionality that you've created. Some of the benefits of the certification are making your connector available to a wider audience, and also if you have this as part of one of your products, it increases your ability to have better marketing and awareness of your product and better access to your product. So as all the MVPs and ISVs out there that are working with us, this is a great benefit to you to make sure your product gets the visibility it needs. So as this call to action then, MK and I'd like to kind of reach out to you and say, go ahead and try using some agents, add some actions using connectors or REST APIs, play around with it, have some fun with it, and also take a look at the certification process through our Microsoft community and allow you to find out how you can go through the Partner Center to certify these actions for availability outside of just your organization. Thank you very much for your time. And are there any questions?
So we actually do have one question that came in from John E. And he wants to know, is it possible to deploy a Copilot on an external website for users who do not have an account to create a ticket?
Yes, so you can utilize what's called a custom agent for a Copilot, and custom agents can be deployed just about anywhere. In the actual process of publishing them, you can choose where you want to deploy, and you would select an external website as the option for deployment. Now what will happen is you'll be utilizing the method for connectivity, and the customers may not necessarily have to sign in, because when you configure it, you can configure it to have a singular sign-on that you would use for all of your external customers, and that could be used for your connection. And at that point, it will connect to your source and be able to handle the processing of those records and requests.
Awesome, thank you. And we have a bit of a quick swap over for Victor coming up next. So if you could stay around and answer questions in the chat, that would be really, really helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, thank you. Now I know that I did say when Mike was here that my favorite feature was prompts, but can I have two favorite features? Because
absolutely.
Yeah, I think connectors is just...
What's better than one is two.
Exactly, I mean, like, if you've used them, it's just mind-numbing how you can extend your agents and do amazing things.
Yeah.
But Kendra, what's the role of connectors in Microsoft Copilot and Agent Story?
I think that connectors are one of the most critical roles inside of this story, right? Because if you think about it, connectors are a type of an action, right? So they are, whether it could be a flow, right, which is built leveraging connectors, or it could be the connector itself, right? And so connectors are the way to really connect your enterprise knowledge, your data, your workflow to agents, right? So that's the way that you're able to call an API and pull in data or to perform some sort of action, right? All the things. Connectors are the power, if you will, and the glue for Copilot, for agents themselves, right? Because even Copilot, you can leverage the graph connectors, and that gives the ability to do things like index SharePoint, your email, etc., right? Or you can leverage the Power Platform connectors, and that's why we invest so heavily in having that, 1,400 Power Platform pre-built connectors for you, because they're truly key. They are vital. I would say they are at the top of the food chain for sure.
And I saw your face light up when MK and Nathan put on that slide that talked about a data strategy. I felt there was a little bit of a reaction there.
Yes. That reaction came because daily I'm working with customers who are talking about their data governance strategy, if you will, right? And what is their data strategy. And I think it's two parts, right? The first part is thinking about when you're building an agent, these agents don't live in isolation, right? So thinking about what the ecosystem is and what is the data that you're going to need to connect those agents to, and do those connectors exist? Do you need custom connectors, etc.? That in itself is a strategy. But then also thinking about data governance as a part of your data strategy. So for access permissions within SharePoint, for example, or ensuring that you've set up end user authentication for your connector actions. All of this is part of that data strategy, and things that you need to have an ideology around, a governance around, and a process around for how you're going to implement this. And that can be the hardest thing for customers when they're starting to build these agents and think about deploying them.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're thinking about using them in your hack, so you can register for the hack, just as a quick reminder, at aka.ms/powerfuldevs/hack. Make sure you use them, and you're going to be a judge.
I'm going to be a judge,
so
yeah.
More points.
So absolutely use them. Yes, more points for using them. I don't think you can build anything truly powerful without leveraging connectors. So I think you're good there. But yes, absolutely a vital part of that story.
And just quickly before we move on to Victor, we've got an amazing team working here in the studio. So you see us here, but all the people are just making sure everything works technically, make sure we're on time, giving us hand signals, feeding us information on the prompt. So thank you, everyone.
Feeding us breakfast.
Feeding us breakfast, right? And also a shout out to my team in cloud advocacy, doing an amazing job and have been working tirelessly for many months.
Many weeks and months, yeah, to set this
to make
event
this
up.
a success.
Yeah.
So thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Yeah. So let's move on then. Victor
Okay.
Dantas in the studio. We're very lucky, and he's going to be talking about 5 ways to leverage Power Pages in VS Code Copilot to increase productivity. So over to you, Victor.
Hello, Scott. Hello, Kendra. I'm super excited and grateful to be here at the Powerful Devs conference, and especially talking about my favorite Power Platform product, Power Pages. All right, today we're going to be looking at 5 ways to leverage Power Pages VS Code Copilot to increase productivity. So all my Power Pages developers in the chat area, say hello, say hi, let's see where you are. Cool. All right. Overview of the session today, we're going to be looking at Power Pages AI features, Power Pages Copilot and GitHub differences, and then we're going to look into a lot of code. We're going to be cutting lots of code today. Actually, Copilot will be doing the hard lift for us today. As of today, Power Pages infused with AI. You can use AI to create a new website from scratch. You can create web pages on existing sites using AI features. You can revise content on your website using Copilot, so you can set the tone of the sentences on the site and adjust the content overall using Gen AI. You can create data-based components using Copilots as well. You can write basic forms, multiple step forms. You can create summaries based on your data collection using lists. And finally, you can generate code using AI for Power Pages. And this is the focus of our session today. All right, but before we dive into creating code and looking at how Copilot can help us, I want to quickly touch the subject of prompt engineering. You know, there are 3 basic rules that I use when I'm writing my prompts. First one is be specific. Create your prompts using enough details so that Copilot can provide answers that are detailed enough. Provide context. So when I write my code, my Power Pages code, I always tell Copilot who I am. You know, I am a Power Pages developer working on a particular feature set within VS Code, that is. And then finally, iterate. Remember the R's rule. And I learned this one from our friend April Dunham. So if she's live on this broadcast or on the chat area, say hello, April. Thank you so much for contributing here as well. Rephrase, reframe, and retry. Make sure you iterate through your prompts until you get the result that you want. All right, up next, let's talk about the difference between Power Pages Copilot and GitHub Copilot. Microsoft makes Power Pages Copilot available within the VS Code.dev IDE or experience. So when you go to Power Pages, you click to edit code, you get a pop-up on your browser, and you see a Copilot there. That is your Power Pages Copilot. It gives you a lot of power. It helps you do a lot of things, but compared to GitHub Copilot, it's a whole different story. GitHub Copilot is a lot broader than Power Pages Copilot, but you could include Power Pages Copilot into your GitHub Copilot experience, and we are going to look into that shortly here. Finally, before we dive into code, everything that I'm going to show to you today is based on VS Code for desktop. You can download VS Code for desktop and then install the Power Platform tools into your environment, and you'll be able to download the contents of your site using the Power Platform CLI, okay? All right, 5 ways to harness the power of Copilot to increase productivity within your Power Pages development. Let's dive right into it. The first way that we are going to have Copilot help us is assistance writing fetch XML queries. If you worked with Power Pages in the past, you know that you can retrieve data from your Dataverse model using fetch XML queries. The second one is we are going to ask Copilot to help us make our UX a little bit better, make it prettier. And then the third way that we can use Copilot in this experience is to compose JavaScript automation. Fourth way is going to be looking at web API calls. And then finally, and this is my favorite, gaining insight on existing code, all right? Let's go into the demo. I'm doing this live, so I'm hoping things will work as planned, all right? Okay. So what you see here on my screen is the official website of the Powerful Devs conference. And if I scroll down, you'll notice that this site was built in Power Pages. How cool is that? That's amazing. What I wanted to do is I wanted to extend this page, or this site rather, with additional features, maybe to enable the users to rate a session, to provide feedback on what they thought on each session, all right? But I don't have access to the Powerful Devs website source code, so what I have done is I recreated the site on my own tenant. It looks very close to reality here. It's not pixel perfect, so don't judge me there, but it will do the job for today. And on top of that, what I have done is I created a blank page for the agenda web page. And this is the one that we are going to enhance today with the help of Copilot. All right, who's ready? Who's ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's get it done. All right, so the first demo is asking Copilot rather to get some data for us that currently resides in Dataverse. So before I start, I mentioned that Power Pages Copilot can be added as a participant into your GitHub Copilot chat experience. So this is how you do it. When you want Power Pages to participate in that particular interaction, you add the Power Pages tag here, and it will be part of that chat experience. Now, not every region in the world has access to this particular participant, as we are still in preview. So I am giving you another way to get it done. It's not as perfect as having Power Pages as a participant, but we can still get it done. So this is what my prompt looks like. I'm telling Copilot, GitHub Copilot, that is, who I am, what I'm doing today, and then I'm feeding some knowledge into the Copilot. I'm telling it to use some of the Learn articles to provide a little bit more context to what I need to do. So that's what I will do. And as a Canadian, if I was polite enough, I should say yes, please, and thank you. And I forgot that, so I'll do that next time. So Copilot is ready for me. I will now ask it to do a simple thing. Let's just add some plain HTML to my page. I want to add a bootstrap container. I'm going to add a header with some information. Let's see how Copilot performs. So that is now part of my page. It's looking good. I'm going to move on to the next prompt. So the next prompt, I'm telling Copilot what I need to do. So my task on this particular example is to build a list of sessions that are available for my conference. And I'm giving context as to what my data model looks like on this particular request. Then next, I tell Copilot what to use in terms of commands. And finally, I ask it to display it nicely on my page. So I will copy this prompt. throw that into the GitHub Copilot window. And remember, this is live, so we are hoping for the best. All right, we can see that Copilot's doing quite a bit of work here for us. So now I will click to add it to my page. You see it, the code is now applied in my page. I will accept the changes. You see it's doing the work for me. It queried the variable nicely. It should display the end results. The only thing I would change here is that this speaker attribute in my data model is a lookup field. So I'm going to tag on the name of the speaker to this result set. And I can then push the changes up, and we'll see the results on the other side. Okay, go back to Design Studio, invalidate my cache. Let's go to the agenda page here shortly, and we will see our result. All right, nice. It's displaying the data as I wanted. So let's advance here on the demo. So demo 1 was done. Let's go to demo 2. Demo 2 is I need to format this page a little better. Right now, it's just showing a lot of data. It's not easy to digest the information. So we'll take a peek at the agenda page, the official agenda page, and see how we can replicate that. All right, so we'll go back to my prompt, and I'm going to tell Copilot, look, organize the display of this session using Bootstrap. Again, adding context and being very detailed as to what I want Copilot to do. I will copy the content here, add it to GitHub Copilot, and we'll see what it's doing. If you have joined us from early in the morning, you remember that Leon was presenting a component, building a component using Copilot, a PCF component, and I'm now using GitHub Copilot to do to implement changes in Power Pages. So the tool is really powerful. It's not restricted to Power Pages only, and you can use it for various programming languages. So we are going to push this up. Now that Copilot has implemented my changes, you can see that the HTML looks different now. Let's go refresh the cache once again. Wait a minute and refresh my page. And if all is well, this page should look like the one on the website. How cool is that? That's amazing. All right, let's go. Let's make this even better, okay? Now, I don't like the way that dates and times are presented here, so I'm gonna ask Copilot to help me. You know, I'm not only losing hair, I'm losing memory, so I don't know what this command looks like. And so I'm gonna ask Copilot to help me out on this particular example. So I'm telling Copilot, look, Power Pages Liquid, using Power Pages Liquid filters adjust the session date using this particular format. So let's throw that into the GitHub Copilot chat window and see what it can do for us. It's processing. Let's be patient with Copilot. It's working hard today and under pressure. All right, I think my changes are done. I can go ahead and apply. I'll choose to accept those changes, save, upload, and then again, once again, refresh the cache and see the end results. Okay, cache is being refreshed. Let's take a look and see the end result. And if all is well, the date and time is now nicely formatted. All right? So this is the second way that Copilot can help you by assisting you in writing better or prettier UX through the change of your HTML content. All right, the next demo is JavaScript. Now I want Copilot to reach out again to Dataverse, retrieve information from the contact table, and present it on the screen. The goal is to show the bio for each speaker. I want to learn more about, who Leon is, or Scott Durow and whatnot. So I'm going to ask Copilot to get it done for us, all right? So I'm giving specific instructions here. Revise the fetch is one, and then change the speaker name into a link, so on and so forth. So that's what we are going to throw that into the GitHub Copilot chat window. So let's wait for the code to be generated. It's again working really, really hard here and under pressure for us. So it's tough work. Let's be kind and patient with Copilot today. All right, it's still processing. Okay, I think we are done. Let's click to apply this code change. Almost there. All right, that was a lot of code. So we will save, accept, upload that change. Refresh the cache once again. And we should have our results available here in 1 second. Page is loaded. I can click, and you can now see Leon's bio on the website. Amazing. All right, the next demo is based on Web API. So what we want to do is we want to empower users of this website to submit their ratings on each specific session that was presented or is being presented today. Okay, so I do have a Web API prompt ready to go. Now you'll notice that this prompt is a lot longer than the other ones. Reason being is because when I requested Copilot to get this work done for me, and I only mentioned that I needed it to wire a Web API call, it created a very generic Web API script for me, Web API call script for me. So I'm giving more details as what I expected to do. The field names of the table that I'm going to use, the type of AJAX wrapper that I want to use in this call, as well as how I want to consume or the results, how I wanted to push the values into the Web API call, and even how I can convert some of these values that are being collected to be pushed to Dataverse, all right? So that's why there is a little bit more content here, but this is a product of the R's rule, again, refine your prompts until they are perfect for you. So let's throw that into the chat, submit it. And let's wait for it to process and collect the results for us. Now, as it's working through it, you notice that in my prompts, I added technical information. That is because I understand how Power Pages work. So as you interact with Power Pages, I would strongly advise you to learn to study the Learn documentation. It offers a lot of insights in these specifics. To study the content on Bootstrap as well if you want to make your presentations better, your site presentation better, that is. All right, let's apply these changes. We are now over 50%. It's getting there, it's getting there. All right. All right, hanging on 99%. We are almost done with this particular sample. Once that is finished, we'll apply, then submit the changes and test it out live, okay? So we'll accept these changes, save the file, upload, and then the page is going to be available for us. Now, what I need to do is sync once again, and then our page should be ready for us here in no time. So let's take a look. I now have a page that looks a lot like the official website. I have the information there. I have the bio for my speaker. I have an option to evaluate a session, so I'll click here, select what I think the rating is for this particular session, submit, and it might take a little while now because we just refreshed the cache, but you can see my evaluation was submitted successfully. All right, so Web API, check mark. We are going to the last example here in my demo. So I prepare a page in advance called Dashboard, and this page has a visual representation of the ratings that were collected. This is the average rating per session, and suppose that my mission is to enhance this page. Someone at work delegated this task to me, and I need to look at this code and kind of decipher and understand what it does, okay? So that is the one last feature, or the last way that I believe Copilot can help you with your Power Pages code is explaining what a piece of code is doing. So I will open the content of this page. As you can see, there is a bunch of JavaScript written in this page, and you know that not everybody is as a good developer as Scott Durow with good examples, good code, good comments. So sometimes you need features like this to get things done. So in this example, what I will do is I have a very simple prompt that I will feed my Copilot. And in this prompt, what I wanted to explain what it does. And I wanted to explain how I am connecting, retrieving data, and aggregating the data before I get started with my task. So as you can see, Copilot is going through the contents of this script. It's telling me that I'm making a script inclusion using a CDN link. It's going through the HTML and explaining how my chart will be presented on the page. It does show how the data is being fetched, the data is being aggregated and presented back to the end user. How amazing is that? This is amazing. This is really, really cool. There is a lot more that we could show, but we are limited in time. So I believe, yes, we reached the end. So that's all I wanted to show today on this presentation. If this presentation has helped you, the content has helped you, please take it, make your own, share it with your friends. You know, we rise when we lift others, and I'm strongly a believer that we get better when we do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor. That was amazing. Building all of that functionality in the Powerful Devs website, kind of live with Copilot. That was amazing. I mean, we should have come to you and asked you to do it rather than us build it.
Would have been easier.
It would have been much easier. We could just had it done here live. But So I love your Zero to Hero sessions, your free training that you do. It's just amazing to see how much content you're doing. When's the next Zero to Hero session you're going to be doing?
We are preparing a Zero to Hero for agents, and the ask is for all participants to dress as such. We're going to call it the 007 Zero to Hero agents session, so it's coming up soon.
Excellent, thank you so much. There's been a lot of chatter in the in YouTube and the back channels about stickers. So yeah.
Stickers are always a big deal.
Laptop stickers are a big deal.
Yeah. I hold mine very near and dear to my heart, for sure.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I think you need to up your sticker game, Victor. I think that's probably the comment.
Yes, absolutely.
But thank you so much. And so we're lucky to have Joe Fernandez here, Principal PM, Power Automate in Microsoft. Thank you so much for coming and talking to us. Quick question then. We've been talking about shipping features. I asked Kendra earlier about shipping features, and we were talking about CI/CD and things. So what features have you shipped recently?
Good question, yeah. Good question, good to get started. So there's a feature in Automate Desktop called Record with Copilot, where you share your screen, you explain what you want to automate, as you were explaining to someone else, and Copilot will go ahead and build the automation. It's quite magic. Like, you don't have to type, you just share your screen, you talk through what you want to automate, and Copilot goes ahead and builds the automation. Definitely a game changer in the RPA space.
Wow.
That's awesome.
You just like talk to it as though it's
as if you're having like a conversation on Teams with someone, but someone is Copilot, and that Copilot is going to go and build the automation of your choice.
So when it looks at your screen, what's it doing there? I mean, is that using like image recognition, or is it using the API of Windows?
So we're using the GPT-4o model, so the multi-model from OpenAI that can take images and then convert those images into basically the desktop flow, the RPA flow that then gets run by Automate.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I'm going to put you on the spot. One of the customers that I was working with last week, we were doing an all-day hackathon, and we were leveraging RPA as a potential solution for one of their scenarios. However, they use both PCs and Macs. So can you give us insights into when RPA is going to be available for Mac?
It's not the first time that we hear that question. So,
I am sure not.
Right now our focus is Windows.
Okay.
The majority of the automation use cases we see in the price are Windows, but we definitely keep hearing about Mac, so stay tuned, I would say.
It's becoming so for agents that are able to support in the IT help desk scenario, that is because a lot of organizations support PCs and Macs, right? And so I would just say another signal to take back with you. It's definitely growing. So.
Good signal, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have two other questions, depending on how much time.
Onto the scripted questions that,
yes,
that
so
Joe
sorry.
knew that we were going to ask him.
Okay, so how can developers leverage Power Automate Desktop to create more secure and scalable automations?
Absolutely, yes. Maybe before we start, I think folks will probably know, but when you come to Power Automate, you have two options when it comes to building automation. You can build Cloudflow, which is automations that are API-based. So if your system that you want to automate has an API or has a connector, you can build a Cloudflow. But the reality, and many of folks probably will know, is that there are many systems which don't have APIs. And that's where desktop flows come in. So with Power Automate Desktop, which is an application that comes actually pre-installed in Windows 11, you can start for free building automations that simulate mouse and keyboard to build those desktop automations. So in terms of scale, in terms of security, a lot of recent announcements. So the first thing is that we now have in Power Automate Desktop all cloud connectors within Power Automate Desktop. So within the single product, you can mix the best of RPA and the best of cloud. So
That's
before
awesome.
you had to like mix cloud flows and desktop flow. Now if you're starting from RPA and need to leverage APIs for certain steps, you can use those cloud connectors directly in Power Automate Desktop.
Wow.
That's huge.
Yeah, that is.
That's awesome.
Second big topic, there's credentials. Like many, when you're automating things, you need to log in into applications, into websites, and we've built a built-in credential manager within Power Automate. So now you can define your own credentials that are stored in Azure Key Vault. So you can operate your websites and applications using those credentials. And we've also added support for CyberArk. So many of you might know CyberArk is another popular identity provider. We got a lot of signals from customers that, hey, like, we're using a CyberArk for secrets management, and it's also now supported out of the box in Power Automate Desktop. And desktop flows need to be run somewhere, like they need to run in a machine, and that's where the infrastructure play comes in. And we have an offering called Hosted Machine, where from portautomate.com, you can, within one click, provision a VM on the cloud with everything set up, Port Automate, all the machine management application, and so on. And you're ready to go to deploy your desktop flows into the cloud, into that hosted machine, and that hosted machine will scale depending on the demand and the traffic that automation requires.
Awesome.
I love that. And in the hack that we're having after this conference, two of the parts of that is about building scalable and secure solutions.
Yep.
So that's definitely something that people need to make use of to get extra points.
Yes.
But what I love about Power Automate Desktop is it appears everywhere. It's like you've got it in enterprise grade solutions, but also it's just like popping up. Everyone seems to mention, we could just use Power Automate Desktop for that.
Yeah.
You know, I said, just do a Power Automate Desktop flow to solve that problem. So it's ubiquitous everywhere.
Yeah, and you guys have done a really incredible job over the last, year plus to make it super intuitive and much more usable, right? And so you aren't just seeing these large enterprises leveraging this capability. You really are seeing everyone be able to pick this up and apply it to scenarios that they can build themselves. So huge props to your team.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So another aspect of our hack and the theme for Powerful Devs is AI powered.
Yep.
So what AI capabilities are you most excited about in Power Automate Desktop?
Really good question.
I might have had a good team that fed me that one.
Good question, right? Copilot AI, definitely top of mind. So RPA historically has been both difficult to build, usually you require a professional RPA developer to build those automations, so somebody with expertise in the field. And then also RPA is very powerful, but very fragile. Like if you build an automation to operate like a specific website or screen, and that screen changes a month later, the automation breaks. And then somebody needs to go, manually repair, so that's downtime, extra effort, and so on. So we have two exciting new Copilot features to address those. The first one I already talked in the first question, so it's record with Copilot. So instead of having to build the script yourself manually, you can just share your screen, open that Copilot recorder, explain the process that you want to automate, and Copilot will transform that into an automation. So if folks haven't tried yet Power Automate Desktop or they found it difficult in the past, I would encourage everyone to start with their Copilot recorder. Just share your screen, explain it, and you'll be surprised by what Copilot will be able to do. So the first thing, the recorder from Copilot to be able to speed up that process of building RPA automations. And to address those cases where the automation breaks because the UI changes, we have repair with Copilot. So up until now, if you had an application or a website and that design changed, or you were supposed to click a button and that button changed of places, of color, whatever, the automation would stop and break. Now, instead of breaking, the automation pauses, and Copilot steps in during a runtime, analyzes the current state of the screen, and it's going to suggest a repair. Like the button used to be here, but knowing your intent and the comment that you put and so on, I believe this is the new UI element to use, and Copilot will be able to repair it. So that means it's definitely a game changer for RPA, because that's when we talk to customers, number one people of RPA is it's so fragile, we spend so much time maintaining and keeping things up to date, and now Copilot can do just that.
I still remember seeing Steven Siciliano at, I think it was Ignite 2019, keep me honest, and I remember sitting in the audience watching him demo RPA for the first time, announcing it, and seeing people's eyes just like, wow. And it's incredible to see how far it's come, and you guys are doing just a phenomenal job. So yeah, it's great.
Thank you so much, Joe, for being with us today. And, so tell us all about those great features. Fixing things with Copilot. I think that's a theme that's becoming
that's the way of the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have one thing to fix before we leave, because I know we're almost to time. I'm watching the clock, and so I speaking of fixing, right? I hear there's a lot of interest in my t-shirt, my Care Bear t-shirt, and a lot of interest in the stickers, right? So I actually wanted to fix a missing sticker on your laptop, and I specifically brought you a Care Bear sticker.
Well, perhaps Joe, you could put it.
You could do the honors, maybe. Maybe if you could find
a spot.
A good spot,
yes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite political deciding on whose stickers you're going to cover
tough choice, sir. Yes.
And for those of you wondering, this t-shirt is not publicly available yet, but Remy Dion, one of our incredible Power Cat specialist makes them, and I will put a plug into him that we potentially need to make this some build swag or something. So glad to see you all love it, and I'm glad I fixed your laptop sticker issue.
That
So
needs to happen.
It
definitely.
does.
It really
does.
If you want to check out more, we in cloud advocacy, in the Power Platform Cloud Advocacy, we have a AI in Action series, and I'm sure somebody will put it into the chat. You can go and check out lots of cool videos, and one of them, well, a few of them are about Power Automate Desktop. Great. So thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank
it's
you.
been great talking to you.
Yeah, and we're now going to take a bit of a gear shift. Or maybe not, actually, because it is quite relevant, because like I was saying, Power Automate Desktop turns up everywhere. But we're going to be very, very lucky to have a session from Grant Archibald from the PowerCat team at Microsoft, and he's going to be talking about mastering automated testing. So over to you, Grant.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Thanks, and we're going to just jump in today, look at mastering automated testing. So I'm Grant Archibald. I'm a program manager in the PowerCat customer advisory team, and we're going to just go through looking at how testing can work inside the Power Platform. It's something that's kind of important to us. Like, I manage one of the things, the COE Starter Kit, which is a low-code framework that we give to our customers to enable them to go test and automate the platform. And so one of the things we're trying to do in this is, how do we take this product that's like 4 years old and manage it over time? We've got multiple teams that have managed this over time. It's built out of Power Apps, it's built out of Power Automate, it's built out of Dataverse, we've got Power BI in there, and the product is changing all the time. So one of the things that we've got to do is improve our software engineering in terms of how we manage this project itself. So everything I'm kind of showing in the session today is something that we're actively using as a customer advisory team to improve what we do with the low-code solutions we build. So let me jump in, and I'm just going to have a look at, firstly, why automated testing? In terms of it's an existing practice we've had for decades in the software industry, and how do we bring some of those concepts across into low-code Power Platform? And I'm going to just guide you through what are some of the things you can do and give you some demos of what you can do today in the Power Platform in terms of testing. But as I start out, I just want to start out with a bit of a kind of a software archaeology of like, where have we come from? So if you're going to kind of look back historically, a lot of things have we started with manual and ad hoc testing, physical machines. And as we developed over time, we got software teams together, we built roles specifically around testing. And as we got into the 90s, we started to get to a point where you could start automatically recording interactions with an application. You could start off an app, you could enter some text, click through an application. And we progressively added more and more to this to make it easier. So you could start scripting that interface. You could look at how you go apply that to a website, put frameworks there to make testing much easier. And if you're going to look at where the industry is today, we're looking at how we put generative AI on top of that. How would you generate synthetic data? How would you automatically generate your tests to make this process easier? And if you're going to look at the Power Platform, we're on this large software arc ourselves. Like, how do you take all these practices of what we've done before and apply them to low code? So if you're already applying testing today, how do you integrate your testing approach into the Power Platform? And if you're new to this, how do we use some things like generative AI? How do we use some of the low-code scripting approaches we have with PowerFX to make this easier? So let's dive in, let's have a look at how this works for us. So first thing I want to start off is, what are some of the software challenges? If you're going to look at the range of the Power Platform, there's so much we can do with it. So if on the left-hand side of it, we may be doing things that are more personal productivity, something that just applies to you. You may be just bringing in something that triages an email coming in. And maybe you don't want to apply software testing here, because maybe it's just something that you're doing for your system. Then the other side of it is like, okay, maybe it's something that's impacting a larger amount of your organization. It's something that's critical to the way that you're working, and you might want to apply more automated tests for that solution. So that spectrum of working out what's the range of things is probably something you're going to want to think about at that first part of testing. The second one is going to be, okay, how should I test it? Should I be testing things in isolation? How can I be bringing pieces together to test them together? Or am I trying to do end-to-end tests to go validate how that whole business process works? And then finally, like, how are we going to support this? How are you going to make sure that you're successful doing this great idea? And maybe you want to migrate this to someone else to take over. Maybe you want to migrate this to a support team. How do you build a sustainability model in so that your great idea can continue to live year on year on year? So that's kind of the frame we're going to think about, is in terms of we're going to go through some of the things we can do with automated testing for things that have greater impact, look at some of the ways you can do like unit testing and integration testing, and how that can go into a DevOps process where you can have a continuous integration deployment process to support that. Okay, so let's have a look at specifically how we apply automated testing in the Power Platform. And overall, what we kind of think about it in 5 main stages. We're going to think about, okay, first off, Leon demonstrated in the keynote today the whole plan process. We're using the plan designer to say, I want to take a bit of text, I want to take some input, some process, and I want to go build out, these are the personas you want to go build for, these are the key components that you want to build. And out of that, you may get some technology elements that drop out. So you might want to build a Power App, a Power Automate flow, you might want to build a Copilot, you may want to go add your data model behind that and extend it. So as you're running through that process, how could you build tests as part of that process? And today we'll just talk through some of the things we're doing around Test Engine, which is a framework that started from Power Apps, and look at how that's going to eventually grow across other parts of the Power Platform. And then once you've done that initial process of building your great idea, how do you integrate that as part of your build deployment process, where you can take pipelines? How do you extend pipelines out so you can actually make sure that as you go from development to test to production, that you can make sure that the solution you're building is doing what it's intended? And then finally, from a monitor and improve side, is like, as the framework changes, how do you continually update it, make sure the solution's working? As the framework changes, how do you make sure that it continues to work as expected? So that's the overall kind of frame we're going to do. We're going to step through, this is showing a local test. We'll show how you then can go run through that process, how do you go through the learning curve of understanding it, and then how do we get to the end of the process of including that in a build process. So there's 3 main things we've got to think about in terms of that spectrum of choices you could have. You can start on the left-hand side with a unit test. And these principles are, if you're a pro dev today, these are very common decisions you're going to make off the trade-offs between, am I going to start building something in isolation? I just want to go test it independent of any dependencies it has. Am I trying to join multiple components together and check how they work together? Or maybe I'm trying to check an overall end-to-end business process. And if I look at that specifically for the Power Platform, to give you an example, I might have a Power App today, I may have a Canvas app or a model-driven application. I might want to test it in isolation. I might want to say, what happens if I mock how Dataverse works? What happens if I make a call to a connector and I want to go look at how the application responds when I give it different types of data? Or maybe I want to do an integration test. So I want to take a Power App and a Power Automate and Dataverse and bring it together and say, how does that process work when I combine those components together? Or maybe I want to create a health check to say, how do I make sure this application works if you've got a privileged user? What happens if you've got a non-licensed user? How do we just validate what the behavior of this application works with these different personas? Or maybe you want to go do that kind of end-to-end test where maybe you're dropping a file into SharePoint, you've got a Power Automate flow, maybe there's a conversational agent on that, and you want to model that whole process. What I'd say generally though, it tends to be the ones that end-to-end test generally are kind of slower and take longer to do, whereas those unit tests are quicker, faster, they give me a quicker feedback loop. So it's always going to be a balance to work out what do you want to do as a unit test, what do you want to do together to bring it as an integration test, and what do you want to do as a full end-to-end test, but realizing that's going to take a longer time. So what I want to do is like, okay, so how do you do this? So what can we do? What are some of the tools that we've got available to help us work through this process? So one of the areas that we've been working on is Test Engine. So Test Engine is an open source solution that we've got that enables you to go test initially Power Apps. So testing your Canvas apps, your model-driven applications, but it does have an extensibility framework built in so you can support multiple providers. and it has an extensibility model to go handle different components of the system. So I'm going to just step through the 4 parts of this in terms of what this looks like. Whether or not you're running it from the open source version where you're building it from source code, which I'll show today, or we're going to be updating the Power Platform command line interface where you can integrate it and just run the tests as part of your build process. So the first is authentication. So when you're starting with an application, one of the key things is you want to think about how do you do it from a secure, compliant point of view? How do you handle multi-factor authentication? And one of the things we have worked on is making it much easier to go through that initial process of signing on, securely storing tokens and enabling those tokens to be used for different user personas. The second one is we've started with Power Apps, but we also have a roadmap to add Microsoft Copilot Studio and Dataverse as other first-party providers that you can go create tests for. The third one is kind of Power Effects. So it's at the heart of what we're doing at Test Engine. So it enables you to model all the different tests you've got as low-code Power Effects steps and abstract out the complexity, whether or not that is sitting on top of Playwright to go automate a web page, or maybe it's talking directly to the Copilot engine, or maybe it's talking straight to the Dataverse SDK. So Power Effects gives you that abstraction layer to look at how you go interact with it. It also makes it easier for us to do that kind of record and replay approach where we can watch what occurs and transfer kind of what's occurring from a network point of view, your actions you're taking, and automatically generate the Power Effects to give you a starting point to go build your test cases. And finally, it enables us to look at how you take natural language, and we've had investment over years to say, how do you take natural language and generate the Power Effects? And transferring that knowledge to go help you go build generative tests. And the last one is just looking at it from a pipeline point of view is, it's all good to go build a test locally, but how do you then go build that into a pipeline that can automatically run all the time through the overall process? So let's have a quick look at what that pipeline process looks like. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to run through in a moment, just going through what is the process of learning, running a local copy of Visual Studio Code, where I'm going to go run a test for a model-driven application. Once I've got that done, I could go commit that to a location. So maybe that could be Dataverse, it could be your source control system. And you're going to have a deployment solution that goes along with this solution you're trying to deploy. And you can extend that out so you can actually hook into that process, say, when I go from development to test, I want to make sure that I run all my automated tests and validate that it works. And then when I go from test to production, I want to add another hook to say, did all my tests work successfully? And I might want to have a manager approval before I move on to the next stage. So the idea is to go be able to model what's the business process you want to go say, here's my safe place to build. I want to go take it, test it. I want to validate that it works, verify automatically that it works. And then I want to go take that to production and verify that it's working in production and have a gated kind of approval process before I get there. So before I jump into the details and just show you that, I just want to kind of give an overview of kind of what's the current state of where we are today and where are we kind of going around testing, thinking about Test Engine. So the first thing we've kind of started with, as I mentioned, is we started with Power Apps. We've got an update coming out soon that's going to update how you can do Canvas applications and work with model-driven applications. That process is still work in progress, and we will continue to refine how model-driven applications work in terms of Power Apps. We're starting off looking at experimental providers for Microsoft Copilot Studio and Dataverse. So we can take the same concepts in terms of how you create low-code tests for Power Apps and transfer those same knowledge across to build Copilot Studio tests and Dataverse tests. You can integrate today with Power Automate, called from a Power App. But some things we're looking on in the future is how would you enable you to do logical tests of the flow that your Power Automate goes in terms of mocking how it's triggered, the actions you get as you run through a Power Automate flow. Okay, so hopefully that gives you enough context to jump into. So what I'm going to just go through is 3 different scenarios. So one of the first things is just to look at how we deal with the learning path. Second one is just what does it look like to go run a Power Automate test today, a Power Apps test today? And the thirdly, I'm going to just go through what does that look like from a DevOps point of view. I'm going to do that with kind of three myths, and I'm just kind of building on what kind of Leon did at the start of the keynote, and just look at this from a testing point of view. And so the first myth is like, automated testing is too complex, and it requires specialized skills. Like, how do we help with that? So one of the things we've done is we've tried to think about, okay, how do we make the process of learning how to build tests easier and more engaging? So we've created this learning playground to help you through the learning process. So I'm going to step out of my presentation, and we'll just go open up the learning playground. So this is the learning playground. So this is the GitHub page that we have for the Power Apps test engine. And it starts off here where I've got just a simple expression where I've got a block here where I can say, okay, I just want to go test, well, what is 1 and 1 equals 1? Just very basic things. So as we build up a test, one of the key things we want to start with is, okay, just logical expressions. It's the key to go building up, how do I verify something's working? And I can just go hit try it in this window here. And when I do try it, it actually just evaluates the power effects behind this. So if I can go put 1 equals 2, obviously that's going to be false. And then I can say, okay, well, if I'm new to power effects, there's some different ways slightly how, if it's more like Excel, that it goes and looks at Boolean expressions. So I can go take an AND condition here and say, okay, what does an AND look like and how does it work? And then come down again and I can say, yep, that's true, it's working as expected. And I can say, okay, now I'll go make this false and you'll see it work. So the idea is to say, okay, let's start with a very small idea, master that concept within a few moments. And then say, okay, now I've learnt that skill, now let's come across and understand how collections work. So there's already a pre-populated accounts collection here. And in this accounts collection, it's automatically created an account and a name. And I can start interacting with that directly inside the browser. So I can say, okay, I'd like to deal with the first account, and I'd like to get the name of that, and just validate that that works. And so try it. Okay, I understand generally how that is, and you can then run through the series of steps to say, how do you go deal with counting rows, getting items? Once you've got that kind of concept mastered, you can say, okay, now I want to start putting some of these things together. I want to just take the concept of an assert, which is a very common pattern from a software development point of view, and say, okay, how would I apply that to Power Platform? So I could go say, I want to take this label, which has got heading, and I want to assert that that heading equals the expected value. And then as I go through that and I go, obviously that's true, it's going to come out there. And if I go change heading to be a different value, it's going to come back and go, okay, it's now throw an error because that value, that logical expression I created is not true. And then we can combine some of these concepts together to create some more interesting kind of scenarios. So if we could take that from a simulation point of view, I can say, okay, I want to go take a call to a weather service. So if I call this weather service, and I clear this off and go try it, it's going to return the data for, here's Seattle and here's the temperature in Seattle. And if I want to then say, rather than getting the data for Seattle using this mock connector, I want to go simulate it. So every time I call the weather service, I just want it to be other and cold. And then I can go assert that it's other and cold. And that way I'm kind of getting independence from actually having the connector. So I can build it in a way that I don't have to worry about the actual real connector being there or the real Dataverse being there. I can just go check the behavior of my application in terms of how it reacts to that. So the idea is you can go follow these things through here, and you can even get it to more complicated scenarios where I can go deal with things like, how do I deal with localization? So if I want to go change this to French, I change it to the French locale, and I can then go add in an expression saying, how does this work in the French locale using the language function, and does it return the correct, based on the time and date, what you'd like to have a response. So that's in that example, we just went through basically how do you go through that learning path? How do you make it easier to get started so that you're not kind of going through that learning curve? So that's the key things we're going to go out of that is like use the playgrounds. The playground will help you learn the key concepts of how you apply testing and some of the key concepts. Incrementally build up those skills, and Power Effects can help you abstract out some of the key complexity. So the next one we're going to go through is Power Platform testing can only be done manually. So the example I'm going to do here is I'm going to pick a Power App, and I'm just going to show how that works, and it's going to open up an abstraction on top of Playwright. So that's going to be my second demo that we're going to have a look at. So I'll escape out of this, come back here, and we'll get out of PowerPoint again. Okay, and this time here, we're just going to open up Visual Studio Code. I've got a weather sample here, and I'm just going to hit run tests on this. So this is going to go connect to my environment, and it's going to, I've already authenticated to this environment. I've got my credentials set up for it, and I've already authenticated to the environment. So it's got my credentials. It's already done multi-factor authentication already. It's going to, I'm doing a build from source strategy. So this is taking the source code that we've got in GitHub, it's compiling it locally. And the idea of this version here, if you want to work from source, it's that you get the latest version of all the features. If you want to use our pack CLI version, it's already pre-packaged and ready to go. So it's making sure that all the components are there, that it's got Playwright, it's got all the browsers installed. And once those checks are done, it'll be ready to go. We'll hit a button, we'll then start the test, and it's going to start up Playwright. So it's ready to start. I don't want to attach the debugger in this case. I'm just going to continue on. So in this case here, it's now going to open up Playwright. And I'm not having to worry about the mechanics of actually how I opened up Playwright. That's already done by the framework itself. So it's going to start Playwright up. It's going to have a look at the credentials that I've already entered. It's going to go directly to this model-driven application. And it's going to go run this weather sample using the same concepts that I was using in my learning playground. It's looking at the connector, go to MSN Weather, and it's coming in there and it's saying, rather than actually going off to the real MSN Weather connector, it's going to use the mock data that I've set up inside my test. And it's going to say, okay, how does my thing work with a test location? What happens if it's sunny or cold? What happens when I set my category? And it's automatically run all those tests. So that way, we've this is a demonstration of how we've simulated Dataverse with some sample data. We've tested the interface of how the application works, and I could go take this Power Effects with different settings for different languages. I could go commit that to my source control system and have that run as part of my build. So that's going to be our third demo we're going to go have a look at. So our third demo is, what does this look like from an ALM process? How do we go run this? So what we're going to do is, and rather than go back to PowerPoint just showing you with the third demo, I'm just going to show you, okay, jump into that third sample. So in this third sample here, I've got two solutions that are sitting inside my environment. One is a deployment solution. So this deployment solution is there to help me with adding extensibility hooks into my deployment process. Particularly in this deployment process, I want to go, so when I deploy from my development environment to my test environment, I want to go run some tests. So this middle tab here is my application that I was just showing here. So this is my model-driven application. And I want to test this application works from a build pipeline point of view. I would go in here, I would go to pipelines, I would say deploy here. And we saw this demoed early in the day, so I won't go through the part of just deploying here. But the key part of that process is in this deployment part here, we've got this test validation. I'm just going to open up and look at that Cloudflow. So what this Cloudflow is doing is when you install a hosted version of pipelines into an environment, you can go set it up so that you can say, there's a Dataverse action that gets called. And you can call it at different parts of the process. So the particular action I'm picking for this sample is saying, when a deployment is completed, so when we deployed from dev to test, I want this to trigger. And what I want to do is I want to go queue a new build to my build pipeline. So I'm just using the connector for Azure DevOps to go queue a new pipeline. I can pass parameters through to that. Alternatively, if it's Azure DevOps or GitHub, I could just go choose the appropriate connector there. If I choose another build system, I could alternatively just choose a different connector or a custom connector to go connect to those systems. And that's all I would need to do to kick off the build. And then on the other side of it, then it's going to be a standard build process. We're just going to come through and we're going to go see a standard build process. We're running the command line interface, and we're still seeing those test engine will automatically create the test results files and include it. So if you're coming at this from a code first developer, you don't have to worry that this was created in PowerFX. It just looks like a test result alongside it, like everything else you build. If you're coming at this from a low code, all this kind of complexity of how the pipeline works is kind of abstracted away, and you just integrate it with it using this Cloudflow here to go integrate with this process. So overall, what that's showing is it enables you to kind of, how do you easily trigger a process using the extensibility hooks that are there and still take advantage of having pipelines behind the scenes. And in my pipelines here, I could go back to my pack pipeline and I would see here's all the builds that have occurred, and I could go through and say what were all the steps and how did it run as part of that process. Okay, so I'm going to switch back to the PowerPoint. I'm just going to talk through where can we go from here in terms of, hopefully that's kind of showing you three things. You can kind of extend your test. So we started here with Power Apps, but as we go through this, we're going to take the same language and approach to be able to go extend to other parts of Copilot Studio, Dataverse, or Power Automate. We went through that demo. We're saying, okay, integrating with Azure DevOps is hard, and it doesn't have to be. You can just go integrate using Cloudflows to go call off to whatever your build process is. And we went through that demo in terms of what that would look like. And we're going to be following up in terms of having articles showing you how to go configure this for your own systems. So overall, what we did is we went through this process of looking at, okay, you start on your own machine, you can extend the platform to go add in rules that you want to go integrate with Azure DevOps. You could do the same kind of rules when you go to production to plug into the process to maybe have a Power Automate Cloudflow kick up and ask for an approval before it goes in. You've got control to say how do you control it, configure it. You can integrate your tests as part of that process to make sure there's a quality loop inside that. So the last few things I just want to kind of quickly cover is, where are we going with this? So overall, what you're going to see is going to be greater coverage. Like while today we've focused a lot on Power Apps, look at other providers that we can plug into this process, and don't just think about web-based tests. We could go take other NuGet packages, command line interfaces, work with like the Director Engine to work with Copilot Studio, working with the Dataverse API to go integrate with that. And the idea is to go, how do we enable us to have greater amount of AI in there to say, as we've got different parts of AI in the product, how do you go validate that? So if I've got an AI-based summary that turns up in an app, how do you validate that? When you show form fill, how do you go validate that it's getting the right information into the form? How do you go check the multiple stages of a conversation are grounded with your organization? There's going to be some follow-up links in. So what I showed you is that Power Apps test engine site where I had the playground at the start. There's a lot of documentation there from a business point of view, from a technical point of view as part of this process. There's that learning playground that will help you through that process. And there's, we're going to be working on technical learning modules to help you through the learning path. The idea really is, give us feedback on what works. What would you like to see? What additional things would you like in the learning playground to help you through that path so you can get the adoption quicker? The last thing I want to just leave you with is, what are some of the ideas as you're hacking? If think about from a quality point of view, what else could you do to, as you're building this idea, to show how would you extend automated testing to what you're doing? How would you turn something that's a blocker into something that's automated to verify whatever you're building continues to work and can be automated? How would you make it a more supportable process and sustainable process? Are there any other ideas or hacks that you've got that as an open source project you could work with us to kind of contribute? So those are my kind of key things I'd say there. have a look at how this is done. There's lots of video content there. We're going to be looking at adding. There's lots of material that we've got there, and look forward to seeing what you hack. And back to you. If there's anything else, any other questions?
We do have some questions. That was a great session. Thank you so much.
So good.
One question that we have coming in from Cantaloupe Joe, will this built-in test feature work for both Canvas apps and model-driven apps?
Yeah, great question. So yes, it'll cover both. So we've got more focus on the Canvas apps today. So what I showed there was a custom page in a model-driven application. And as we go into April, we'll be adding further work around model-driven apps. So dealing with entity records and entity lists that are part of the process. So yes.
That's cool. And what about code components?
So code components is definitely one of the things that we had initially. So you can interact with PCF controls. So if you're doing integration test of a PCF control, you could then go interact with a button. So if I'm going to click on a button inside a PCF control and test its interaction with the app, that's definitely one of the scenarios that you could look at.
Nice. Actually, I had a question someone asked me a couple of weeks ago in Prague was about Playwright. They were using Playwright to do a lot of their testing, and they were asking about how Playwright will work going forwards.
Yeah, Playwright is an open source solution that we've got as Microsoft. Basically, we're trying to abstract a lot of that complexity there. But if you need to, you can still drop down to the C# level and do your Playwright tests. We see a lot of customers have got investments already in Playwright, so you can bring those existing skills and bring them in and integrate them. So it's a matter of you just choosing the level of integration you want. Ideally, you want to use more of the power effects over time because we think it'll create a simpler, more abstracted way of dealing with the page rather than having to go deal with the lower level C#. But you could use either way. So it really just choose what's the right level of tooling that you want to use.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And you can go and learn more about what Grant has been showing today at aka.ms/powerapps-test engine. It's just an amazing GitHub repo, just like full of so much code. And Grant, I tell you what, you need to do a blog on how you built that whole playground, that
That's
Power
amazing.
Effects playground. I mean, how does that even work? It's just...
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, that is basically that's Blazor, that's WebAssembly running in the browser. So that's Power Effects running directly in the browser to help you through that learning process. So the idea is Test Engine itself can execute in the browser. So you can run all of Test Engine in the browser to go test that complete experience kind of thing.
I love that. We have a question for you that we didn't get to before the session, but we were talking with you behind the scenes. And I think your answer is one of the best and most heartwarming answers as well. But what is your guilty pleasure?
My guilty pleasure is the coffees on the weekend, is getting away, disconnecting from tech, getting out there with my wife and just walking to the store, not even car, just walk to the coffee store, grab a coffee, disconnect, and that's my guilty pleasure. That's my weekend guilty pleasures.
That's awesome. We'll back channel your wife and let her know that
you
passed today.
We all need to do more of that as well.
We do.
Definitely.
100%.
And this is obviously your secret weapon because Grant, you produce so much great content, and obviously it shows. It really does.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Great session.
So we're almost at the end, actually.
I know.
I did want to ask though, because you have a really cool job, and I was just wondering, how did you get to do a job? How did you get into that position?
Man, where do I start? I think I could have a whole session just on my journey here, but I'll keep it high level. One thing people don't know about me is I actually come from a molecular biology background. Which how I fell into tech, it's, a lot of steps along the way. One included being a massive nerd and chemist and brewing beer. And then somehow...
That doesn't surprise me.
somehow landed in a consulting firm here in Seattle when I moved back to Washington. And I was actually managing the account nationally for Microsoft, deploying teams, working more within the project management space to see these projects come to completion. Got an opportunity at Microsoft and started with Copilot Studio actually when it was a tiny little product about 6 years ago. I went from the design lead to then the product lead. And then now I have this super cool job where I get to help evangelize the product, define the product strategy, interact with people like you, help drive events, work super closely with our field. So I would just say, you know, keep making the decisions in your career that help you get out of bed every single morning, that align to your passions and light you up, and you'll find yourself in a job that you love and that fits you perfectly.
Isn't that just the truth? So good. And I've seen your calendar, so we're very lucky to have you today.
It's a little manic. Yes.
So who we got next?
Yes, this is me. We have Rami Mounla, who is one of our MVPs, and they are going to take us through building a mega app with the Power Platform. So over to you, Rami.
Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. Today, we've got a really exciting topic that I'm going to be covering, which is how to build mega apps with the Power Platform. Now, over the years, the Power Platform has gained a lot of popularity, and we're going to see some stats about how the Power Platform has been used in the past. But there's usually at big, large events, there's not a lot of focus around what is the scale of the applications that we can build with the Power Platform and how we can get the best out of it. So I'm going to focus based on some of the experience that I have in that specific domain, building very large apps on the Power Platform. And I'm going to give you hints and tips about all the good things that we've done in there. Now, before we start, let me quickly introduce myself. So I'm Rami. I'm based in New Zealand and specifically in Wellington. Wellington is the political capital of New Zealand, and we've got lots of government departments in Wellington. So automatically, my job has to do with the public sector, and then their customers are basically the entire New Zealand population or people that aspire to come to New Zealand. So that gave me that experience, and I was grateful enough to actually be in that community and be able to build those large apps and build experience in that space. So there's a few things that I do for the community. I'm the leader of the Wellington Power Platform User Group. We do a lot of Dynamics 365 Power Platform events. We run 2 major events. Some of them are large conferences as well. And throughout the years, that support to the community gave me the badge of becoming an MVP. Now, at some stage, I also wrote a book specifically around how to extend the Power Platform, and that's the Dynamics 365 Extension Cookbook. It's been a few years since I wrote that book, so some of the information in there is a little bit old school or outdated, but I tried to write it so that the content in it is timeless. And there's a lot of design patterns that I introduced in that book that we can use today, and I'll talk about some of that or how it transformed over the years. Now, the other thing that I want to add is I'm also TOGAF certified, so that's the open group for architecture. And that's more enterprise architecture rather than solution architecture and building solutions. However, the reason why I mentioned that is because TOGAF has a lot of really good information about maturity models and how over time you can progress and you can look at improving the work that you're doing. And that's exactly the things that I would like to talk about. Now, I work for a company called DXC, and I'm fortunate enough to be working with them because they are the ones that give me that path to being able to introduce myself to large projects and work on large projects. So just really quickly, some of the customers that I work with, some of the departments, and this is just a select few that I've worked with in recent years. So the first one is the Department of Internal Affairs. They are responsible, they are the custodians of all life event data of every single New Zealanders. So we collect data about the birth, death, marriages. We also collect data about citizenship and travel documents being passports, urgent passports, or temporary travel documents in case someone needs one and wants to go overseas or is stuck overseas and would like to come back to New Zealand. I also work with the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, MB. They are responsible, or they are a mega department, public sector. And one of the things that they do is, or under their umbrella, is Immigration New Zealand. So every person that applies to a visa to come and visit New Zealand will go through a system that we at DXC have built for the ministry. Among the other organizations that I work with is DEC, the Tertiary Education Commission. So every person that wants to do an advanced education or higher education in New Zealand is eligible for a student loan that goes through the TEC system that we've built for them. And also another really important one is Oranga Tamariki, or the Ministry of Children, specifically designed to support education, but also support children that are in need. The reason why I give you all those different logos is that because every single one of them would have a very specific flavor of things that we've introduced that made the difference in that specific project. Now, those are the public sector government department, but also being the capital of New Zealand, we also have some of the major financial institutions in there, such as the Westpac Bank and Bank of New Zealand that I've also worked with, and both of them use the Power Platform as the strategic solution to communicate with their customers. Now, all of them have many things in common. They all use the wide range of the Power Platform, be it Dynamics 365, Canvas Apps, Power BI, Power Pages for anything that is public facing, tons of Power Automate, Dataverse, of course, behind the scenes. And recently, Copilot is now being introduced, and I'll show you how we're using it in those environments. Now, if you've attended the Power Platform Community Conference late last year, on stage, Charles Lamana mentioned that there's 48 million active users part of the platform they are using it on a monthly basis, and that number keeps increasing. And that's millions of apps that are created on a monthly basis. Now, not all of those apps are at the large scale that we build them. Our applications takes 2-3 years to build, and they are used by millions of people and have millions of transactions going through them. So what's really important about the work that I do is scale, the scale of the applications that I work on. And whenever you're talking about scale, the first thing that will rhyme is the NFRs. Those 3 letters are basically the main reason why lots of organizations hire me and pay me lots of money to make sure that those large scale applications are performing as expected. NFRs, non-functional requirements, would cover a wide range of capabilities, and I have war stories about every single one of them. From a security perspective, which I'll talk a little bit about when I'm talking about the Oranga Tamariki, the Ministry of Children, but also in terms of performance, in terms of availability of the systems, what it means if something is slow, what it means if something is not available, and of course, capability, scalability, compatibility, and so on. Many NFRs, but those are some of the ideas that we need to really focus on and consider. Now, quite often you would think that people would understand the way that we designed a solution to be used, or that we would give them simple instructions and then they would just follow those instructions and it will be okay. Be it from the customer's perspective or be it from internally, our team who are building those applications. And quite often we would end up in situations like that where you would have a clear message that would say, do this, and then people will do something completely different, or that you would design something, you would make sure it's super clean and slick, and then people would use an alternative path to use that solution. And that would affect the performance, that would affect the NFRs that we've specifically done in the nice design location, but people take shortcuts and do it in a slightly different way. So my message to you today is the following. Do not accept the status quo. Build innovative solutions that inspire. And that's exactly what we did with those big, large customers and building those mega apps. Let's start with Oranga Tamariki. So I don't know how many of you have ever worked on a project where if you get the security wrong, it's a life or death situation. Oranga Tamariki is one of them. What we built is a system where vulnerable children can be reported to the ministry, and then they can go and action that request. So for example, if you're a doctor, if you're a law enforcer, and then you witness a child that is being abused, or you have a suspicion that a child might be in danger, we built a system for them so that those people that have contact with children can go and submit a request saying, we've got a doubt about that specific child, this is their address, this is what we've observed, we need someone from the ministry to go and visit that family and make sure that that child is okay, otherwise they need to be removed from that toxic environment. Now, security was paramount in there, because even the people that work at Oranga Tamariki could not be trusted. it's very common that you would get a conflict of interest. An application would come in and they would realize that this is a relative of the person who's working on that application. And if that person realizes that there is a threat coming into their family, they might notify someone, and that might lead to harm. So that's why security was paramount. And we used lots of capabilities in the Power Platform, things like the access teams to make sure that the records, all of them are sealed, and you're only able to see them if you're invited to go and see them. And we've introduced customization to do that. So over the years, the security has changed, and the responsibility have moved in from being entirely the customer's responsibility to being partially the customer responsibility, as well as Microsoft. So there's a nice guidance in there in the Compliance Center by Microsoft, specifically for Dynamics 365, that talks about that security model. I would recommend you go and have a look at that URL in there and have a look at it. Now, moving on to the most recent project that I worked on, which is Te Ara Manaki. And this is it literally translates to supporting people into their life journey. And then we believe that every New Zealander has the right to own a New Zealand passport, so that they have that rite of passage and be able to travel the world whenever they need to. That is a large-scale project. Every single day, we've got 2,000 passport applications that come in. If the solution is down for one day, we've got a backlog of 2,000 applications that are coming in that go into that backlog and needs to be addressed. So when we first go live, we had a few teething issues and we had to take the system down, up and down again. Within a month, we had a backlog of 50,000 applications that were not processed. But we managed to improve that and then expedite the delivery. Now, what's really important in here is to understand how we actually achieved those large scale and how performance was paramount in order for us to get to the solutions that we want to get to. Again, be it from an end user perspective that are using the system, but also from a consultancy perspective, from a building those solutions and the authoring side of things. So one thing that I really like to do, and this is where the TOGAF training came in, is to understand the maturity of the organizations that I work with. All those big, large departments, you would think they would be optimized in terms of maturity, but they're not. Some of them are still at the early stages. Some of them are in the sort of middle stages of maturity. And you need to do that assessment upfront so that you know how much you need to provide them with information and how much handholding you need to provide them. They're not IT departments per se, they are government departments, right? Some of them have good IT departments, and it all has to do with the individuals that work in there. So that's why I came up with an assessment that would show the different levels of maturity and all the different disciplines that we're interested in, and then show them what does that maturity model looks like. So if we're talking, for example, about source control, how much source control do they do? What sort of technology do they use? Do we need to provide them with templates? Do we need to help them set those things up? Or are they going to tell us? And if they're telling us how to do things, are they in line with the way the Power Platform works? What about environments? How are we going to manage multiple environments, especially that Dynamics and the Power Platform have very specific requirements in terms of how to set up those environments, you know, for solutions, managed solutions, unmanaged solutions, the layering and so on, the developers or the individuals. Think about your strategy on how to do that and then help them in that space. But then going beyond that, what if you have a deployment, your SDLC going to test, you know, UAT, pre-prod, prod, and then in there you've got the existing go live solution, you've got a vNext that is coming in, and you've got another version that is vNext +1 that you want to release. How are you going to manage those releases and make sure that your solution layering is working in the way the Power Platform is expecting to do things? So again, this is a good place where you can do a little bit of assessment and then provide guidance to the people. Now, let's talk about the people that are building the solutions. One thing that we've noticed is that with large projects, we had about 40 people working on the largest project, which is the Department of Internal Affairs for building the citizenship and passport solution. And when you get such a large number of people, you don't expect everybody to be an A player. You are going to have different people with different capabilities, some of them technical, some of them functional, and you need to balance their capabilities and support them as much as possible in order to deliver in time so that you can provide the value that the customer is expecting. To give you an indication, we had 40 people working in there. On average, they would be earning about $180 an hour, or that's at least what we would charge the customer. That would equate to $250,000 every week. And if you take a sprint, which is 2 weeks, that will be $500,000. Per month, we were burning $1 million. So whenever you say, oh, that government has a $30 million project, that's basically 2-3 years worth of budget. And then we chew through that really quickly. And that's just on the vendor side, let alone how much the department is spending and actually to get there. So what was really important for us is to expedite the delivery. So whenever they came to us, we noticed that there is a pattern in all the requirements that are coming in. There's always an order in which they do things. So those are the things that they said, okay, those are the different patterns. We've got the apply pattern, the register pattern, the order pattern, the share pattern, and each one of them has those different steps. And the more I looked at it, the more I realized that actually this is a request to fulfillment pattern that exists. Someone applies for something, they did an assessment to check that everything is okay, they check if they're eligible, they come up with an approval, or they come up with a decision, and then they come up with an approval for that decision, and then they go and update a register or an official record, and then they go and advise that that has been done, and then they issue and dispatch something, a token, a passport, or maybe a certificate for the users. So we decided to build a pattern based on some of the entities that are available in Dynamics, and then make sure that that pattern is repeatable. So whatever application type that they're submitting and they're requesting, we're reusing that pattern over and over again. That made it super simple for our consultants to add more and more and more different application types every time there's a new requirement coming in. This is where the speed of delivery also comes in. Now, there's a lot of work that is required, for example, to go and build, let's say, new schema, change tables, update forms, and so on. So we looked at what's the latest that is available. Again, remember the message. Think about innovation, how we can expedite delivery. We've noticed that our consultants are spending a significant amount of time going through the Maker portal, going and creating the records one by one, creating the attributes, creating the tables, doing all their due diligence and so on. And we thought, all right, well, how about what do we do to expedite that? And luckily, I was privileged enough to be part of the early preview of the Git integration between Dynamics or between Dataverse and ADO, Azure DevOps. And I realized that actually all of it is driven through YAML. And I'm like, okay, well, we always have a data dictionary with our customers. This is our source of truth of what we're trying to achieve. And that gets approved. And then we take that data dictionary, we go into the Maker portal, and we start building the tables and the attributes. What if AI can help us do that? And what I'm going to show you today is something that can be done on your local machine, and it's very easy. So this is a local machine that I've got. I'm presenting from home today, and I've got a machine just under my desk, and it has the Meta model. It doesn't have to be Meta. It could be OpenAI, but it's a smaller model. It has 70 billion instructions, so it's the Llama 3.17b. And then I trained it so that it can take a CSV file, which is basically our data dictionary, and generate the YAML fragments for us, and then see if I can actually push that into GitHub and automatically generate the content of our solution, bypassing the time that we spent on the Maker portal. So let me do a quick demo in here. What you are going to see is going to look a little bit about like the way Neo looks at the matrix. You are going to see YAML fragments, and you're going to say, I exactly know what that form looks like and what those attributes are. So let's have a look at that specific demo. So hopefully the solution is working. I've got here this is going to look very similar to OpenAI and ChatGPT specifically, but the prompt that I provided to that specific model is a CSV file. So I said, please generate all the YAML fragments required if you have that CSV file that has all those different attributes. And it understood how to generate that and started creating those YAML fragments, creating them one by one and adding everything that is required in every single fragment. It did create them each one as an individual YAML file. And then if you notice at the end, it's like, hey, if you need anything, let me know. If I look at a previous iteration that I've done in here, it even said, hey, it looks like it's something that needs to go into GitHub. If you want, I can provide you with a GitHub gist or a Pestabian URL instead, and then you can take this information and send it. It even provided me with a zip file that I can go and download. Now, ultimately, you would feed this information into an AI model. It would generate the model for you, the YAML fragments, and then you'll be able to then take it in there and then push it into your Git environment. So this is what it would look like in ADO. So those are all the attributes, all the different fragments of those attributes, the YAML fragments as they're loading in here. And as you can see, it looks exactly like what was generated by that AI model. And then once you commit those changes, you accept the PR, then you refresh your environment. And now in the environments, you've got solutions, you've got your Git integration that is available in here. And then for each solution, you'll be able to commit the changes that you want, and you'll have the little button that will push it into your GitHub environment. So as you can see, if you've got updates that's coming, all you do is just do a synchronization, and then it retrieves all of that information and brings it back. So again, think about innovative ways in terms of how you can improve the delivery of your solutions. All right, so the next bit is to make sure that we can optimize the authoring side of our solution. We spent a lot of time, especially when it came to building those rules. So we had lots of rules that we needed to implement for each one of those applications. What you see in here is the identity proofing process, where someone is applying for a service from the department, and we need to prove they are who they are. Every single rectangle in one of those is actually a rule that we are triggering. And I have it at a very zoomed out level, specifically because it contains a lot of sensitive information in terms of how we do our identity proofing. But what we did first was we built them in Power Automate. And that took a lot of time to make sure that the rules are correct, but also we noticed that it's difficult to maintain because there were so many of them. And to find that continuity in terms of what is this Power Automate calling and how is that calling the next step and so on. So we decided to build an engine to go and take care of this information. And we built a rules engine, an evaluation engine, using out-of-the-box schema or custom tables, yes, but it's all data that is entered into Dataverse. And then based on that, we will take the rule, we will take the information in Dataverse, and then we'll marry them together and then come up with an action, which is on the bottom right, in terms of what next step we need to do. So given that we had so many rules, the best way to author them was to use the Excel integration, where we define those rules line by line, and we just say update, and then that would create the new rules. And that took the rule creation down for, let's say, from a day to about 4 hours per rule. And then beyond that, we thought, all right, well, maybe we can use AI to do that. So we actually trained a Copilot model using some Power Automate in the background to say, hey, I want to create a rule today. Because there's so many tables to populate, we just use generative AI and prompt development to say, okay, go create that rule. What do you want to call that rule? We give it a name, and it asks us a few questions and it generates for us. And then that took a 4-hour rule generation into a 15-minute rule generation, significantly increasing the delivery of what we wanted to do. So this is the logic that it usually does. Event happens, you get the rules, you get the payload, which is data from Dataverse, marry them together, and then look at the next actions that needed to create it. Now, we were worried, because this is all code, we were worried about its performance, but then we did a stress test, which was really important, and we realized that each one of those would take, on average, about 400 milliseconds. And then we realized this is way better than anything that we can get out of the box. So this is where Fusion development came in. We built something custom. We used the power of the functional consultant that don't understand the code, and they don't need to understand the code, to author those rules using simple data. And then we put those two together, and then we managed to build something that is beyond what the platform can do. Again, think about innovation in terms of how you can build those really cool solutions. Now, when it came to performance, we also noticed there's a few teething issues. So let's have a look at this. Every single task that comes into the system that is generated by the rule engine goes through a queue. And then whenever the officers are ready, they click on that little button that says, I'm ready. That little button in here was powered by Power Automate. And what we noticed is that every time we're actually calling it, it's taking 30 seconds to come back with an answer, and then to come back with a task that is associated to the person. So we've got 2,000 applications a day, right? And then every application requires at least 2 tasks to begin with and to complete. So the one that starts all tasks, basically, once you own it, then you own the entire application. You don't have to be allocated or click on the I'm ready button again. And then there's a validation task at the end. So that's 4,000 applications. So with 4,000 clicks of that button per day, right? And if it takes 30 seconds, we calculated that every day people are wasting 33 hours just waiting to get allocated work. And usually when something takes a long time, what do? You go for a coffee break, you go for a loo break, or whatever it is, and that takes way more than 30 seconds. We put aside the Power Automates, and then we changed that into a custom action, custom API in Dataverse. And that changed it from 30 seconds to sub 2 seconds. And then that saves us, based on my calculations, $1 million a year, because now it was much more efficient. So sometimes when it comes to performance and large scale, I remember I got that about 20 years ago when I was a student. One of my lecturers was working at Bell Labs in the US, and he said, look, when it comes to performance, clean code and pretty code and low code is not the way you want to go. If it comes to performance, you need to look at the best way, the most performant way to do it. And sometimes that goes down into customization and building extra code. Now, all of that builds a massive, massive solution. And then go live was always a big event. It's like going to war. We had military precision in terms of every single thing that we needed to do during the go live date. I remember last time we did the big go live, I was actually traveling, and I really wanted to be part of that because that's my baby at the end of the day. I was the lead architect on that solution. So I locked myself in a hotel in Vancouver, and I actually went through every single one of those items and supported the team. And it was a good thing because we were on opposite sides of the globe. I was doing the graveyard shift, the night shift, which is the day in Canada, and then they were doing the day in New Zealand, and we managed to do that. This is just 1 out of 10 pages that we used for the go live, with military precision instructions, with numbers, with details in terms of exactly when we started, what is the expecting date, and if it doesn't work, what to do. So always be prepared for those really, really large applications and how long it takes to actually go live. Now, with all of that in mind, we talked about a few things. We talked about, how you can support your people into building faster, because there's such a large number of people in there. There's a large number of requirements, and you want speed of delivery. We talked about optimization, be it from a performance perspective, to make sure that the end users are getting a very good experience on how the product works. And we also talked about how we can ensure that some of those NFRs are met, be it from an availability perspective, but also from a security perspective, which is super important. Now, all of that is good, but sometimes you feel like it's overwhelming. There's just so much to do, so many things that you have to think about. And this is where you can reach out for support. And one thing that we've noticed is that reaching out to Microsoft and the Fast Track program specifically was very useful. So the Fast Track program is specifically designed for large-scale projects. Microsoft will have one goal, is to ensure the success of that project by providing you assistance, support, and governance as well. And it was super helpful to have someone from Microsoft. We would meet with them once a week, maybe, and then we would have those ongoing conversations in terms of what do we need to deliver. All of that is defined in the Success by Design guidelines. I strongly recommend, even if you're not engaging Fast Track, go and read the Success by Design implementation guide, because it has some really useful information and templates and capabilities that would help you guide you towards success. Just to give you an example, this is taken from the official website, and I've got a link in the next slide. It covers all the different things that you need to think about. Mainly, one of the things that we thought was really important is the solution blueprint upfront, everything that we're going to build. And then you have templates, and you've got support for every single activity that you do, be it the data model, be it the solution generation, data migration, ALM, test strategy, everything is there. Even go live. When we went through go live, they went through a checklist, making sure, have you trained your people? Is everybody ready for what's going to happen? Show us your go live checklist. What are the different things that you're going to do? And then they supported us post go live to ensure adoption is happening. And whenever we had teething issues, we had someone on speed dial that we can contact and then go and get some support from them. So I strongly recommend you try Fast Track, especially if you have a large project that qualifies for Fast Track or Fast Track Ready, go for it. That's really important. So that brings me to the end of my conversation, and my presentation. Here are some really good resources that I would suggest you go and have a look at. So in here, we've got the Compliance Center. A lot of information, a lot of answers to NFR questions that are coming from your large customers will already be in there, especially things around data centers, Microsoft security, ISO certifications. Everything is defined in there. You will find the answers in there. If you want support in terms of implementation for Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform, there's lots of really good guidance available on learn.microsoft.com. for the Power Platform as well as Dynamics 365, helping you through shaping your solution and then giving you guidance, especially when you've got so many different opinions in a large project, people coming from maybe a Azure background, people coming from, different, like completely different solutions, maybe Java or MuleSoft, whatever background they come from, and then they impose their own ways of doing things, but do follow the guidelines provided by Microsoft because they're there for a reason, and they fit very well with the solution that you're trying to build. Sometimes you might have differences, that's fine, just assess it and then come up with a strategy and look at that maturity model that we talked about upfront. And lastly, if you want support for Fast Track, go and have a look at the Fast Track implementation details. There's tons of information that you'll find really useful in there. And with that, thank you very much for attending my session. I am available on social media and specifically LinkedIn, so feel free to contact me if you have any questions, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Rami. I love that. It's a great case study of an enterprise-grade solution. And you've almost built your own plan designer by the looks of it, using your own custom model. Fantastic stuff.
Really fantastic. And I think not only that, but also what we've seen all day long is just such an incredible reminder of the times that we are living in right now with technology, in that AI is transforming not just how we build, but what we build, right? And I am so excited to see, especially through the hack that we have coming on, just how we can continue to transform our solutions and what we build next and how we leverage AI to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's AI. Previously, if you wind back a few years, it was sort of just a thing that everyone was talking about, but now it's just intrinsically built
in everything.
Right.
Yes, yep. Well, please let us know how we did. We would love to know what you thought of today, how the sessions were, and you can go to aka.ms/powerfuldevs/survey. And thank you to all of our speakers and everyone behind the scenes that made it possible.
Yes, and thank you, Robin, as well, behind the scenes. We've been teasing him all day because we haven't let him leave his desk. But luckily, he's got his bread tower by the looks of that. It was just a loaf of bread, but it now seems to be a tower that he's eating. So thank you so much, Robin. But most importantly, thank you for being here and watching. You really made this special, all of your comments and feedback. And so, yeah, it's made it special for us as well.
Yes, absolutely. The learning doesn't end here. Register for the hackathon, and we can't wait to see you there. Good luck. Cheerio.